Yeah. They say they paper tripping, they ain't paper tripping. I ain't even got a social, bitch, I'm non-existent. I ain't never signed no contract with no corporate business. Niggas quick to say they free, but it ain't how they living. Public school was made to create public fools. A billion pictures of invaders trying to say they you. This Atlantis, this our planet, that's on I'ma rule. This ain't the book of old plays, it's that out of bull. They was never great, showing greatness and they get mad at you. Quick to holler slave, but in them days, bitch, they had masters too. 1655, Anthony Johnson took his slave to court. Black slave masters were majority till we went to war. Quick to holler out copper color, copper strap and blow. Fuck a copper, social distance beef and had the copper stove. Chained by Slovakia parliament, case you didn't know. You want the foreign leadership, check me, it's normal leadership. I need paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping about that paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping, I made a point not to speak on the vaccinations. Social media bringing in medical segregation. My body, my choice when abortion's a mission statement. Guess your body has no choice when you ain't for the population. Gain of function research administered through the teachers. Fauci turning Jesus, they trapping it through the preachers. Got every family beef and can't even cough in their region. Controversy bringing leeches enough to break down your defense. Force your pledge allegiance to a corporation. Power ain't for show, depends on your participation. Probably ain't gonna go for broke, they scary with no pawns to play with. Them hoes on the creeping like they disappear soon as the day hit. Randy Vaughn took them on, now her soul long gone, rest in peace. I'm quiet for that shit happened to me. Randy Vaughn took them on, now her soul long gone, rest in peace. I'm quiet for that shit happened to me. I need paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping about that paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping up.
If you're trying to make real money online, you need to stop with Amazon FBA, drop shipping, Shopify.
Yo, kids, this beat hit hard.
You ready? Yeah. I come from them rad, 021 getting them a bag. Like I'm Big P with them rad, like a line bag. I'm going straight for the sand. I don't think them niggas like that. Fuck on that left. Now I got that little hoe mad. She tryna get to a tag. Bear on the shit. Fuck her and give her the boot. I feel like, okay, I'm mad. Hey, fuck how you feeling? I just might roll me a feeling. Tryna take away the feeling. Back to the ceiling. Feel like I'm playing Fortnite. La Freddy pulled up a minute. Yeah, I might turn up, get the tripping. Yeah, she wanna fuck off the image. Yeah, kick her ass out when I'm finished. Yeah, now she can stand the rain like Mystic. Yeah, I know niggas heard of me. All in your bit like I'm doing surgery. I'm still on Confetti Street. Nigga mad at the kid, fucking let it be. I ain't gon' get the best of me. Your nigga drippin', ain't for what's your recipe? And when I'm here a little bit from the back, only time somebody ahead of me. Ooh, he's fresh in the party with a white chick. Yeah, I think I'm Marley. Don't get me started. Big chop, make you step back like Harden. With the gang when you see me. Niggas so scared, he don't speak no English. I'm feeling like E.T. Yeah, I'm a whole nother species. And now I don't fuck with no lane, that part of the game, young folks who I'm main. And yeah, I feel like I'm big homie with my young nigga like I'm Major Pain. Don't play me like one of these little nigga bitch, I got static like I'm Fredo Bang. No trail when I blaze you, I'm dang. 31 shots in the heat like I'm Shane.
What you just want me to do? Fuck it. Man, get on there. But yeah, yo, I'm bent like I'm sneezing. This sauce got plenty of seeds. My waist to 40, just caught me a 40. Bitch nigga, give me your freezy. Hey, these young nigga shooters on go. I was raised on confetti, no hope. Hey, all of my bros on parole. And they don't go see that P.O. Yeah, fuck all these hoes, no care. They ain't go fuck on their friends. Hey, might fuck on no bitch and no mama. And now I do it again. Hey, trust me, this fat nigga pressure. Hey, I got the juices, ain't good luck. Hey, was down on my ass for a minute. Now young nigga eat, pile up. Big drip, I need a bucket. Just counting some racks in the bucket. I catch up this bitch to lift out it. Hey, she want some dick and some nuggets. Hey, the food stamp baby from nothing. Hey, I really lived it, you bitch. Hey, get on the mic and drop 60. I'm really the beat in this bitch. I'm the bum and the tick on the skate. I'm a brick, nigga. Big and be cured, before he be clay. I'm Dre running this bitch, nigga. I'm a yay money, the switch, nigga. I'm on this bitch, nigga, popping my shit. I hop on Snap just to take me a pic. Hey, might slide up on your bitch. Bite the bait, then I got me a fish fillet with dick. We brought them hoes out. The band on the show, they was sold out. Lil' Ho get like 600 lights. Man, fuck all them lights in the hood, that bitch hold out. Hey, bigger the belly, bigger the bag, nigga. Hey, I'm here to brag, nigga. We bought the sauce, y'all some swag, niggas. Yeah, I'm here to brag, nigga. Yay.
Let's go. I ain't trying to fall in no love. Want what's in your panties? You just an unwanted nut. More like a plan B. Macho, savage. I should be ready for the goodness she wanna be down. Oh, now you think you ready? Man, please hop on that beat though. Ain't nothing new. Hop with the truth. I come out the boot with a heat stroke. Put me in the jungle with more nigga crumble. I come out that bitch with a pico. I got nigga pissed. Now get off my dick since you taking shots like it's depot. You can miss me like Shaq at the free throw. Two motherfucking players. To be worried about you a square. If I fuck on your hoe, she won't tell. She your angel, but I give her hell. Oh, I swim in that pussy, no scale. I got dick in this killer, no well. She got hair like she studied at Yale. She gon' catch it, ain't talking no Dale. It never fail. I got that iron on me, and I got it tucked. 100 at Louis V. I got that 9 on me, and I ain't no saint, but I call it Drew Brees. Some boy, he ride with me, and he got that double Jordan 223. Don't make him slide with me, cause she get the top and kicking like it Bruce Lee. We who they emphasize. You other little niggas, they don't give a shit about. We who you can't deny. We more like the plug, and they like the middle guys. They ask how I feel inside. I ain't been the same ever since my nigga died. Like Peel say, nigga try. I'm with all that bullshit like I'm from the shop.
Yeah. Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
On the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Took a Michael Flair, how I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering, black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nation, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the God to the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is safe no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, stand full of chicken mockers. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that broom, he gon' go down.
Are you a speaker and you're tired of getting paid with fruit baskets and gift cards or just getting paid free 99? That means free.
Fuck this motherfucker. He just got low, you know what I mean?
Panthers.
He got to get out here. Ain't no pressure here for us, you know what I mean?
R.I.P. to the realest from the side, Chad Butler. Hey, I know you heard of me, yeah. Another first degree. I know you heard of me. Another first degree for murder. Murder. It's a capital murder.
I'm a pimp C, bitch, so rum in my bucks. I sold pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Just came back from Dallas, Texas in a 6'8" lack. Bitch, I got ostrich on my seat, my candy paint red and black. When I left, I had one, but I'm coming back with two. And she bought a girlfriend, hey, so now I got a few. Hey, hit the website and make it do what I do. I make 3,000 in one day, so motherfuck what you do. If I told you pussy number, you would think I was fibbing. Going in and out of town, you might think I was tripping. In the game, ain't a thing coming foreign with Jag. I spent 1,000 on a Sachi shirt and left on the tag. Got a badge, no money, and that bitch is legit. I hooked that hoe up with my plug, and that bitch hit for a brick. Whipped it up, double back, cut them rookies some slack. Bitch, I came up uncorrupt, I'm selling pussy and crack. Got some kush from California, had to take me a trip. Bitch, I mailed myself a 30, made 2,000 a split. Hit the studio with Sam, cause I got something to say. Pussy stay up out my face, cause I got something to spray. True hustler out the South, big bag, man. Hater see me drop his head and get mad. And X see my new bitch and get sad. And start crying cause she eating out the trash can. Central Texas motherfucker, that's where I stay. I be in corrupt city every goddamn day. Big paper, I'm stacking. Hoes gon' let me beat they back in, cause all this dick that I be packing. A black man and a poet. Pimp C, one of the best to ever do it, and I'ma make sure that y'all know it. My best friend a real killer, so you best not trip. Pussy keep on popping off, he gon' get shot in the lip. Slow ass nigga.
It's the first degree. I know you heard of me. It's the first degree. I know you heard of me. It's the first degree murder. Murder. It's the first degree murder. Murder. It's a capital murder. Murder. I brought it back. Shout out to Bun B. Check this out.
Just like Bun B, bitch, I was a king of moving chickens in my kitchen whipping. Never slipping, pop the clip and I kept my sink dripping. Just in case the task force is flipping, they got them stitches tipping. I ain't tripping, pain dripping, plus I got bitches stripping. Now peep this game from a heavy brother, the fatty lover. Overeating belly stuffer, never been a petty hustler. I get his dick to your mother, cause I'm a motherfucker. Chew me up like some hubba bubba, she'll never love another. She like to eat nutter butter, I need another rubber. But keep that shit undercover, I'm trying to duck a sucker. Yes, sir, Mr. Master. Hit your sister faster than pastor to the pastor. He fucked behind the church and the pastor. Seen the bitch walking almost past her. Let the window down, then I passed her. The gas, then I asked her if she had asthma. I gassed her. Told the bitch forget about her, pass her. Skin is yellow like hello. Booty poking like an elbow and shaking like a bowl of jello. Yeah, ho, hit the track and she ain't talking about no railroad. All she said is yes, she can't even spell no. Yeah, bro, strap like some Velcro with nail blow. Brother better have my mail, ho, before I catch a murder case and go to jail. Oh, hell no. Suckers gon' suffer. I bust a buster and his brother with this cutter from Russia. If the 12 wanna discuss you, I'd never discuss you. Throw your body in a mechanical car, crush you and crush you. Don't know what the fuck is up with Usher, but I'm burning your lover. Be at your funeral smoking with the preacher, deacon, and usher. Bust your head, have your head leaking red like a gusher. Throw your body in the water like some tissue and flush it. Chop you up like a machete, like you been fighting with Freddy. Face and belly looking like a bowl of meatball and spaghetti. You ain't ready. All of my niggas dead and they'll piss on you like R. Kelly and shit on you like a white freaking leave you stanky and smelly.
You're ready to start your own business. LegalZoom can help you set it up. We've helped launch and support millions of small businesses. It's kind of our thing. Start an LLC, corporation, or nonprofit with LegalZoom. Let's make it official.
I'm rose gold dip, money so blue it look like crips. Work so good this shit gon' flip. Sauce so strong this shit gon' drip, 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 drip. Dope so good these hoes gon' bite. All these bitches nigga, all this ice. Everything now God drop be pipe, 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 pipe. Flex by what I made these niggas. Daycare center I raised these niggas. Rose showers I spray these bitches. Hate me, love me, don't make no difference. Backwood rolled up nigga I smoke. Trap girl with me everywhere I go. Cocaine flow, my shit so dope. All these D's wrap round my throat. TTG, I'm trained to go. Money over bitches, I don't love these hoes. I FDB, I fuck that bitch. CDC, cut that chick. No control, I don't play no game. Knock up SD, hold my name. 4.6, I'm out of your range. Nigga Bruce Lee kick like a young Luke Kane. Like, what? Yeah, hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Mr. Miyagi. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Corner store. Yeah, I work that store. Got it at the pot, yeah, I work that store. North Guard nigga, boy, I birthed that coast. Still in my style, can't work no more. Uptown nigga, boy, I made that swag. Mask up on you, couldn't take that bag. Real true hustle, make that bag. Real street nigga, I don't play like that. All the way live, baby girl, I'm a real one. Bloody good up on you, go OJ Sims. I don't play with these niggas, better check my pen. Mexico flat, better check these trenches. Still like Gucci, all my children. Nigga ain't with it, then you might as well killing. Nigga ain't gang, I'm feeling. Cut a nigga hand off, bitch, keep stealing. You went in the horseshoe with me. Who taught that dog fooling me? I wasn't shooter after shooter after shooter with them niggas across the street. These niggas all off a beat. I made it all off a deep. But till a nigga dead or they bust my head, we don't call off the beef. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing. Mr. Miyagi. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi.
Peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. I want to say peace to everybody, man. Shout out to my PIC. Y'all big homie, the one and only, the CEO. Probably somewhere, y'all. Say peace. Hey, say shout out to everybody, man. It's tapped in. It's gonna be tapped in later, man. Appreciate you guys. I want to say shout out to the greatest chat room on planet Earth, man. I want to say appreciate you guys, man. Really do, man. Shout out to Truth, Massive Dre in the building. Tyron Lue, Miss Elizabeth Young, Reginald Jones, The Chosen One, Aboriginal Phoenix, Big Block, Rain Alexander, Shatahaya Bell, Ty Sam, the North American Negro, Khalil, Quadruple OG, Wilmore Reed is in the building. Truth over everything. Big Chief, fuck you, crackers. Tom Washington. I want to say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Thank everybody for tuning in right now, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. See the Rand in the building. Peace King. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Appreciate you guys. Hey, man, if you guys can do us a favor, man, like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man, hot music, man. You already know. Shout out to all the artists, man, that set the soundtrack for this revolution, man. You know, you already know. So say peace to everybody, man. Definitely thank you guys for all the work that you guys do. Shout out to Tom Washington in the building, man. A lot of times, man, we talk about, you know, words and words matter, man. You know, we hear things that come from people, and they tell us, man, you guys are carrying European names and all these other things, but these are our names are not European names. Like Washington, for instance, I don't know, Tom, what's your background and thing like that, but I know the background of your surname that you are carrying right there. You know what I mean? And so, and I think it's important for everybody to definitely research your name, what you're calling yourself, and all these other things. And that's called etymology. And we do etymology over here, especially when we're talking about history, because it gives you a date and time. You know what I mean? So you know when certain words were created and certain terminologies were applied to people. So we know that terminology for us, when we're just talking about describing who we are, these things have been changed over a lot of us, some of our lifetime, a couple times. So we have to be mindful of that. And when we go back and find primary evidence like speeches and written documentation, they're saying they're telling you what the terminology was in that time period, like newspapers with Michael Fish, like speeches from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X. I can go on and on and on. Marcus Garvey, even further back in the 20s, you know what I'm saying? And even going further back, you see a different terminologies, right? So once again, there would be certain terminologies also that wouldn't be in time periods. Like in 1492, certain terminologies wouldn't be in that time period. Like India wasn't called India at the time or whatever, so nobody would have been looking for India. So that's a flaw in that story. Also, Italy, Spain, right, did not exist. So, and the languages didn't exist in 1492. So so like everybody like, what are you talking about, Chief? Well, what are they talking about? Now, what am I talking about? You got to just check etymology and check the time periods and stuff like that. Even though they're manipulating time, right? They still can't create something unless they put it in your brain, like inferiority, like racism, like color codes, like you're black and somebody else is white. You know what I mean? And so a lot of times people say that we're pushing hate when we're pushing the truth, but it's actually the truth. They're pushing hate. You're pushing hate when you're pushing the caste system, when you're pushing these terminology. So I just wanted to point that out. And we're gonna be talking about some stuff last night, but I wanted to give a little quick recap of last night's show. Right? It was another classic, y'all. I don't know if you guys know what we're doing over here, man. If you guys are not paying attention, the significance of and the reasons why we're doing things, but it'll be apparent later. All right. So some people that are not, as smart on the uptake. All right. Top Tony Furlow in the building. Aboriginal Mary Indian. Hey, okay, that's what's up. Let's get it. Appreciate you guys, man. Let's see. The Empress M. Stowers in the building. Say shout out to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate you guys. All the love, man. Shout out to all the anonymous people, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Like I said, when you do got, let us know, let us know your email address as well as screen name, because sometimes it comes in. I don't want to tell people's a lot of you guys are proud of your governments and your surnames, and you should be, because these are names that have been passed down through your family, through your bloodlines, that are representative of you and your people. And we're going to get into a lot of these terminologies tonight as we go, because we're going to have to correct a lot of conversations that have happened. So just wanted to recap last night. We were you guys seen I was trolling. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trolling the trolls, like Joe Rogan's a troll, and some of the stuff that he's saying, especially when he's talking about the dude he was interviewing. He was telling him he was black and he was white, and he was best of both worlds, at the black man's body and the white man's brain, right? And then he said black people have a different mind or brain or whatever the case may be, right? But it's important that words matter, details matter. So I definitely want to play that again, because I want to get the details right and what he said, because words matter, y'all. Because if it's mind and brain, these are two different things, right? Now, when we talk about mind, I'm just going to tell the difference of the two, right? When we talk about mind, you're talking about a mind, right? You have a mindset. Somebody could give you a mind, right? And that's based off of language. Okay, language, like if I want to indoctrinate you, right? And I used to say this a lot, but I'm gonna say this just again. Like if I'm teaching you English and you don't know English, right? This language that we're speaking, and I tell you that's a cat's a dog and a dog's a cat. Whenever a cat meows, you're gonna think it's a dog. You know what I mean? When a dog is roof roof, you're gonna, even you'll be able to associate those sounds with the words that you associate roof roof with a cat, because I told you, I taught you that a cat was a dog and a dog was a cat. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the same concept. They teach us the opposite. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are not, researching the etym of words. They get comfortable. Say, oh, I like Indian. Oh, I like indigenous. Oh, but what about liking words that give you power? Right? We're Americans, and we can allow somebody to say, hey, we're Americans and you're African American, right? Right? Or you're a Black American, which means there's a white American, right? And then this color caste system, the white American is trumping the Black American. I know that and that's reality, because that's a system that was created. Now, the system creates privilege within that system. That's a problem. Okay. Now, we pointed out that Joe Rogan, as well as a lot of other people as well as Judge Joe Brown, believe in the out of Africa theory, which is attached to the theory of evolution, which is attached to the ape-man, right? Ape-man concept, right? And all the other things and fallacies that go with that. They push this concept, but once again, evolution goes from the monkey to Negroes to the pale man, right? Which is the evolved man. Now, once again, this is not even a theory. This is mythology. You know what I mean? But it's the prevailing mythology that push, because they have a budget to push it in a social construct through Darwinism, through eugenics, through media, through sports, through everything that they do, and they'll make they'll put these imagery out, and the imagery is there to put you in a lower state, but it elevates other people with a false sense of entitlement, with a false sense of power, right? Like the guy that told the dude, we might have to play that too for some people that might miss that. You know what I mean? You guys gotta see what we're talking about. Yeah. So I just wanted to point that out, man. Can we pull up that Joe Rogan clip real fast? Even the audio, just wanted to say what he said. We're talking about mind, right? We're talking about a mindset. Somebody can control your mindset through a lot of things. You might not feel like that, but you can't basically say certain things based off of coercion, based off of fear of losing some financial gain, losing some social clout. So a lot of people won't say some things, or some people will say some things that they might not necessarily mean or say, but they're saying it for clout or you know what I'm saying, or financial gain, which they kind of go hand in hand these days. So I just wanted to point that out. Yeah, so hold on one second, guys. We're gonna pull up this Joe Rogan clip real fast. You guys to check this out. This Joker was talking about, because once again it goes back to the mindset of where does this come from, because out of Africa, people say, well, it's the consensus of out of Africa. Well, the people that are the consensus that told you about this whole out of Africa fallacy now have found the tooth in what they're calling Greece and Romania and the jawbone, right? And they're saying from there they have created a whole monkey or ape person, and they said no, not now. This is 200,000 years older than anything that you found in so-called Africa. That's like 100 miles that way, right? You know what I mean? They say, okay, well, now it's no for sure. We found it. This man came out of Europe. Now, when they say Europe, because we have been indoctrinated to understand that Europeans are pale people, they can attach that to Denisovians and Neanderthals, which they have no bones for. They have a created story to write themselves into a historical time period, right? Okay, to explain existence of some things you can't explain. Like we don't have a start date. Now, if you guys call Sif the other day, shout out to Sif, man. Hope Sif come through, the evil one, Dr. Evil. Hope he come through today, man. We can have some conversations, man, about some of these things that these people believe that are fake. And you're going to see that. But once again, you're going to see a clip today as well as people that if you're not saying this. Like sometimes you can, like you'll hear somebody say, well, we're not Africans, but then turn around and say, well, we all Africans. That doesn't make any sense to facts, right? When Africa is not an ancient word, it's a colonized word, and it's not even indigenous to the continent of what is called Africa today. Okay, just like Nigerian is it. But once again, once you start having people that are giving you a colonized mind state, they're not even speaking on who their people are. They're speaking on some things that were given to them. Okay, so y'all understand their mindset. They already submitted. Okay, and they think like British, or they think like Americans, or Amerigo-Liberians, or think like a Frenchman. You know what I mean? Y'all follow me? So y'all gotta peep that. So yeah, let's just get right into this. To this guys, man, Joe Rogan. Want to see what he said in the quote right there. It said, "A different brain." Okay, now brain, right? Brain is a brain, right? The brain, you look at it and you say, okay, that's a brain right there, right? They have the little wrinkles in it and shit or whatever. But once again, he's equating that to craniology. And I know you guys say, well, Chief, you teach craniology and all this other shit, right? Well, this just has anything to do with identification. It has nothing to do with capacity, right? Or anything of that matter, or intelligence, right? I say the most intelligent people are the ones who have proliferated civilization across the world, period. Now, when other people from the Eastern standpoint say that they have came up with this, they come up with a Johnny-come-lately time period every time. Whether it's Sanskrit, whether it's this fake-ass Norse shit, Zionist shit, anything that they come up with, right? Our shit predates that. Whether it's Sumerian, whatever the case may be, our shit predates that 10,000 years, period. With evidence, which is etched in stone, etched in America, etched in things that they can't explain away. That's here already, right? Again, they take ownership of it and then be like, well, we did that. Well, I say, well, why you guys didn't build pyramids there? Why you guys didn't do this there? Why you didn't have agriculture that goes back to this time period? And it's here, right here, in abundance. So and all this is what you have to do. A lot of people are not going to do the research because it's time consuming, right? So you feel like, man, I got who I can trust with the information. I get it. Some people are doing the fact checking, and we have a lot of you guys are doing that. A lot of those guys over there, they don't do that. They don't fact check anything at all. And so that's a problem for me, y'all. So just wanted to let you guys know that. So let's get right into this clip. He said brain, but I just want you guys to hear from his mouth. And then I guess I wanted to make this recap real quick last night. I don't want to get too much into it, get into some stuff that we're going to talk about today. I don't know if you got the Turtle Gang join Black Magic 363. Shout out to Brother Rich. We're going to check that out, man. You guys can get a live reaction to that. And also shout out to Big Aboriginal Power earlier, Tariq, and in Twitter space, man. So, yeah, man, we're going to get into some of that stuff today, man, as well, man. And I heard some stuff that was disturbing. So as well as an open panel, man. So I want to say salute to everybody. Hey, let's go.
What are you? Dad's black, mom's white. Standard issue, pretty much. Powerful combination genetic wise, right? You get the body of the black man, and then you get the mind of the white man all together in some strange combination. That doesn't, by the way, mean that black people don't have brains. It's a different brain. Don't get me. What are you? Dad's black, mom's white. Standard issue, pretty much. Powerful combination genetic wise, right? You get the body of the black man, and then you get the mind of the white man all together in some strange combination. That doesn't, by the way, mean that black people don't have brains. It's a different brain. Don't get me.
All right, part of the body, man. Technical difficulties. Get out of here, man. Too much heat for him. So, I missed it, but you guys, y'all got the gist of it or whatever. He's telling this guy, but that's most people think like this because this is entrenched in every institution in America, in the world, Craig. You know what I'm saying? even in the Hinduism, all Abrahamic faiths, everything in the culture, whatever, media. So media pushes the culture. So I just wanted to say that, you guys. So once again, that's an issue. You know what I mean? When we having these conversations. Might have a special guest come through tonight too, you guys. Sent them the link already, man. So shout out to the brother. God gonna be sliding through the night, child. Let me see what's right here. Stop making shit up. Man, that's crazy. Not a coincidence, bro. You're so slow. Shout out to Black Wolf, man. Peace to God, man. Real talk, man. Marcus Adamu. Peace King. Yeah, man, we got a lot of people, man. They kind of slow. This is not remedial class over here, bro. Charles Clark is in the building. Peace King. American King. Peace to the guys, man. Appreciate all you guys, man. Hey, now here's the thing, right? I don't know to keep the scoreboard, right? But I don't think I've said anything that's remotely arguable. Period. Right? If there is the out of Africa hypothesis, it is not a fact. If we ask these guys all the time to show us some ancient human bones and remains in Africa, and they always, y'all remember Sanchez? He was like, bet they drop a bomb on them, right? The monkey always goes back to Betty, Lucy, aka Lucy over there, the monkey people. But then they turn around and tell you that bones, human bones, decay in 20 years, and there's no way we can have the same fossilized type of shit or evidence here in America, right? That's not even millions of years old. Why we can't just be 50 years old, 50,000 years old, 20,000 years old? If you got millions of year old bones in other places of monkeys and all this other shit, and then what about this shit here in America, right? So we showed the hominids, we showed all these things or whatever that debunks what they're talking about. They can't prove it. Anything that comes from the out of Africa hypothesis and the theory of evolution is pseudo. You can't have these things. You can't have Homo sapiens sapien, Homo erectus sapien, Homo junior. You can't have DNA. You can't have haplogroups. You can't have anything, right? You can't have it. Joe Rogan, its people are closer to what he is calling the planet of the apes, aka Africa, than our people. If he's from Italy, y'all understand how this works? But he don't understand that because he's his grafting and going recessive gene in the system. He think he has privilege, right? The connection for the complexion for the connection. This is the issue. This is our problem that we have. So I needed to point that out. Yeah, so you know, Mike G13, what up, though? What is happening? This guy. So pull up the hominids. Like I said, man, when you're talking about theories and things like that or whatever, they haven't been proven. So then when you call them on their shit, they say, well, it's a scientific theory. I said, well, what does that mean? They said, well, it's almost a fact, right? Because it's science. I said, well, it didn't, because you put scientific in front of a theory, it didn't change the fact that it's just a theory. You're just talking about what type of theory it is. You're only describing the type of theory it is. But they believe that you guys are stupid, not you guys, that we're not stupid. But most of you guys that listen to these damn fools will tell you some shit like archaic, and they'll try to make you believe, because they know you're not going to look it up, that archaic is a special type of non-anatomically correct human. That's just not true. It's just a human in a time period. But they also have other human beings in Americas, through the Americas, that go further back in the archaic time period, right? Now, what they don't have are the bones, but what they do have is evidence of human occupation. But because it doesn't fit into their Judeo-Christian, Darwin and eugenic, racist bullshit, they discard it because it's not for the eugenic plan. Okay, that's evil, and you're a fool for supporting evil and promoting it. So that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with evil, little minions, and most people don't even know they're pushing the minion stuff or whatever. So yeah, and we're on the right side of history. Yeah, we're on the right side of our ancestors, and we're gonna win because you know we're righteous. So I just wanted to point that out, y'all. So I want to say peace to everybody, man. Peace to all the great ones out there. I want to say, man, go ahead and press gold if you descend from the greatest human beings in global history. I say shout out to all the great ones, man. Appreciate you guys. Real talk, in real time. Yo, let's want to pull up this guess we can just go. Someone pull up. We can just pull up this Tariq video real fast, you guys. I definitely want to get into the Turtle Gang and Black Magic 363. I think we're gonna go with the Tariq video first and play some excerpts from that and kind of break some of that stuff down. We're going to put the link in the chat room too, man. If you guys want to come on and rap a taste. Well, I might be. I'm on the panel by myself right now, so that's gonna. Pikachu, what up, though? Chicken Hominy Roots, Peace Empress, Hey Sean, Peace King. Shout out to everybody, man. Yeah, man. Hey, man, if you guys haven't joined the Only Builders, man, onlybuilders2022@gmail.com, man. We got a lot of great things coming, a lot of announcements coming too, man. So you guys stay tuned. Also, looking for any opportunities. We don't say jobs. When we say opportunities, that means jobs or, opportunities or whatever. So hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. And point you in the right direction. There's a lot of people who are looking, a lot of companies that we're partnering with who are looking for anything from coders to dishwashers, man. Anything that you think you want to do, bro, tap in, man. It's just a part of the work that we really do over here, man, empowering. So tap in with the Only Builders, man. That's what we're doing. Onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. Check out, not only just the information stuff, man, but also on the building side of stuff, things that we're doing. Not just the talk side of it, but taking this talk and then really applying it in real time to empower the American people. So I want to say shout out to you guys, man. Shout out to all the people and all the builders, man. Really appreciate you guys, man, and everything you guys do, man. Really do, man. So I want to say that. Hey, I missed Sun Baby. Shout out to Sun Baby the other night, man. Shout out to Sun Baby, man. Supporting the movement as well, man. Only builders, so shout out to Sun Baby. And see Sun Baby over here, man. I want to say appreciate you, brother. Definitely. A.B.Dots, it's in the building. Yeah, man, we appreciate everybody, man. Anything, man, that you guys are bringing to the table. Like I said, I want to say thank you even in advance, man, for anything you guys are going to do in the future. So appreciate you guys. Yeah, we get this link in the chat room as well. Get this. That's it right there. So the people continued about racism. I mean, wait a minute. Are people confused about racism? FBA Tariq Nasheed. Are people confused about racism? That's kind of a weird question. I think this comes from D. Tubman. Let's go. Let's see what this is talking about. Let's go.
Americans by the thousands in this country signed up to go volunteer to go over there. It was Black people like. All right. Let's get to our specific lineage because we got too many people disrespecting our lineage. Y'all disrespect our icons. Some of y'all people come over from these other cultures, like Nicki Minaj and Rihanna doing all of these little slick memes about foundational Black American icons, stuff like that. We just have to check. The Cynthia Erivos and all of these people, when they show contempt for foundational Black American culture and then white society elevate them to portray some of our icons, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Not gonna have it. And yes, we did make noise about Cynthia Erivo, who spoke very negatively about foundational Black American women. If y'all remember those tweets that everybody was exposing where she was up here cacan and kikiing with the little white zaddies talking about she's speaking in her ghetto American girl voice, all of these little pejorative negative terms thrown at foundational Black American women. And then she wants to play one of our icons, somebody that Harriet Tubman would have shot her ass. Harriet Tubman wouldn't have rocked with her. And we're not going to let people disrespect our icons because let's be clear, if one of us tried to play one of their icons, they call us out. Right now, they got some white dude, not white dude, but he's a mixed dude. He's not Caribbean. He's mixed with something. I forgot what he's mixed with, but they're going to have him play Bob Marley. And boy, they're crying foul. They were like, hey, how come you couldn't get a Jamaican to play him? How come you couldn't do this? How come you wouldn't do that? So they don't like any other people from another culture representing their icons at all. But we're supposed to sit back and let everybody just extrapolate all of our cultural icons and remix it and flip it and disrespect our icons. So no, we're not going to let that happen. That is what it is. All right, let's see who we got here. Let's get Proudly African. Proudly African. Hop on, sir.
Hey, Tariq.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I'm good. I'm pretty popular among your folks' spaces, so they know me. They don't like me. They don't want to hear me talk. But I'm glad you accept my request this evening. So,
yeah,
my real question is, with the whole movement of the FBA thing, and apparently this is separating specific group of people from other blacks, right? But on the other side, you talk about fighting against the white supremacists or whatever system they got going on against y'all. Don't you think that you as a person or whatever interest you represent, like you are becoming the same monster that you are campaigning against, which is trying to segregate yourself as a foundational Black American like you're superior to other blacks?
Okay, let's stop right there. That's a projection, and that's your own inferiority. That's your inferiority. I have never said, nor has any other person I know said, that they are superior, because we are not. We're all victims of white supremacy. You, sir, are projecting a complex you have because you feel inferior.
No, I don't.
Sir, that's a complex that you're projecting because you
I was
have
asking a question. I'm very comfortable in my own skin.
Sir, you weren't asking a question. You projected a statement saying that we feel like we're superior, and we don't. I've never said that, sir. That's your insecurity because you had to flee your homeland, and that's not being
derogatory. There we go again. What makes you feel you are more American than me? What makes you feel you're better than me? That's my point.
Oh, wait. No, you asked me two things. You said what makes me feel like I'm more American, and then you said better. Now let's tackle that. I don't think I'm better than you, because we are both victims of white supremacy. We're in the same boat. I am more American than you because I am a foundational Black American.
What is a foundational Black America?
You know exactly what a foundational Black American.
No, you're projecting a false information and false narrative out there. And the crazy thing is,
okay, you cannot tell me about my lineage and you don't come from it. So you're going to pump your brakes right there, sir. You, somebody who fled from their homeland, can't tell me anything about my homeland, which is this land here. Okay, so that's where you're going to have to stop.
But your claims are not legal.
Okay. Okay, sir, You brought your janky phone over here with you.
There you go again, trying to be
All
arrogant
right.
and rude like always.
Okay.
Can't you just
okay, what you're going to do, you're going to shut that mouth of yours, Mbutu, and you're going to listen. You're not going to come over here talking crazy. All right? You're going to pump your damn brakes. And people are sending me tweets of you right now where you've been all in these rooms talking crazy with your jealousy and envy. Okay? You're not going to do that. Now,
your people know me. They know me. I'm not new in this space. So you got to stay focused.
But you're going to shut that mouth, brother. Get you a plate of Jollof, sit down and relax and let me educate you. Because I don't want to hear anything you have to say if you fled. There's nothing you can tell me if you fled and abandoned your homeland. So you're not in a position to give me any constructive advice on anything, sir. So all
I
you're
think
going
you
to
need
do
to be
is listen.
educated because you put out a lot
Okay.
of false information, things you don't know about.
Sir, you fled
Doesn't that apply to
and
Jews too?
failed your homeland. All you're doing is projecting, okay? You can't tell me anything about nothing. And what you're doing is
You have
trolling.
no idea about Africa. You have no knowledge of.
Sir, I know you fled. I know you fled. I know that much, sir. And
No, I
you
did
don't.
not. No, I did not.
Now calm down and stop being emotional.
How about you address the issue I just outlined?
How about
highlight out there?
How about you take off your kente cloth thong and be a man and talk like a man and stop being emotional?
I'm talking like a man. I'm not being emotional. I need you to address what I just pointed out, Tariq.
Okay.
Stop acting like a lady. That's feminine.
So stop it, sir. Are you that dancing Nigerian dude on TikTok?
No, I'm not. How about you
stop acting like him then and be a man. Now, you're not going to run your mouth in my space. It doesn't work like that. You're going to show respect.
Stop muting me, Tariq. Let's have a conversation.
No, you're not going to run your damn mouth.
Go ahead and address what I say.
Right. This is not the immigration office, sir. You're not just going to come in here running and barking out demands. It doesn't work like that. Now, sir, I am more American than you because my family built this country that you fled to. Do you understand that?
I mean, I respect the struggle of the African descendants of slaves and all the things they gone through. I respect that. That is no doubt. Like I'm not like going that way. I respect that. I respect the struggle. I respect everything. But what I don't like about your movement is you are creating more division than trying to like unify.
That's a projection. You are already divided in your homeland. Over there where you fled from, y'all have a gazillion different ethnic groups and tribes that's all bickering with each other. And you're bringing that same energy here. That's a projection. Do you understand that?
Are you telling me that the foundational black or the Black Americans, are you telling me that they are united as one? Are you is that what you're saying?
Yes, we are.
Really? So what's with
foundational Black Americans are generally all on code with each other. We don't do that type of bickering that y'all do.
On code?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Now you bugging. I was taking you serious for a minute, but now you're more of a joke to me. Did you just say
yes,
on code? The other night, Tara was like having you tuck your tails in your ties, running away, trying to act like the tech issues and all.
Okay, just stop trolling and saying anything. Nobody had tech issues. Stop pretending somebody was one-upping somebody. This person called up making a fool of themselves, and they know it, and you're being disingenuous. So now you're
Stop muting me, Tariq.
No, you're going to get an education because you're coming in here lying and scamming, which is part of that culture that has messed up your homeland. And you want to bring your same lying, scamming mentality over here to us. And we're just not allowing that, sir. Is that what you're upset about?
The only thing I want to bring here is the request for you to enlighten me about your movement, which is fraudulent. You're defrauding the gullible.
Another projection. Because you scam and scheme and cut each other's throats back home, you're projecting your scams and schemes onto us. All you're doing now is projecting your scam mentality. Everything you're doing is a projection, which is the reason why we are acknowledging our culture being separate, because we just don't have such a scamming mentality like that. That's why you're projecting so much, sir. And
No,
that's,
I'm not projecting anything.
yes, you are.
I'm spitting facts, and I'm
You're
saying that whatever claim you're trying to put out there, it is illegal. It is a fraudulent claim.
What are you talking about? What's illegal? You're saying anything right now. You're like an emotional baby mama. You're just saying anything that not it don't
FBA is illegal. It's not recognized in the American Constitution.
How is FBA illegal? What are you talking about? Just elaborate on that and stop being emotional. How was FBA illegal? Explain
why. Why it's illegal? Because as far as the American law or constitution or whatever laws that guide you as an entity in on American soil, the title of FBA is not recognized by your own government. And secondly, why have you refused to answer
Okay, you just did some nigger babbling right now. You're nigger babbling. So you're saying us acknowledging our foundational Black American lineage is illegal because it's not recognized by the government? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that FBA is not recognized.
Okay, you are a moron, and I refuse to further discuss anything with somebody who's so moronic. You're just emotional and moronic, and I'm going to let you go because you're not saying anything constructive. You're just babbling for attention. All right. Now, family, you see how easy that is when you're talking to somebody who's a moron, who's just emotionally babbling. Understand, you have no obligation to entertain morons. So you just let them go. When people just come around you saying anything and then babbling, these people just want attention. You just want to feel relevant. And it's not our job to give you any form of relevancy. We got to let people wither in the dust like they're going to do anyway. All right. I'm not trying to entertain emotional tether babble. All right. Let's get some more people in here. All right. A lot of people here. A lot of people here. And I'm not here for the emotions. Let me explain how this thing works over here. We have constructive dialogue. If you have an issue or if you want clarity, that's fine. We're here to talk issues and clarity. What you're not going to do is call up projecting your scam mentality, projecting your emotions, making up a bunch of straw man arguments, and whining like a punk. We're not going to have that. I'm not. This ain't the punk hotline. All right, let's get this person here. Somebody I just added. You got some interesting lettering on your page. I don't know what that is. It looks like Ethiopian or Somalian language. I don't know what it is, but go ahead and speak up, sir. Hello. Okay. Y'all want to get that phone together? All right, while I'm waiting on that, let's get France in here. Let's get France. France, turn your microphone on. Hello, France. Okay. Let's get these microphones working like they're supposed to work. All right, let's get John Recang. Let's get him in here. All right, listen. Let's try this. If your microphone is ready, raise your hand because I don't want a bunch of people with janky phones requesting to get on and your microphones aren't working. Why don't you download some updates for your iPhone 1? All right. All right. If you're ready to talk, let's get busy. All right. Let's try this person. Spare change.
Hi, Tarek.
All right. Okay. Hold on. Is that John?
Yeah, this is John over here.
Okay, John. What's going on? What's happening with your phone, sir?
I don't know, man. I was just muted a bit there. I had to unmute myself. Anyway, I just want to say
There you go. Go ahead.
I'm from South Africa over here, and I just want to say that I'm proud of the work that you guys are doing over there, man. It's really high time that foundational Black Americans start speaking for.
Oh, your phone, brother. Your phone. Oh, okay. I have you call back, brother. That phone. We got to work on getting you a phone, brother. All right. Spare C. Turn your microphone on. Unmute your microphone.
Yo, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Spare, how are you, brother?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Yeah, so I've been following this whole diaspora war thing going on, man, or whatever you call it. And I'm pretty split here. So I'm personally I'm African, man. Grew up in America though. So
now, where's your family from?
Zambia.
Zambia. Okay.
Yeah. So I see both sides, right? You're very right in saying that people from Africa, some do tend to be racist, but I mean, growing up, it's there's always been a tension between African and American born, FBAs, right? So,
but here's the thing. Even if there's a tension, between the two, there's only been a benefit to one group, you see. So other groups still benefit. Even if there's some tension, the other groups still benefit from foundational Black Americans. We get the tension without the benefit. We don't benefit from the other groups at all.
Right.
And that's the issue. And the tension is getting greater now. So we're already not getting any benefits from it. So we're like, okay, damn, there's only so much tension we're going to tolerate from these groups that we're not benefiting from anyway. So a lot of the tether class, not the masses, but the tether class who comes over with these anti-FBA ideologies, we're just checking that. We should have been checking it a long time ago, but it's gotten to the point now where it's getting a little more serious, because a lot of things that we're trying to do as far as get tangibles for ourselves, some of these outside groups are just going overboard with undermining us at this point. So we're not getting benefits and we're being undermined.
So when you say undermine, so I saw that you posted videos of like Sam Acho, etc. Black, or excuse me, non-FBAs that are here undermining the movement. So I guess my question is, when you say that you guys are taking action and checking, what is your course of action? Like, what do you want to see from Africans coming here?
What we're doing now, what we have to do now is separate riffraff behavior. That's what we're doing now. So a lot of times when people come over from the Caribbean, from Africa, if they do something constructive, they go out of their way to differentiate their constructive activity from foundational Black Americans. So if somebody comes over here and gets a PhD, oh, I'm the first Ghanaian American with a PhD. It's a Ghanaian thing.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, with some of these politicians, they're saying, well, this is the first Haitian American congresswoman here, the first Jamaican American congressperson there. So if it's positive, they separate themselves from us. But if it's negative, they just dump it on us. If somebody comes over from Jamaica, the Caribbean, or Africa, and they are robbing banks, well, it's just Black people robbing banks. So they get lumped in with us, and then we have to walk around with that stain on us. For example, out in New York right now, there's a lot of crimes by Caribbeans going on in New York right now. They have some. They got some, that drill music thing, that whole drill music where the mayor's talking about. They're making a big thing about cutting down on drill music videos. Almost every single one of those dudes are non-FBA, every single one of them. But that type of activity gets thrown in the black pot. And then when there's pushback and when there's certain type of laws that are supposed to combat that, then it becomes a stop and frisk against all black people. See, we got to take the brunt of that. So stuff like that, we're saying, hey, we're going to have to differentiate ourselves from some of the riffraff behavior, because we are a distinct culture as foundational Black Americans, and other people, they acknowledge their culture. We don't complain. They shouldn't complain when we acknowledge our distinct lineage. That's all we're saying.
No, I think you guys are well within your right to claim that distinction. And it's actually interesting that you say that. So a lot of the conversations I've heard with you have been unproductive. You know, it's just African people coming on trying to beef with you. I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's actually an interesting point that you bring up, that, you know, you guys get tied into the BS that happens with, you know, African people committing crimes, et cetera, et cetera. And they see us as a blanket, whereas, you know, when it's success, you know, there's, oh, I'm Haitian American, et cetera.
Exactly.
Now,
so we're just trying to clear the air on who's who and who's really doing what, because we're just going to have to keep the same energy across the board. If people want to say, because people have no problem separating themselves from us as long as it's positive. People go out of their way to separate themselves from foundational Black Americans. People have been doing that. So now that we want to take some of our positive achievements and say, okay, this is us. Now people are like, hey, wait a minute, we all one. Don't do that. That's divisive. We're all brothers. So no, we got to keep the same energy all across the board. We got to keep that same energy.
No, okay, I get it.
But thank you, brother. Much respect to you, brother. Yeah, that's what we on, family. It's all about the same energy. It's all about keeping energy. Every other group, if you want to do positive things within your group and chop it up as a win for your group, we're doing the same. And we have a right to do it, and nobody should complain. The fact that we're doing it, people are having hissy fits. This fool talking about, listen how emotional that first dude was, because so many people, they've leached off of our lineage and culture for so long, they feel entitled. Now that they're being excluded from that, now they want to cry foul. And we're not obligated to sit here and pretend that we are invisible. Foundational Black Americans, we are not invisible. We have a unique lineage on this land that no one else has. And there's nothing wrong with us acknowledging that. We are not invisible. Let's get some people up here. We look like do we have a Trump supporter here? This is interesting. Where is he? What happened to him? Some guy had some Trump stuff on his thing. The Trump guy, I want to get you back on here. There you go. Hold on. Let's speak. Here for Trump. Is that your name? Hello, here for Trump.
From.
Oh, here for the comments. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm looking at a Trump sign on your page, and your pink is a dog.
Yeah,
peeing
a dog
on
peeing on Trump. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There we go. I thought it was.
I'm not a Trump supporter, so if you mislabeled me and I'm good to back off and let anybody else talk.
Oh no! I thought that I saw the sign. I didn't see the dog peeing on the sign. I thought it was a Trump supporter.
I thought it was fun.
That's. Oh, okay. All right. So what's your name, sir? Where are you from?
My name is Glenn. I am from South Carolina.
There you go. So what's on your mind, sir?
Oh, well, are people confused about racism is what I jumped on this to talk about, I guess. But
yes,
I don't think they are, to be honest. I live in South Carolina, like I said, and there's a lot of goddamn racists around here.
Right.
And they're easy to let you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They'll just let you know in a heartbeat. But I mean, I don't know where I'm gonna go with it other than to tell you I'm not racist.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much. All right. Let's get Harriet Tubman's pistol. Harriet Tubman's pistol. Let's get Harriet Tubman's pistol on here.
I'm sorry.
What's up, family?
I'm thoroughly blessed. I just first wanted to start this off by saying I really appreciate what you're doing for us for FBA, and you really a blessing to us, and I really look up to you. I just wanted to let you know that.
Much respect.
All right, and I want
to
stay on topic. So, are people confused about racism? No, they're willfully ignorant about racism. A lot of our people, especially people who supporting Joe Rogan, they're suffering from safe Negro syndrome. All right, they
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
coon in peace,
Yeah.
so they can continue benefiting off the association with whiteness.
Yeah.
That's what's really going on. And I feel like as far as the diaspora, like you said, people have been eating off our plate for so long. We personally have nothing left, but they starting to steal anything that we have, whether it's water, clothing, all of that. And we saying no more. And other people get to call themselves, they get to delineate themselves, calling themselves Ethiopian or Jamaican or what have you. But as soon as we do it, it's a problem. It's only a problem because y'all benefiting off of us so much that it's getting to a point where we gonna be out here destitute politically or what have you, more so than we already are. And that just shows how much that they don't care about us, that we want to make this distinction so we can get a justice claim that's clearly owed to us 100 times over, but y'all want to prevent us from doing that. But you all want to separate yourselves, like you said, when it benefits you, but just throw all the baggage on us to keep us down and keep us the bottom caste in America. And we're saying no more.
Absolutely, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you for the call. Thank you so much. And Chels, if you want to turn your microphone on, but my brother made some very good points. We are not invisible. Again, a lot of groups want us to sit here and be invisible for our own interest so that we can help facilitate their progress. That's been the whole game. That's another offshoot and extension of slavery, ladies and gentlemen, where we as foundational Black Americans, we're supposed to sacrifice our own self-interest by working to benefit others. Every group wants us to be in that slave mentality when it comes to dealing with them. We don't get nothing. We're the sacrificial slaves. Our job is to sit here and just make sure everybody is good while we are a non-entity. That's not going to happen. We've done that long enough, and we've done it thinking that, okay, well, somebody's going to ultimately reciprocate. Ultimately, some of these other groups are going to be so appreciative of us working for them and doing so much for them that they're going to reciprocate one day, and that reciprocation has never come, and it's not coming. So we're going to look out for ourselves. And other people sitting around talking about how divisive that is, that's hypocritical. It's extremely hypocritical, because when we start pointing out, you've already divided yourselves from us as a group, because we don't benefit from nobody. We don't get any benefits from any other group. They're not even trying, to be honest. They're not even trying to extend anything tangible to foundational Black Americans. And hell, even the thought of it, if you bring it up, it's like, you niggas are preposterous for even thinking that we're supposed to do something for you. Yet we're supposed to put the capes on, and these weak shaming tactics, that doesn't work. Just running around yelling xenophobia and you're divisive, and that doesn't work. And what they have to do, they have to keep creating straw man arguments that don't exist. Notice whenever people hop in who are naysayers, they always create these straw man projective arguments that none of us have made. They come in here talking about, oh, you think you're superior than us. You said, that's a straw man argument, because they cannot deal with reality. The reality is they're going to have to do for themselves, because we can't sit here and put the capes on for them, because we're going to have to start looking out for ourselves, and we're going to acknowledge our culture and our lineage. Let's get some more people in here. Let's get some more people in here. All right, let's try this dude with the T-Gray dude. Okay, this T-Gray guy. Let's get your stuff going on, man. Yeah. and then we'll get the Burt guy.
Hi, Tariq. How are you, brother?
I'm good. What's your name, sir?
My name is Samson, and I am here in Australia.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind? So I grew up in a very multicultural environment, right? I'm born and raised in Italy, and um, I'm from Tigray, I will say.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure probably where Tigray is. So I grew up in a different kind of multicultural environment where I have, me being black in Italy, and then I have my Ethiopian community, like East African, I will say, community, and then you have the West African communities and the American community. Because where I'm from, we have the NATO base, the Army base, especially in my city where I'm born and raised. And I grew up amongst a lot of African Americans since I was young. And I see a lot of like difference of being like, black. Okay. But one thing I always see was a little bit of racism that not Africans have towards African Americans, but the African Americans, like, older, like the soldiers that were there, like, is still present now, have when even like they speak about Africans. I know that these things now are changed. Like now they're not like that anymore. Like I could see like every time I go back home and I see like some African Americans, we have a chat and stuff. Now it's different, especially like when the Black Lives Matter thing happened. But back in the days, there is this kind of like this association of being like African. So I never understand what the African American like word when you say African American. Is it just because you guys are black? Because what I believe is African American is a race.
Okay.
So but I could see like how they associate with being like African, and I totally understand that because as I said, I think African Americans they have their own race, and which I really respect. I mean, I grew up
Okay,
like
let's hold on, wait, we got to slow it down. Okay, let's slow it down a minute. So you said you feel that African Americans, foundational Black Americans, were racist towards you Ethiopians?
not Ethiopians, like dissociate with like completely like Africans, not like specifically Ethiopians. Absolutely not.
So you think foundational Black Americans have always been racist towards Africans?
This is what I perceived. Like this is what I perceived with my experience being amongst like African Americans. And I've been to United States. I traveled in the United States. So, and I probably there I could find like a little bit different when I was in Harlem. For example, I can see that, whether you're from Nigeria or whatever, you are African American. Like I feel like the acceptance there, I saw that the African Americans accept
Slow down. How do you think you were able to immigrate to the United States?
I don't know. I would never, but
you went to Harlem.
Yeah, I went visit. I went to visit. I've always been a fan of. I grew up, as I say, I grew up amongst African American, and of course, like when you are a Black person living, like born and raised in Italy, the fact that I was very attached to more the African American community than being Italian. So listen to hip hop music and stuff like that.
Okay. Slow down. Okay, I want to get clarity because you're going all over the place. Because you said something, you just been kind of rambling on. Let's slow it down. Because I want to get to this thing where you thought that foundational Black Americans were racist towards Africans, and that's not the case. Foundational Black Americans, we've been the only people who have been helping African people and been fighting for African people, and we've been upholding African history and culture and elevating it. No other group has been doing that. Not even Africans. Now, did you hear what I just said? Hello? Turn your microphone on, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, you just
Okay.
muted my mic. Yeah. No, I totally understand and I totally get it. I absolutely. But
Okay,
now
so
I just wanna.
so now that you get it, I don't want you to babble now. I want you to stick
Yeah,
with that. If you
yeah.
get it, if you know that it's been foundational Black Americans, we've been the ones talking about Pan-Africanism. The Marcus Garvey movement got popping with foundational Black Americans. It wasn't the Caribbeans. The Caribbeans failed with the Garvey movement. The Garvey movement got popping because of foundational Black Americans. We were the ones bigging up Africa. There was another African who came over and he finessed a lot of people named Chief Sam. He had another Back to Africa movement, and Black folks were going over there to elevate Africa, and they got finessed. But Black people have always, foundational Black Americans, we've always been bigging up Africa, giving props to Africa. The AME churches and all that, the African Episcopal Medical, we've always been throwing the name out there, giving props to our African side of our lineage. We've always been doing that, sir. In the 1930s, foundational Black Americans saw that Ethiopians were about to be invaded by Italy, which you went to Italy. Foundational Black Americans by the thousands in this country signed up to go volunteer to go over there. It was Black people like John Robinson who learned how to build planes. He built a plane and went over there to Ethiopia to help the Ethiopians out. He taught the Ethiopians how to fly planes, sir. In the 1960s, it was foundational Black Americans going over there to help fight colonialism. Dr. King, Malcolm X, so many other people. It was foundational Black Americans fighting to help get those immigration laws relaxed so that Black people from the diaspora could come here. So, sir, when you say that, well, it seems like foundational Black Americans are just racist towards us, I find that very disrespectful to not just me, but to my foundational Black American ancestors, sir. I'm going to be very honest.
That's okay. Now I understand. I mean, that's your point. But I mean, this is what I experienced, and what I said before is when I went to the United States, when I actually traveled to the United States, I could see a little bit like a different of what I experienced when I was in Italy. Okay, so when I would see like in Harlem, like a Nigerian or an Ethiopian, I would see like a lot of like, wow, okay, they actually like it's different from what I see like in Italy. I could see like more the integration they have in America, which I found like amazing because when I left Italy, I was like, wow, I'm pretty sure like I'm gonna find like the African people like just right in the ghetto. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that the ghetto that everybody was talking when you see the movies or whatever. When I was young, I thought it was African, but not African Americans. Does it make sense from
We'll
my
stop right there.
experience with African Americans being like,
stop.
are you African like this? Are you African poor? Are you African of this?
Slow down. Because I hear people say that, and that's false. What media apparatus do you see showing Black Americans in a ghetto? Turn your microphone on.
Yeah. Oh, I was in the United States, so I mean when I say
okay, but
when I say ghetto, I don't think everybody.
Where did you get the "we're in a ghetto" narrative? Because that's not shown on television. So where did y'all get this narrative that we're in a ghetto? Because that's not what you see on television over there. That's not what you see at all over there in Ethiopia or any world media outlet. You don't see foundational Black Americans in ghettos. That's not what you see. So where did you get that narrative?
Well, what I get this narrative is this is from my experience with Americans, especially Black African Americans in Italy. Okay, so and every time I was even talking, or every time it was
no, sir. I'm trying to be patient with you, but you're going all over the place. I want you to be focused, sir. I want you to be focused. You're all over the place. Let's tackle one thing at a time. Because see, I'm teaching. I want people to have clarity when you hear certain narratives. When they say, "Well, in the media, we just thought you all in the ghetto." No, that's not the media that told you that. The media doesn't tell you that, because I've been over to these countries. They don't show foundational Black Americans in ghettos. They don't show that.
Could you give me an explanation? Because now the reason why I'm here, to be honest, because I've, your this space, it's kind of like very informative and
Yes,
funny
it
at the same time, to be
Yeah.
honest. Like, I'm learning so many things,
Right.
even though I'm not an African American, but I really want to understand and really want to learn. And I think this is a very informative.
Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Okay. I don't want people to babble. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I would like for people to talk, but I just don't want people kind of babbling their thoughts out. And then when they say certain things and then you kind of try to get them to elaborate, they just want to babble some more. All right. We don't need babbling in these spaces. We don't want babbling. All right. And my man was just going to jump all over the place. Tev, is that your name? Tev? And then we'll get you next, Burke. Tev or Teve.
Yeah, it's short for Tev. Appreciate you having me on. I actually just finished watching Hidden Code 4. And man, I
Good.
just want to say the whole series is great, man, from a perspective from foundational Black Americans. And just like, man, it's a great film, man, just for Black people to know their history and just because it's not taught in school. It's not taught in the school system. And yeah, I just want to get on there and say, yeah, I appreciate the work that you do, man, for Black people. Just standing tall. I know the trolls.
No
The
doubt.
trolls be deep, man. I know the trolls be deep, man.
Oh yeah, we
Oh
got them.
yeah.
We got them, and we got them, brother. But thank you so much. We're handling the trolls. What's up, Burke? Hop on, brother. Burke, if you can come on in, hop on in.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you, Burke?
Hey, good. I got to be honest. You are intelligent, unique. Don't always agree with everything you put out there, but it's very engaging. I'd like to switch the narrative.
Well, what happened, Burke?
Yeah, I'd just like to switch the narrative
Burke, what
for a
happened?
little. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. There you go. There you go.
Okay. I'd like to switch the narrative for a moment from my own personal experience.
Okay. Go ahead.
As a white dude who grew up between Milwaukee and Chicago and grew up with a ton of FBA. I mean, pretty much my entire grade school, high school were all FBA people that were awesome in so many ways, sports, you name it, football, wrestling, track, all the way down the line. The narrative that I'm curious about is, so my last name is Irish, Griffin.
Uh-oh.
I had two brothers on my
Burke?
team named.
Uh-oh, Burke.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead. The narrative is what now?
I had two guys that we graduated with that were Mike and Luther. And we had a college coach.
Okay.
Now think about it. We're about the same age, man. Late 80s.
Okay, Burke, your phone is really acting up. You got the janky phone, Burke.
Can you hear me, man?
Okay,
Tariq,
Burke.
Tariq, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Burke. Go ahead. You said
All right,
Mike and Luther.
So I grew up with two guys named Mike and Luther. We were all seniors together. A college coach came to recruit all of us. Those two guys were black. I was white. And the college coach at the time had no idea before he met us. That was the interesting part of it. But he wanted to recruit all three of the Griffin brothers. And the shock on his face when he saw all three of us, we had one guy who was 5'8", 200 pounds, fullback. And then we had two other guys who were 6'3" and 6'4", and both big, but one was white and one was black. And that led to the discussion of last names and surnames in the United States. And Mike and his family traced their roots back to northern Georgia. My family immigrated from Ireland, but never got south of New Jersey. They had the entire family had stayed north in the United States. Why do you think so many FBA, I mean, from Shaquille O'Neal to Tracy McGrady to Eddie Murphy. What do you think the distinct connection is between FBA and Irish immigrants?
Well, even in the Caribbean too, you see a lot of that in Jamaica because there were
indentured servants.
Indentured servants, yeah, there were a lot of Irish indentured servants working with side by side with foundational Black Americans,
and a lot of them they hooked up. Like,
yeah, they did.
They got together.
They did. But the thing is, with the Irish indentured servants, and even when you go to Jamaica, you'll hear a lot of, if you listen to the Jamaican accent, that's really African dialect with an Irish accent. If you take a real good listen to a Jamaican accent, it sounds kind of Irish. Even some of the things that I've heard Jamaicans say, like top of the morning, all of that, these come from Ireland. But a lot of the indentured Irish servants, ultimately, when they were finally able to be classified as white, because the Irish were not classified as white at first.
No, they actually had the nickname of Black Irish, and even working along the railroads. I mean, I looked at some of the different things about who built what. I mean, those were the two people that built most of the 1800s America.
I wouldn't say that the Irish did. It was foundational Black Americans, because the railroad companies, if you look at the records, and you can look online and see the records, they owned a ton of foundational Black Americans. They just bought us by the lots, by the dozen.
Okay, I misspoke there. I didn't mean just the railroads in general. I'm saying built. I mean, whether it's buildings, whether it's railroads, north, south, whatever. I mean, it seems like there's a common theme between the two cultures. And like I said earlier, I mean, I'm white mutt. I mean, I've got Danish, I've got German, I got French, I got Scottish. I'm a mixing pile of white whatever from Europe.
But
you know,
here's the thing with the Irish. Here's the thing with the Irish. The Irish, number one, when they did work to build something, they got paid. And secondly, when they got done with their indentured contracts, they got something called freedom dues. They got money, land, and they got guns. So they were compensated. That was the big difference.
Right.
We have not been compensated. So do you think that we should get our 40 acres and a mule just like the Irish got theirs?
Oh, I think no matter, regardless of that, absolutely. What I was saying is the identity part of it. Like when you have names like, I mean, Tariq Nasheed, you grew up in Detroit, right?
I grew up in Alabama and Los Angeles. I was born in Detroit.
Oh, you're born in Detroit. Okay. I thought
Yes.
you were a Michigan guy. Anyway, that beside all that, like the name part of it, when it comes to Africa or Ireland or whatever country you may be from, it just seems like a very unique bond that so many FBA people that have grown up in this country, whether it's slavery or otherwise, they have so many Irish names. They did not want to take that English WASP authoritarian like name. They refused to. When they were like, when they left whatever plantation or wherever part of slavery they were part of, they were like, you know what, I'll take that Irish name.
Well, you know what? A lot of poor Irish would move into Black areas, like in New York. Up in New York, Central Park was a Black neighborhood. That was Seneca Village. And
look at every big city.
Right. And poor Irish people, when they immigrated in, they couldn't live among other white people, so they would go live among Black people. You know, Black people took care of the Irish folks for a long time. So it is a very unique history.
Interesting. Hey, man, love your show. Hey, love your broadcast. Love your tweets. Like I said, don't always agree with you. I wish you weren't as much of a quote unquote race baiter and just a race hater. Because you know what? That's what it comes down to, man. It's all like that should not be a part of anyone's conversation.
There you go. But I like to bait people who are racist so I can expose them. See, that's what race baiting means to me. All right. But thank you so much.
I hear you, man. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. All right. Let's get Cap. Let's get Cap in here. Cap, are you in here?
Yes. Thanks for letting me on, Tariq. I had a question for you, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Now, Cap, where you from? First of all, where are you from?
I stayed a long time in the United States, but I drew my first birth in West Africa.
There you go. What part? Nigeria, Ghana?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Now you okay? What's on your mind, Cap?
Okay. Yeah, I had a question. Like, do you personally are you personally affiliated to any religion? And secondly, do you think religion has a crucial role to play in racism?
Yeah, my thing is with religion, we unfortunately rely too much on religion because when you rely on religion, you expect some type of entity to do the work for you. We are the religion. We need to do the work for ourselves. So I don't really get too much into the religion thing because I'm all about the religion of empowerment and justice. But go ahead.
Interesting. Yeah. So I think religion has a crucial role to play, especially when I observe that a huge amount of people, I would say, probably identify as FBL, Foundation of Black Americans, will either associate with Christianity or Islam. And I think that has a role to play, although it's still a problem with Africans because a lot of Africans identify with either Islam or Christianity.
Right.
And that I feel like has had some impact with us because Christianity, of course, has endorsed or made us refer to angels, because they painted angels as white and demons as black, and that has kind of affected or created an inferiority complex with most blacks and Africans in general, where when you see something white, it kind of looks angelic or divine, and then there's that inferiority we put on ourselves.
Right. All right, but thank you so much, brother. All right, let's get Sako. Let's get Sako in. Sako,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, Sako. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for accepting me and allowing me to speak in your space. I hear about your name in so many spaces. Like, why? I mean, in your own words or own terms, why are so many people against you? Or like, why? Like, what's the big chaos and debate behind your name? Like, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what it is, we foundational Black Americans, we are just really giving props and credence to our lineage, and other groups are really threatened by that because we, as foundational Black Americans, we've been on this big Black melting pot type of ideology where people come in and use our culture to facilitate their own progress, but it has not been reciprocated. So now we're understanding and looking at our culture and seeing how we can gain tangibles and benefits from our own culture the way other people have. So now they're trying to claim that's divisive. So it's a lot of projection going on,
Okay, so I'm like 1,000%, behind the ideology ideology ideology.
Yeah.
Oh wait, can you say it again? Say it for me.
Is it the ideology?
Ideology, yes. Let's go. Okay,
Now,
I'm
stop
100.
for 1 second. Stop. Now, where are you from? I see 2 flags on your page. Where are you?
Yeah, so my mom is from Tanzania. My dad is from Guinea. They
Okay.
came to the U.S. for college. They came with their siblings. Their siblings went back to Africa. But like my parents got jobs here and they just decided to stay. So like we're like isolated, but every summer we rotate summers.
Okay, got
We
it.
go to my mom's country, go to my dad's country, and I hang out with my cousins and my aunts and uncles and stuff. But like, okay, so I get that, and I'm like 1,000% behind it because I feel that. I am with that. Like, Black Americans need to be identified, acknowledged as a group of people that are like a group of people that have their own traditions. Because I was even in a space where like Africans were like, "What are your traditions?" And I'm like, "Wait, hold up." Black American traditions go very, very deep, are
Exactly.
very, very rooted. Yeah. But still, like, do you feel like nowhere in your lineage is tied to Africa
Yes.
whatsoever?
Yes. Everybody's lineage, especially over here in the Western Hemisphere, is tied to Africa.
No, but I'm saying you specifically, like, as a
Yes.
Tyreek. Nasheed, like, do you feel? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is, but we're still a distinct cultural
Group of
group. Right.
people, yeah, and I stand by that,
Just
and
like
I
Jamaica,
recognize
ma'am,
that, yeah.
just like Jamaicans. Jamaicans,
Yeah,
and they have
exactly. Jamaicans are Jamaicans, Haitians are Haitians. I don't know what other group we can think of that are black that are separate.
Trinidad.
Cubans, black Cubans,
Right.
Afro Puerto Ricans, Afro Cubans, Afro
So, right.
Latinos.
So we
Yeah,
as foundational Black Americans,
yeah,
we have our own distinct lineage. So
yeah.
why do you think a lot of people from the continent has a problem with that?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just think for a long time, the way things have been set up has been created for us to be divisive and has been created for like everyone to be hateful because a Jamaican, you can talk to Jamaican and they're going to love on an African. You can talk to Haitian, they're going to love on their African like ancestry. But in terms of like America and Africa, I don't know what it is. There's always been this like setup to where it's like, okay, like no. And
What
so
wait, hold
on
on, because
okay,
this is
go
the
ahead.
problem. What setup has it been that's been no? Because man,
I
you're over
don't
here.
know. I'm telling you, I really don't know. And I feel like that's been like that's something that's in history for years. Oh, and then by the way, I just have to also acknowledge the fact that like I don't come from a majority of what represents Africans in America because the majority are Nigerians and Ghanaians and like other countries. Even other Africans, when I tell them I come from Guinea, they don't even know what country that is. Like, my dad's country is super small, and
Right,
like
right,
they are obsessed with African American culture,
right,
or
right.
just obsessed with anyone that's like excited to come
Have
and
you been
visit.
to Tanzania?
Yeah. And
Okay.
so like I'm often in spaces where they're like Africans this, Africans that, and I'm like, oh, that's so sad because like my dad's country, Guinea, if you come, the people from the deepest of villages are gonna bring like they don't have any money, but they're gonna bring food, they're gonna bring like with the little money that they have, they're gonna bring clothing and they're gonna present that to you as a gift, as an offering, and
Right,
as an honoring
right. And
of you visiting the country.
I've been to
Yeah.
Tanzania and Zanzibar, and beautiful people.
Zanzibar. Okay, yeah, those countries are different. That's not like my dad's country. Those countries are different. Very, very influenced by white people.
Hmm.
The
Hmm.
white people are like very heavily present in that space. So it's like more modern, but whereas my dad's country is literally like if you're entering 1735, like very I don't want to say
But
backwards. I don't want to say backwards, but
you
it's
got
like yeah, there
slow down, sweetie, because you're all over the place. Let's bring it back. All right. I want to go back to something you said about Foundation of Black Americans. You think that you made a comment, and can't get lost on the comment. You said that Jamaicans they will acknowledge their Africanness. Certain Caribbeans will acknowledge Africanness, but foundational Black Americans, you said it's something about us that has a problem. Do you think we have a problem with African people?
no, I think it's both ways.
How so?
It has been it's both ways, and I've listening. It's both ways. It's
How? How?
immigrants immigrants coming here making Black Americans feel like they're less than or they're like not like not like them, and then it's also like Black Americans like being like ew.
No?
You're over there, like, ew, ew, ew. But then again,
Okay.
that's not to say
Hold
that.
on. Just slow down. Slow down. Immigrants don't make us feel anything, man. We don't, they can't make us feel less than. If you are struggling in your homeland and we help you get here, no immigrants make us feel any kind of way. We don't feel less than because of any immigrants, man. Let's clear some of this stuff up. As foundational Black Americans, we're rooted in this land and this culture, and people who have to leave their homeland, they don't make us feel anything less than ourselves. Okay, let's clear that narrative, okay?
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not trying to say that that's what I'm saying, but
No,
I've been in spaces where Black Americans have expressed that Africans make them feel that way. That
I
African
talk to.
immigrants, yeah, like I'm
Hold on. No, no, no. They probably mean that we don't want them talking crazy. Just because they're talking crazy, that doesn't mean we internalize it. Okay? We don't want to be disrespected. So they don't make us feel any less than, because if you come from a culture that you had to flee, you can't make us feel any kind of way. So we just don't want to be
of
disrespected.
course,
We don't want to be
exactly.
disrespected. That's what you've held.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm with you, and I hope I'm not
All right.
making you feel like I'm against you.
Okay. Thank you, dear. Okay. 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 Because now I feel like I'm about to be okay. Okay. Okay, sister, I'm trying to work with you, but yeah. Okay, I'm trying to be patient, but you know, she's kind of just, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. You're just talking over. So I feel like certain things are going in one ear and out the other. So yeah, I don't want to talk and things are going in one ear and out the other. And yeah, okay. All right. I like for the things to be constructive. I want it to be constructive. She's just saying things and then, oh, I didn't mean it like, okay. I don't want to do that. All right. Adrian, turn your microphone on, ma'am.
How you doing, Tariq?
Hi, Adrian. How are you, dear?
I'm doing great, man. Long-time supporter. I have all the movies. I have my Ogun juice.
Good.
I donated to the museum. Waiting on the new Maroon movie. I know it's gonna be dope. I just wanted to just speak on the FBA lineage for a second, if I may.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So I am foundational Black American. Both my husband and I are. I grew up outside of Cleveland. My husband's from Dallas. I listened to a couple of the spaces where people were saying things like, "Oh, well, Black Americans, like we don't care about what's going on in other places." I don't think it's that we don't care. I think it's that we understand that other people's fights aren't our fights. That's not our business. Like I'm not going to inject myself into any type of reparations claim that people in another country are having. That's not any of my business. But somehow the opposite doesn't seem to happen. People come here and inject themselves in conversations that we're having. And it just feels like you don't really have a right to do that. I live in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, have a lot of friends, a lot of sorority sisters from the Caribbean. One of my homegirls from Haiti, she and I were talking about it. I had shared 1804 with her, and she totally understood. Like, and she, when she and I were discussing it, it was like, hey, if you all ever get into a reparations conversation with France, I can't jump in that conversation just because I'm Black. And
Right.
she totally understand that. Nobody else has a right to get in that conversation with France except those Haitian people.
Mm-hmm.
My other homegirls that are from like Jamaica, Trinidad, they didn't really get it. They were on some, well, hey, we're all Black and blah, blah, blah. And so I told them, I was like, look, if I retired tomorrow and I decided to go down to Kingston and open up a coconut stand, if y'all enter into a conversation of reparations with Great Britain, I can't jump in that conversation just because I'm Black and I happen to live there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't descend from there.
Yeah.
I descend from here. And the thing about it is I not only do Black Americans understand that, but I don't think people in those places would take too kindly to us doing that. Hence
Absolutely.
hence the whole CARICOM thing, right?
Yeah.
That we're not allowed to be involved in, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's not that, hey, we don't love y'all, we don't want y'all, we're trying to be divisive. It's just reparations is for something that is very specific, that happened to a specific group of people in a specific place, this land. You speak a lot about going back to the 1870 census. I just wanted to share with the family some other tools that I use besides just that. I was able to take my father's lineage, I found all the way back to 1790 in Virginia. And I
Mm.
found my mother's all the way back to 1800. So I just wanted to share with the family, in addition to the census. Now, for full disclosure, my grandfather, my mom's dad, one of his younger brothers back in the 80s did a whole comprehensive family history on us. Our oldest and living elder at the time, my great great grandmother, was 104. She was born in the 1880s.
Yeah.
This was the 1980s. She was the one that was able to tell the family her parents were born in the 1850s and were slaves in Alabama. Lo and behold, I'm looking this up and kind of taking this on for my family, searching on Ancestry and searching the records, and she was absolutely correct. So don't, number one, We are an oral people.
Right.
Don't discount oral history, right? I know a lot of people seem to have a problem with you saying that some of us even were part of the Aboriginal people.
Right.
We've kind of, and I remember that thing with I don't know if it was that Skip Gates thing with Chris Rock, and he was like, "Oh, I thought in our family they say we were Native American," and it was like, "No, no, no, that's not true. That's an urban legend. All Black people say that." No, that's not an urban legend.
Right.
That's real oral history. You can't discount that,
Exactly.
right?
Skip the Truth Gates is man. We can get on him. That's another conversation. Skip.
But I do remember that episode that you were talking about where Chris Rock was like, "Oh, I always thought I was Native." He's like, "No, no, 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 you're not Native. That's just something Black people say."
Right.
Don't discount that. Also, I would look at birth certificates. Sometimes it's really, really hard when you're dealing with people who are born like the 1800s. A lot of our Black ancestors were born at home. Sometimes they may be off on the year they were born. But if you can find birth certificates, great. If not, if you found someone that was born in the 1800s but died in the 1900s, so last century, 20th century, on their death certificate, it may list place of birth. Also,
Yeah.
marriage licenses. I found that in my family as well. One of my granddad's sisters, she got married really young, so their parents had to sign. On my great grandparents' thing, it asked for their place of birth, which was listed as Alabama. You can look at Civil War draft cards. You'll see, colored infantry, colored battalion, and then it had, side of the war, Union, a
Yeah.
place of birth, Georgia. So you'll see that. You could see slave schedules. This was very interesting. I found the slave schedules are done by county, not city. A lot of the cities that we know now did not exist back then.
Yeah.
So it's done by county. So if you look up your family last name, like I did, okay, and my family happened to be from this particular side of my mom's family is from Wilcox County, Alabama, which is Camden. Back then, I have to look up Wilcox County. Camden, as the city that we know now, did not exist back then. So I was able, you can cross reference, okay, these are the slave schedules. If you see a plantation owner with your family name in that area, then yeah, you can logically deduce that you came from there. So it's intellectually dishonest when people act like it's such a insurmountable feat to find out who's FBA and who's not. No, it isn't, because I found it. And I'm not a professional genealogist. I know you had a girl on the space the other day that said that, but I'm not a professional genealogist. I was able to find all this out with an ancestry.com account and some time on my hands.
Exactly.
So I just wanted to add that in addition to the census, I just wanted to add that for the family, some of the other tools that I use to go back even further.
Exactly. Thank you so much, beloved. Let me touch on that.
Thanks.
Absolutely. It is not that hard to find out your lineage. People try to make it seem like rocket science. Man, you can go to Ancestry, log on right now, and just look at some old census records. You'll find out if your family is on the damn 1870 census within an hour. And it's interesting when other people who are not FBA who try to tell us about our lineage. How the hell are you going to tell us what we are and what we're not? We know what our lineage is. We know where we go back to. And look, we've been on this land for centuries. All right. This is our land, ladies and gentlemen. It were Black people who were brought over from Africa who were mixed in with the Black Aboriginal people. And when people come in our spaces trying to tell us that we don't have Aboriginal ancestry and there were no Black Aboriginals, these are people who are trolling. You understand? Nobody's going to tell us about our lineage. Like our sister said, we have oral traditions. We have grandmothers and grandfathers that we sat up and talked to, and they will tell you, listen, I lived in Alabama as a kid. Do y'all know how many full-blooded jet black Native Americans that I saw growing up down in Alabama? Oh, you had old, elderly, black-skinned people who were classified as Negro, but when you looked at their paperwork, they were actually full-blooded Native Americans, all in Alabama. Even places like Tuscaloosa, which is right outside Birmingham, that's named after a Black Native American. Tuscaloosa means Black warrior. There were Black Native Americans all through Alabama, all through Florida, all through Mississippi, all through Louisiana. Very well documented. And I've seen these people with my own eyes, black-skinned Native Americans growing up as a kid, seeing old, elderly, black-skinned Native American people. So I'm not going to have anybody from some other culture tell us what we didn't or did not see. Did or did not see. Let's get some more people in here. We know our lineage. We know who we are. All right, let's get this person. Who is this person here? Mega Claricita. I think that's your name. Let's try you in here. Let's try you. And then we'll get some other people on. Meg Claricita, I think that's your name. Turn your microphone on and unmute your microphone if you can.
Thank you, thank you. I just happened across this room and I looked up your name and your book, and it's wow. This is really a different kind of angle. I'm really realizing the past few years that my education I thought was supposed to be fantastic, but I'm really missing a lot of history. I'm really missing a lot of the truth. And what are some of the, I guess my question would be kind of be looking at your book, which by the way, I'm definitely getting. What motivated you to write this book? And what are maybe like one of the takeaways that you would want readers to have, please?
Okay, great. And by the way, Meg, where are you from, by the way?
LA.
Okay, you have an Irish accent sounding like. Where's your family from?
No. I went to school abroad.
Oh, okay. Now, where's your family from? Where did they immigrate from to the United States?
Oh, well, my father is a mutt from Eastern Europe and Asia. My mother is WASP, White Anglo-Saxon Protestant, came here 1630.
Got it. Okay, so the book really is talking about my experience understanding racism growing up as a child, and I give my opinions about certain racial, societal politics and cultural norms that we see, so that people can understand how systematic racism works. Because systematic racism dominates every area of activity. It's a constant in our lives, but it's hidden in certain ways where it's disguised, where it doesn't look like it's there, but it's still there. It keeps popping up its head. So I just give the readers some of the tools to navigate and see where a lot of systematic racism is hidden in our society, and usually hidden in plain sight. So that's the best assessment I can give about it. I think if you read the book, you'll kind of get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, no, that definitely. I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking, okay, this is. Well, yes, I I know. I wish I could find more. Well, I'll search up online and maybe find some little bits and kind of be like, okay, get an idea of what it.
Thank you. Okay, all right. She's very jittery. Okay, all right. Just get the book, ma'am. Just get the book and read, ma'am. Okay, I don't know what you got going on. Okay, all right. She's very jittery. I hope she's not over there drinking coffee at the pipe or whatever. All right, what's up? We have Stuart McCann. Stuart McCann.
Well, actually, it's pronounced McCann. McCann.
There you go. How are you?
I'm really well. Thank you for letting me speak. I really do appreciate that. Just so that everyone who's listening knows, I do have an African heritage. You wouldn't know it by looking at me. But my grandmother was an 8th African. And I did go on Ancestry. My sister found someone who was related to my grandmother, who actually knew of the family. And this woman was of advanced years. She wouldn't tell us anything.
Wait, so your grandmother was African?
An 8th, yes.
She was part African. Small percentage of African. Got it.
12%. Well, I don't know. I really don't want to put, labels on it at all. But again, she had an African heritage. You certainly couldn't talk to her about it because she was born around the turn of the century.
So she was passing for white.
Yes, sure.
Right. Okay.
The only thing that really gave her away was the texture of her hair.
Yeah.
Okay. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, Anyhow, have a daughter who's her mother is from China, Taiwan.
Okay.
My son-in-law is from Puerto Rico. Now, as you can see from my picture, my girlfriend is an African American.
Where's she from?
Where's she from? Maryland, I guess.
She looks foreign. I'm looking at the picture, and she doesn't look FBA. She looks foreign.
Well, come on now. I mean, we all know that when you're looking at people from Africa, they all have different features. Now, a lot of people who are African Americans are descended from people from West Africa, right?
That's
by and large, right?
Not really, but go
I'm
ahead.
just saying by and large. She's actually descended from people from Central Africa. All right?
Okay. Was she a descendant of slaves in America?
Well, probably, and I could be too, right? If you think about it.
Yeah, you could
I
be.
could very well be, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, the point I'm trying to make is that I've actually had to deal with issues of race with raising my daughter. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, personally, I really think that as a nation, we're all way too hung up on issues of race.
Why are we hung up on issues of race?
Well, because if you look at someone who, all right, so a lot of people, well, keep laughing all you want. Like,
No, forget about
all
him. It's just talk. You forget
all right,
about him.
listen. I mean, what's African? What is black? Black really is someone who's not passing for white, right? And I know for a fact that if you really look at people who are quote unquote, they call themselves Black Americans, they're not 100% African.
Right.
All right.
That's why the term foundational Black American, because we have a distinct lineage.
Exactly.
Because everybody comes from Africa at one point, but we foundational Black Americans, we have a very unique lineage to this land.
Yes.
So,
right. And I agree with you 100%. All right. We're in complete and total agreement.
Right.
All right. But really, I think, my girlfriend, she's grew up in a rural America amongst a group of people that were predominantly white Americans. Both her
Okay.
parents have PhDs. She wound up being, she is very well spoken.
Mm-hmm.
And, she went to an historically Black college, Morgan State College, because she wanted to get in touch with her roots.
Okay.
The irony is, she was literally told that she wasn't Black enough because she was well spoken.
Let's stop that lie. That's a lie that a lot of white supremacists like to promote.
No.
Stop.
She actually got that from people who are at the college.
That's not what it is.
Yes,
sir.
it is. What is it?
Are you saying that the Black people at that HBCU were not well spoken?
Would you please give me the benefit of the doubt, Tariq?
But sir, if you're going to spew a falsehood that Black people who are well spoken are looked as outliers of Black society, that's just not true.
Please, Tariq. I'm not making this up. This is what she told me. It's not coming from me.
Sir, the reason they didn't want to rock with her is because they probably thought she was a bed wench. Meaning that a bed wench, meaning a person who gets with white people like yourself who may or may be suspected of being a white supremacist and takes on that ideology and brings that ideology to Black society. That's the problem they had with her. They probably thought she was a bed wench.
All right, you're making assumptions, Tariq.
I'm making what, sir?
assumptions.
I am making an assumption. I'm not
You are making assumptions. And again,
for
I
fact.
really think that even within white society and black society, we're all way too hung up on it. And we all make assumptions that
Why
aren't necessarily valid.
shouldn't we be?
Why shouldn't we be?
Right.
Well, because a lot of the things that both sides assume just simply aren't true.
Let's go back. Again, let's unpack some of this stuff, because I asked if your lady was a descendant of slaves in America, and you said you don't know. That means she's most likely not. You know whether or not you are a descendant of slaves in America. So sounds like your lady comes from an immigrant background.
No.
That's what it sounds.
She doesn't. I never asked her. And the reason why I never asked her is because I really don't feel that it's all that important.
If you didn't ask her, how do you know?
Tariq,
and
that's what I'm saying, is that you're making a
Stewart, I'm looking at her picture. She doesn't look like a foundational Black American. I'm saying this from my observation as a full-blooded foundational Black American. Your lady doesn't look like she's a foundational Black American. Also, what makes me think she's not, the fact that she grew up the only Black family in a white neighborhood. That's usually not the case for foundational Black Americans. Usually,
her family is from Baltimore.
Uh-huh.
They moved to Maryland to get away from Baltimore. All right. She is herself. I literally gave her for a Christmas present a DNA test.
We're not talking DNA. Listen, DNA doesn't distinguish what ethnic group you're from. Okay?
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. 100%.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does too.
It doesn't.
Most of her blood comes from Central Africa.
A lot of people's blood comes from Central Africa.
And I've been to Central Africa.
Sir, Stuart, slow down. Sir, your DNA says you come from Africa too, doesn't it?
Everyone's DNA comes from Africa.
All right. You just repeated what I said, Stuart. All right. You're repeating what I'm saying, sir. So now we agree. Everybody's DNA comes from Africa. So that cannot differentiate between different tribes or ethnic groups. So it sounds like your lady is a non-FBA person. Okay? Because people who run around here talking about nobody wanted to rock with them because they were so articulate, foundational Black Americans usually don't talk like that.
You know something? They do.
No,
that actually happened to her throughout her upbringing.
Okay.
And she shared that with me.
Okay.
I'm not making this stuff up.
Stuart, slow down. You're talking to a foundational Black American. Most of us know how to speak articulately. A person talking articulately is not going to make us stay away from them. We have so many articulate foundational Black Americans. This whole narrative that we're talking some type of slave gibberish is rooted in white supremacist ideology, sir.
You know something? I don't buy that at all.
Okay.
I don't.
Do you
I don't.
Okay. So you're saying that most Black people are not articulate. Is that what you're saying, Stuart?
I'm not saying that at all.
Then what are you saying, Stuart?
You know something? I really suspect that because I'm a white man.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord, do you too?
What is it, sir? I got to hear this. What do I suspect, Stuart? Stuart, I'm going to ask you again. Do you think that most foundational Black Americans are not articulate?
Hell no, I don't.
Then why did you make a point to say that your lady went to an HBCU and Black people didn't rock with her because she was so articulate?
That was something that she brought up, not something that I brought up.
Okay.
All right. This is not something that I'm making up.
Okay, so what? And the point of that is what? What's the point of that? Let's roll with your narrative.
I'm
They
just
didn't like
saying. I'm
articulate.
just saying that, as Americans, right, both, every race is way too hung up on their race. And really, the way that I feel is that we should be looking at each other as human beings,
Okay,
people.
okay, let's slow down because I don't want to get into catchphrasism. I still want to get on this articulation thing. Let's roll with the articulation narrative. Let's just roll with it. Let's say a significant portion of Black Americans are just not as articulate as your lady. Let's roll with that. Why do you think that is?
I really don't know. All
Let
right. I really don't understand
okay.
that at all. All right. Now, let me tell you something. I know a lot of people who are, as you would classify them as white Americans. And I really don't consider them all that articulate either.
I know.
All right.
But
So don't assume. All right. It seems like you're making assumptions here. That's the impression that I'm left.
Stuart, I'm just asking questions based on what you said, sir. I'm not, this is why I'm asking. I'm asking questions to get clarity. I'm not making assumptions. I'm asking
Okay.
a question. Everything has been a question. I have not accused or pointed my finger. I just want more clarity. This is why I asked. And you make,
Okay.
and sir, you made a point. This was you. I didn't bring this up. You said that your lady went to an HBCU, and because she is so well spoken, the people look down upon her, meaning that the people looking down upon her were not well spoken. Okay.
Right. They asked why she didn't sound Black.
Okay.
All right. Even in high school, when she went to a school that was more diverse, a lot of the students who were African American felt that she should automatically be associating with them. Why is she hanging out with people that are Caucasian?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is that she grew up with them.
Okay.
All right. So when I say that people are way too hung up on race, and I truly do say this.
So the Black people are the ones who are hung up on race. Is that's what you're
No,
trying to say?
I'm just saying we're all hung up on race. Because as someone who has lived in white society my whole entire life, there are.
Wait, Stuart. Are you trying to say that there is a comparative hanging up on race that Black people have with white society? Because Black people are victims of systematic white supremacy. How is that comparative to any type of Black bigotry? Are you trying to say there is some form of Black bigotry that's comparative to systematic global white supremacy?
No,
Okay.
not at all. And when
So,
I say that we're hung up on race, I actually do feel that people who are white are also hung up on race for whatever point of view that they may have. It's varied.
so why not you emphasize the violent, genocidal, systematic white supremacy that we are subjected to as Black people instead of pointing the finger of comparative Black bigotry at Black folks at an HBCU who you said had a problem with your lady? Because you made a point to emphasize them instead of the white supremacist dominated court system, the white supremacist
Okay, listen,
education
please
system.
stop. First
Stop.
off, I acknowledge all that.
You haven't, sir.
I will. I am. All
Okay.
right. And it's wrong.
Okay.
All right. What I'm saying is that amongst white society and black society, there's groupthink. And that's a problem.
Groupthink?
I mean, why this guy
Yeah,
sound like the
groupthink.
eye drop commercial, man?
The only groupthink we have in black society is how do we stop being victimized by white supremacy? That's our groupthink. Right?
So, okay, please explain to me white supremacy. In a lot of situations these days, there's a lot of opportunities for you now.
Really?
Yeah.
Of course. Okay, what opportunities do we have that cannot be reversed and undermined by the white supremacists in 3 minutes flat? Name any opportunity that any black person has that will not or cannot be undermined by white supremacists at the drop of a hat. Name one.
All right. First off, you're making the assumption that I can snap my fingers and immediately everyone will have, everything will be okay. And you know what?
Stuart, let's try it again. You said everybody has opportunities. So I'm asking you, what opportunities do black people have that the white supremacists who run everything cannot destroy, undermine, or reverse at the snap of a finger? What are those opportunities?
Well, thank you, Tariq, for falling into my trap.
Oh,
the
you
white supremacists who run everything.
Mm-hmm.
You certainly. Why is it that makes you say that, Tariq? The white supremacists that run everything.
Because they said it.
Tariq, that's another thing.
That's crazy as hell.
I'd just like to dispel.
Okay.
First off, I don't wake up every morning thinking about how I can keep you down. And a lot of other people who are white.
Let me stop you right there. I don't think every morning.
Stop muting me.
Okay, but because
you don't let me finish.
I want to unpack.
Let me finish.
But we gotta
let
unpack.
me finish.
Okay, hold on, Stuart. Slow down, Stuart. You're gonna get your time, but we're gonna have to unpack everything. We gotta slow roast this thing. Let's take it slow, Stuart. I'm gonna let you talk. I want to unpack everything you're saying, Stuart. Now, let me touch on what you just said first, and I'm gonna let you speak. All right. You said you don't wake up every day thinking about how to keep us down. Sir, I don't wake up every day thinking about how to keep my food cold because I have a refrigerator set up that does it for me. So I don't have to think about it. It's on automatic pilot. And that's what systematic white supremacy is. The system is automatically designed to oppress us, so it's running on autopilot right now. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, please, Tariq. You're right. There are.
Hey, let's stop it right there.
Where there is institutional racism.
Okay. I think that's a good way to stop it right there. A good place to stop it right there.
I understand that. And I understand.
All right, we got Tayshawn and Tyron in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Hey, brothers. We've been listening to Tariq Nasheed speak to different people, man, and voicing their opinions, as well as he expressing, counter information, so to speak, back, and he was correcting some misconceptions. But from my perspective, and a lot of other people's perspective, as I'm looking at the chat room, that he was saying some stuff that was wrong. So can you brothers kind of clear some stuff up for everybody?
Oh, what's good? What's good? So basically, Tariq Nasheed, he kept going all back and forth saying, we all come from Africa, and the guy said, oh, you can use DNA to trace a tribe somewhere in Africa, which we all know that out of Africa theory shit is not real. And Tariq Nasheed is straddling on the fence between the Darwinism and saying that he an Aborigine and claiming that he a Zambo hybrid between a American Indian and an African and some black Europeans. That's what I got out of the whole conversation of him going back and forth with these Europeans that got on the panel and some of these Africans.
Don't some people in around here teach that same thing though, brother? That niggas is mixed. It's like, ain't that the making of a rat? I mean, making of an African
They
American
keep
brother?
promoting that we are black Americans is a hybrid and not their own fucking ethnic group. And that's what that Ethiopian that said he from Australia was trying to get across, is that black Americans are our own group. We're not related to Africans whatsoever. We're culturally not tied to Africa. You see what I mean? Because this idiot, he just want to cash in on the American Indian paradigm, but also promote that Pan African ideology because he still got them African followers that give his business ventures funding to do what he want to do, which is travel. That's what I get from that whole video. Now, I don't even think Tariq Nasheed need to holler at no Dane Calloway. Dane ain't no researcher. He'll just sit up there and point out some Freemason shit with Slow Brown instead of breaking down his whole Middle Passage bullshit. I don't think Tariq Nasheed it should be even a speaker or for the paradigm that we're trying to push forward, because that dude is an opportunist as well, and he can't be calling no African scammers when he out here scamming people with a museum and telling misinformation.
Hey, peace to the God, man. We got Libra Son in the building. What up, though, bro?
What's good? Peace to the gods and goddesses.
We got Black
America the
as well
great.
as back in the building.
Peace.
What's happening? Hey, Libra, you got the floor, man. Then we got Black gonna come in up to you, man. What you got, man? How you feeling today?
All good, man. I'm at work, man, so I'm kind of in and out. But
That's all good.
but yeah, go ahead and let Black do his spiel, man. I'll try to chime in when I can.
I just wanted to clarify. Are you gentlemen saying that the Atlantic slave trade never happened? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Well,
did the Atlantic slave trade happen or not? It happened, but it ain't bring that many Africans over here. When you actually look at the numbers,
How many think came?
A very small proportion when it comes to the United States. Europeans already had majority Indians at their disposal, plus their own peasants that they were kicking out of Europe to bring over here to die. So
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because anybody that denies the Atlantic slave trade, which is one of the greatest tragedies in human history, I gotta know who you're working for.
According to who?
Well, we working for Black.
Hold up, Tyron. Hold up, Tyron.
Right.
Let me get this. According to who? What you mean? What you mean by that, bro?
As far as what?
You talking about the greatest tragedy? What the hell are you talking about?
The Atlantic slave trade.
Okay, what about the tragedy that happened on the mainland? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
That's all connected.
How long did the slave trade last?
Maybe from the 1400s to 1800s, like 400 years.
Man, you
For
tripping.
400 years, the African wasn't even a part of the Middle Passage. They only arrived in the recent 200. For the
They
most
came.
part, it was Indians that were the slaves, and the alleged Africans that was over here, such as the Moors, they were helping the European colonize the land.
So what are
And
these
at that
black Indians?
400, from half of the 400 years, it was the Indian that was being called the nigger. The
And where
African wasn't even being called a nigger yet. He was called a Moor.
And where these black Indians come from?
Where these black Indians come from? You already had them here. They was Australoid in phenotype.
So
They look like black Americans that you see today.
They just grew out the
What you talking
ground in
about?
North America.
Yeah, they were already in North America, South America,
How'd they get
and
to North
even
America,
in
South America?
Canada.
Where'd they come from? Where'd they come from?
There's
Hold up,
already
bro.
other
Listen,
land. They didn't come from
Tyron,
anywhere.
Tyron, don't waste your time with this brother, man. He keep asking the same shit every
He's
goddamn
gonna
night.
keep on asking that out of Africa theory, and that's his whole methodology.
If you
The
need
out
to
of
know how
Africa
many
theory,
people came here, go research it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I mean, come
The
on,
out of
man. Don't.
Africa theory, that's not science. That's a theory. That's not real
Oh man, I
human
forgot I
history.
talked to you before, man. You saying that Africa's not?
Well,
It's not.
black. What West
That's
African
pseudo.
or
It's pseudo
any
time.
Wait, let me
ethnic
talk to
group
Libra
that
something real
walk out of
quick.
Africa?
What's pseudo about the out of Africa theory?
What period? Hold up, black. What
It's
period?
pseudoscience.
What's
West
pseudo about it?
Africans or any African group walk out of Africa and people the Americas? What period?
They got here 15,000 years ago.
Oh man, you
Which
tripping.
ethnic group? Which African ethnic group got
No,
here? Because
they weren't
15,000 years ago, those Bantu
They
phenotype
weren't
people or
African anymore.
Ethiopian people, they wasn't even living in Africa.
No, they
The
weren't
people
African
that was
anymore.
living in Africa, the quote unquote close to human individuals that
No,
was living in Africa, the
15
beings that was living in Africa, it was Australopithecus, ape men, and Neanderthals.
No, the 15,000
That out of
years
Africa
ago, it
theory
was
does
the
not explain where the Bantu, the Caucasoid, Hamite, Ethiopian, all these other groups that you say that are the Aborigines of Africa, they themselves don't say that they originate in Africa. They say that they come from Asia.
the Native Americans. They came from Asia. Yeah, they came from Siberia
Come
area.
on, man. The Native Americans, that's not the first American. They not. Matter of fact, that ain't even a word. That's the European calling themselves more entitled to this landmass than the American Indian Aborigine that was already of the land. They only use that Native American term as a politically correct term to refer to a mongoloid phenotype individual that they brought in to usurp the Aboriginal Negroid people of the land.
But your concept
That's where
doesn't
the
make
term
any
Native
sense.
American come from. That's just a politically correct label, just like African American. That's a politically correct label that they inserted onto the masses.
But your evidence, the evidence doesn't back up what you're saying, so it's kind of
How doesn't the evidence back up from what we are saying?
because
the evidence shows us
why?
that
Okay,
a Native American is a nativist know nothing.
I'll put
That's
it
a
like this:
politically party.
the Native Americans, like I said, like I always say, they got their language, they got their culture, they practice it, they never forgot it.
Hear this argument again: the language, the practice. We have our practices.
What
We
do you
already
practice?
spoke the languages.
What tribe are you again?
My people are Muskogean. We are
Okay.
from
What
what
language
is
do you speak?
now called South Carolina. It used to be Chicora.
What language do you speak?
My language is Muskogean.
Are you fluent in it?
No, I'm learning it.
Your parents don't speak
Just like you got certain individuals within Africa that don't even speak their original language or speak the name of where they're from, the kingdoms like Wagado Mande or Luango or Ndongo, Nzambi, Ngolo. None of them niggas call they places that shit. They call it corporations like Angola or Sierra Leone or Liberia. People over there don't name, they use their original tongues.
Do your parents
They
speak your
use the
language?
tongue of the colonizer, right?
Do your parents speak the language?
No, they do not.
Do your grandparents speak the language?
No, they do not because of colonization, just like the African.
I still speak my
Dummy.
language. My parents still
No,
speak
you
their
don't.
language.
Okay, what's your language?
Like I said 1,000 times, it's called Gribble.
Gribble. Okay,
Yeah.
is that a Creole or is that the actual
That's
indigenous
for
language
people
with
that
no
have been there. They've been there
tainted
for
shit with
thousands of
from
years.
France or anything like that?
No, they've been there for thousands of years.
Been there for thousands of
So
years. Okay,
this is
why are you speaking English?
because I can speak English, but I know
No,
my
why do
language
you speak English though?
because we were colonized by America.
Yeah. So you get it now,
But
right?
why do I still have my language and culture? But your
Why
parents
do
and
we
your
have our
grandparents.
culture? Oh, you wanna know why we still got our culture? We do have it.
You said your grandparents don't speak the language. That's 3
Yeah,
generations
we don't
that don't
speak our
speak the language.
languages because Europeans took it over. Just like people in Sierra Leone, the indigenous
They
people in
speak their language
Bolama, they
too
don't
well.
speak their
They
fucking
still speak
language.
their
They
language.
speak fucking Creole. They speak a pidgin,
They
a
speak
lingua
English.
franca.
They
Most
speak
of Africans
speak
speak
their
lingua
language.
francas, right? Is it true that most Africans speak lingua francas?
No, there's several different dialects in every
No.
African country.
Is it true that Africans speak a lingua franca?
I don't even know what that is.
A lingua franca, you know Creole, right?
Yeah, I know what Creole is.
That's a lingua franca. That's a language of no native speaker. That's broken English or broken French or broken
No,
Portuguese
they
or
don't.
broken Spanish.
I never even heard of
That's
that.
illiterate European languages, right?
No, let me educate you real quick.
Hold up. Because I am somewhat of a novice. I know somewhat in African languages,
Let me
which
educate you.
those aren't even actually Aboriginal languages to that region, but those are deformed versions of Sanskrit from Asia.
So let me educate you real quick. So in a lot of African countries,
educate us, black, educate us.
Okay, so in a lot of African countries, they got the national language, which could be English, it could be French. That's the national language.
Lingua franca.
Just straight up English, and then
those are lingua francas.
Can you let me speak? And so every tribe has their own language. And there's an official language, but the tribes, even though they were colonized, kept their language. And no one forgot it. Everyone. Tell me one. Well, tell me what tribe. Which tribe doesn't know their language?
Oh, a lot of them. People within Nigeria, they speak fucking French.
Name them.
People within Nigeria speak French. Most of them niggas speak either Arabic.
No. Which ones forgot their language?
All of them, nigga. All of them. They all speak either French. They all either speak Arabic. Let me give you an example. People in Cameroon, the country of Cameroon, that's similar to the word Camarones, which is a Spanish word for shrimp.
What does that got to do with the fact that tribes still kept their language and culture?
Which that ties back into Indo-European, which you have an individual of East Indian descent saying that it goes back to their broken Tamil language for Kamanur. So that right there tells you that most African languages are not indigenous to that landmass, but it's indigenous to India or Asia. So how are you telling us? How you telling the Negro of America what our culture is, but other individuals outside of Africa telling you what's yours?
Again, so I'll try to say it to maybe slower so you can absorb it in your brain.
No. We get what you said. We get what you saying. You are over here being deflective, trying to promote an out of Africa theory.
Well, I'll tell you.
That's not proven to be facts.
I'll tell you how it works.
That's not proven to be fact, Brad.
I'll tell you how it works. You make the claim that my language came from Asia, so it's on you to provide the evidence.
Because it's a part of Indo-European.
Bring the evidence.
Sanskrit, all that shit is not Aboriginal to Africa.
Bring the evidence.
I can show you evidence. There's plenty of Africans that say, such as the Lebo tribe, which is within Senegal. They say they come from Hindustan, and without their culture, they can't have a history without including East Indian culture within it.
I just told you
the people of Mandinka, the Cabo people of Mandinka of Cabo, They themselves say that they don't even originate in Africa. They say that they come from Yemen.
You need to back it up. You're just talking. I'm telling you.
How am I talking? I can show you footage.
No.
Would
Show
you
me
like
that
to see
their
footage?
language came from another country.
talking about a video?
Would you like to see footage?
No, we want to
Because I
see
have the
sources. We
evidence.
don't want to see footage.
I can show you footage of West African griots telling you themselves that they do not come from Africa.
You got that footage from YouTube?
Yeah, let's see the footage. Or give the YouTube page so we can look at it. Because I'm
You
saying
want to see
footage of what?
It ain't nothing but a YouTube page.
See footage of what?
He's saying that he's got
Africans
footage
telling you
of
themselves
tribal
that they
people
do
from
not come
Africa.
from Africa.
That they didn't come from Africa. Are they black people?
Hold
Yes,
on.
they
Two
are
people
black.
talking at
They
one
are
time.
black
You said see
Africans.
footage of what?
Are they like black Africans?
Yes.
All right, so let's see the footage.
1 second.
What you asking? What are you asking for?
He's saying that he's got a tribe in Africa that claim they didn't come from Africa.
More than one tribe.
They came from Asia. Source it. Show the source. I never heard that.
Have you ever heard of the
He's going to talk about
Sentinelese?
We have one more name what jëm ci wàllu Lebu. And this knowledge came from the Lebus community. Ndax Lebu dañu am culture bu mag. And the Lebus, they have a big culture. Am cosaan bu mag. And they have a big tradition. Am diine aussi. And also they have a religion. Kon kenn waru waxtaane Lebu rek nga ñëw rek commencé Sénégal.
Man, AP played that shit like 2 months ago,
If you talk about
When
Lebu,
y'all
you
got your
cannot
own research?
from Senegal. You know,
I can't
because
understand what
Lebu
he's
doesn't
saying.
come from Senegal. Parce que suñu maam yi dañuy wax ne Lebu mu commencé ànd. Because his ancestors, they said Lebu is came from India. Parce que Lebu yi dëkkoon nañu Inde. Because the Lebu, they used to live in India. Suñu maam yi nee nañu Lebu yi def nañu 1000 ans en Inde. And his ancestors, they said the Lebus, they live, they stay in India for 1,000 years. Is that knowledge he's going to talk about today to share with the world. We have one boo xam ne mu ngi wàcc jëm ci wàllu Lebu. And this knowledge came from the Lebus community. Ndax Lebu dañu am culture bu mag. And the Lebus, they have a big culture. Am cosaan bu mag. And they have a big tradition. Am diine aussi. And also they have a religion. Kon kenn waru waxtaane Lebu rek nga ñëw rek commencé Sénégal parce que Lebu commencé wul Sénégal. So it doesn't mean, for example, if you're talking about Lebu, you cannot only start in Senegal, you know, because Lebu doesn't come from Senegal. Parce que suñu maam yi dañuy wax ne Lebu mu commencé Inde. Because his ancestors, they said Lebu is came from India. Parce que Lebu yi dëkkoon nañu Inde. Because the Lebu, they used to live in India. Suñu maam yi nee nañu Lebu yi def nañu 1000 ans en Inde. And his ancestors, they said the Lebus, they live, they stay in India for 1,000 years. Is that knowledge he's going to.
Okay, so that they're practicing Arabic culture. Okay.
That's not Arabic culture. That's him saying that they came from India. That's their oral history.
Okay.
Here's another African that says that their history started in Asia.
Well, I'm telling you that mine didn't. Hold on a second. That might be true for that tribe, but my tribe has been there for thousands of years, and we've never forgot our language ever.
That's cap.
What do you mean that's cap? How's that cap?
You from Nigeria, right?
Nope.
Where you from again, bro? Liberia?
California.
No, you from Nigeria. You're an immigrant, bro. Don't play this game. Where you from again? Nigeria, right?
I'll say it for the 20th time. I was born in California. My parents are from Liberia.
You're Liberia. So Liberia hasn't been there for thousands of years, dude.
The people have been there.
No, they haven't.
In Liberia, no, they haven't, bro.
Formerly, Bolama isolated. Nobody lived in that region for thousands of years.
Before the American Colonization Society went over there, That land was uninhabitable, bro. Like, come on,
That's
bro,
a
stop
lie.
playing.
This
No, it's
is
not.
making up story. I'm just
That's
telling
not a
you right
lie.
now. See, that's the problem. You
Like, come on,
ignorant
bro.
people. You telling the person that's from there their own history, but then you get mad when people try to tell
These
you
people ain't
that
even
you're
left
correct about
state.
your
They ain't even
history.
left their own state, and they telling people across the world what
Nigga,
shit
why the
going
fuck
on.
would I leave where the fuck why
You
the fuck would
know?
I leave my homeland unlike you fucking immigrants? That's your fucking issue. I'm here where I'm supposed to be at. You not.
But
You're not home.
I'm not an immigrant.
You're promoting false
You can
information.
take your ass home,
You
bro.
out here with fake news, man. Pull out
You know,
some real
you're saying
sources.
that
Stop
you're saying
pulling up
that a group of
YouTube videos.
people
Y'all niggas goofy as
didn't
hell,
exist
bro. Shut
until
the fuck
200
up.
years
What the
ago.
fuck is you talking about?
Do you
Niggas
understand how
immigrants
stupid
talking
that
shit.
sounds? You see how
Niggas
stupid that
immigrants
sounds?
talking shit.
Well, you're
So how y'all
lying.
sound? Y'all niggas immigrants, bro.
Who
You
an
an
immigrant?
immigrant. You
Who an
Liberian.
immigrant?
Lucky you a mixed breed, ain't you? You
What
mixed,
are you
ain't it?
talking about? A mixed breed, nigga? Fuck is you
What
talking
you is,
about?
Lucky? What's your nationality? Where you from?
Nigga, I'm from America. Green ass nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
Nigga, what's your nationality? What you mixed with?
What I mix with? I mix with Islander.
Where
Green ass.
your people from? Where's your people from?
They from South Carolina and from Puerto Rico. Lame ass nigga.
Okay, so you a mixed breed. You Puerto Rican
What is
too,
a
right?
mixed breed? What is a mixed
The
breed?
fuck is you talking
Explain on
about?
that.
You an immigrant too. How long
Expound
you
on
been?
that.
How long you
Expound
been in
on
South
that.
Carolina? How long
Expound
your
on
people
that.
been in South Carolina? How
Since
long have
before
your
your
people been
people
in South
ever
Carolina?
been past
No,
the
the hell they
1600s.
haven't. My people,
You
exactly.
sound
Mine too. So what the
silly.
fuck you talking about?
You
Mine
sound
too.
You got
So
the
silly.
what?
Confederate flag. That means you were a slave.
Nigga, you don't
You
even
That's
know
making
what that
horrible.
flag
assumptions and
mean,
you running
nigga.
off other niggas' information. You got to do your own research, Tashawn. You can't
Nigga,
use
you
other
haven't
people's
done no
information.
research. What research have you done, Lucky? You come up here talking this same African slave bullshit. Nigga, that shit is outdated at this
Who
point.
talking African slaves?
Nigga, y'all
Y'all
niggas
niggas said that
trash.
shit didn't exist, bro. We
Exactly.
clearing
You
the
hate this
air.
flag because
We
you think
clearing
you're a
the
fucking
air, bro.
African, bro.
We stopping the
The
slow
fuck is you
because
talking
y'all
about?
fucking it up for real niggas, bro.
Man, you ain't stop, man. Ain't nobody stopping shit. Go get your reparations, bro. Go spit in the tube, take that DNA test to court, and get your reparations. We ain't stopping shit from y'all
You
niggas.
right.
Stop bitching. Stop
That's
fucking crying.
what
Go
we
do the
talking
work,
about.
nigga. All
Y'all
right
niggas
then.
This
Stop crying. Go
dude
do the work.
Tashawn must be an
Stop
agent.
crying and go do the work,
Right.
nigga.
He the nigga who all
Anyone
upset.
that denies the slave trade is an agent.
Nigga,
Any nigga who
you a
denied the
fucking
slave
immigrant.
trade.
You're an immigrant. You're an immigrant. You the
Can you
main
spell
agent,
immigrant?
fool.
Can you spell immigrant? I don't think so.
BLAK.
Yeah, you can't spell it. You like I said,
Yeah,
I think I talked to you before.
BLAK.
You're the one that got the first day
BLAK.
education. I remember you now.
BLAK. BLAK.
What state are you from? You sound country as
The
hell.
fuck you talking? I'm from South Carolina, nigga.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You know what you sound like?
Nigga
A
say
gay ass
I'm mixed with
immigrant.
Islander. Nigga,
You
the
sound like a gay immigrant. That's what you sound like.
Are you married to your cousin?
Fuck is you talking about,
South
bro?
Carolina? Are your parents siblings? Well, tell me what's going
Did your parents flee from Liberia because they was getting their ass beat by some Chinese people? Is that why you over here? That's why your people fled? Like I fucking thought. What the fuck is you talking about?
Ni wale watu wa asili, yani wale.
Here in Kenya, we are indigenous community because we have been here for a long time.
Jamii ya watu ilitokea kule Yemen.
But we came originally from Yemen, then came to Africa.
Wengine waka cross the Red Sea.
Others crossed the Red Sea and settled in Ethiopia,
Of which Ethiopia watu wamesettle kwa wingi.
where many settled, after which we dispersed.
Wengine wakaingia Kenya.
Others ended up in Kenya.
Kwa wakati huu wata wana
Presently, Waata are found in the coast region from Tana River,
Lamu kwa uchache,
Lamu, even though in relatively few members,
Kwale,
Kilifi, Kwale, Taita. That's where they are
huko
found.
ndo wanapatikana.
In the northern areas of Marsabit and Isiolo are also found Waata.
Jamii ni wale watu wa asili, yani wale.
Here in Kenya, we are indigenous community because we have been here for a long time.
Jamii ya watu ilitokea kule Yemen.
But we came originally from Yemen, then came to Africa.
Wengine waka cross the Red Sea.
Others.
Now that was the Wata tribe that was saying that they come from Yemen. So how are Africans aboriginal to Africa? Is another tribe.
Yeah. What I know about Chaminuga, it's a long story of Chaminuga. Chaminuga's body was surviving in Persia. Do you know Persia? That's where most black people came from. Because these southern countries were not living people, they was just forests. The time people began to travel, they came from Persia. They was led by the voice of a bird which was flying. That bird was showing them directions to go, and the goals of praying to the other.
Mic check.
A woman of the Temne people of northern Sierra Leone. She and her neighbors know nothing of the long years of hardship for African Americans, of slavery. In fact, only now is Cardiatu learning that many Americans are black.
Then go there, they take slave from Sierra Leone and share them go yonder. Then born picking. So say now they say don't turn away. What is remarkable for us here in Sierra Leone is that these Gullah people have preserved so much language and cultural heritage from this country. Now, how did that happen?
Opala is currently elected at Kura Bay College, the oldest university in sub-Saharan Africa. He now teaches the history that he and others are uncovering.
During this period.
Now notice how they fabricating shit, and these Africans that's like regular citizens don't know shit about Africa. They don't know nothing about no slave trade happening over there in Africa, but they trying to figure out a connection between Black American culture and African culture, which goes back into that whole Melville Herskovitz myth of the Negro past, which Black and Lucky Guzman got on the panel trying to regurgitate.
The only problem is I'm actually African, so you can have
only nigga who regurgitating is
Tyrone regurgitating those little passages happening.
And so
you the
again,
only nigga up here regurgitating.
There's nothing
AP
regurgitating
Ben
because
played
I
that
have
shit,
my
nigga.
own culture.
I'm
You know,
gonna
so-
ask y'all again. If we over here lying, if we pseudo, why the fuck y'all over here every day? Go take your DNA test, go spit in the tube, send that bitch off, get your results, and go argue with the crackers. Y'all niggas full
See,
of shit.
it's
Y'all
it's
niggas
funny
retarded as
you
fuck,
think
bro.
you can get
Bro,
somebody's
it's a
orders.
whole
Y'all niggas
I
some
do
fucking
this
dumbass
because I
niggas, bro.
can, and there's nothing you
Y'all
can
over
do
here
about
every
it.
day
That's
talking
why
about nothing. You ain't talking
you
about
got
shit.
no control over
Black,
nothing. You're
you an
talking,
immigrant, bitch. You an immigrant,
and I'm
bro.
here,
Don't talk to me. You a
and I'm
fucking
here. What are you
immigrant.
gonna do? You
You
can't
an
do nothing.
immigrant.
So shut up.
You an immigrant, bro.
Finish elementary school
The
and then
fuck is
come
you
talk to
talking
me.
about? You a fucking gay Liberian, man. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Then what am I doing with your moms?
The fuck is you talking about? Your weak ass daddy fled. Your daddy was a bitch, so he left, bro. Get the fuck out of here talking with that
You
tough
too
shit, dude.
emotional, man. You too emotional.
Way
Nah,
too
I'm just not about. I'm not the one. I'm not the one who gonna sit up here and play with y'all niggas, bro. Yeah, you could do all
Shut
that, but you
up.
still a fucking African that fled, bitch. You still an immigrant. You ain't in your homeland.
Sound like self-hate.
You ain't in your homeland, nigga.
Tyrone, stop
Nigga,
playing
you weak
that
as
shit,
fuck,
bro.
bro.
AP already played that shit, bro. Do your own research, nigga.
It's called propaganda. So
God
therefore,
damn.
all the tribes came from India. I mean, that's the kind of logic. If evidence was on your
When they
side,
do it,
and
yeah, they
facts
watch
are on
a
your
video,
side,
bro.
why you
After they
gotta
watch
do
the
this
video, that shit
fake
become
stuff
fact.
like this?
Don't know. Everybody on this fucking earth came from fucking Africa.
In Asia.
Because his ancestor, they said, is came from India.
3 clans left the Kaaba from Saudi Arabia.
So, for those of you that don't know, everybody on this fucking earth came from fucking Africa.
So tell us again how we come from Africa.
That's so
It's called
much scholarship
propaganda.
in that video. So much scholarship in that one video. I don't know how you do it.
No, these are 3 different African tribes telling you that they don't come from Africa. So how does everybody originate in Africa?
That's like a goddamn.
Explain this shit. If all that came from Africa, how come you got African tribes saying that y'all didn't?
So Tyrone, why are you making them the authority? So you're appealing to authority?
No, these are your Africans. This is sacred Africa.
Hold on. Why are
This
you
is
appealing
sacred
to
Africa.
authority?
This is sacred Africa telling you that the out of Africa theory ain't real.
Oh, shut
No.
the fuck up.
Why are you appealing authority when you know that's a
The
logical fallacy?
Black and Lucky, Mr. Lucky and
That shit is
Mr. Black,
retarded.
explain this shit. How are African griots telling y'all that the out of Africa theory ain't real?
What I look like explaining an Instagram video. My nigga, that ain't
Explain that
scholarship.
shit. No,
Bro.
these are African
You just pulled that
griots.
shit up because AP had that shit.
These are African griots.
Stop standing
They
on the
have
shoulders
more
of other
authority
men, bro.
over
That shit
your
look
history
lame.
than you.
Yo, but so
You are
Lucky, check it out.
algorithm scholars. These
Nigga, pull up
are
an
your
Instagram
Africans
video
telling
telling
your
me to make
oral
that shit.
history.
So Lucky, well, listen. So if
These
we
your
use
Africans telling you that's your oral history not coming from Africa, it's coming from Asia.
Video and said that bit was some man. Get the fuck out of here, bro. God,
How's it fake, Lucky Guzman? How's it fake? They
hold on
referring
one
to you
second.
live from Africa, right?
So
The
look, we
pitch
can
of your
show.
voice is killing me, man.
We can show exactly.
Hold on, wait. Real quick.
Wrong.
Hold on. I got a question for Black and Lucky. Is the out of Africa hypothesis and the theory of evolution facts?
Pretty much, yeah.
Steve, you know I'm gonna tell you this is
It's
a
not.
straw
It's not
man,
a.
bro.
It's
Stop
not
doing
a.
this, Steve. Stop
It's
doing
not
this,
like
Steve.
a empirical
Hold on,
science.
one
It's
at a
always
time. One
been.
at a time. One at a
We
time.
having
One
a
at a
whole
time.
conversation.
But right now, yeah, that's the
This type
best.
of
That's the
conversation
best explanation
cause
for what
nonsense.
happened.
Wait. So wait. So the guy with the bachelor's degree, right?
In sociology, not biology or anthropology. Just
Okay,
make
so
that clear.
keep that in the back of your mind. Have that same energy because you don't have it in none of the things that we're talking about either. American
What do you have
history.
yours in? Oh,
I got
you
you,
made a
sir.
PhD.
Sir, I asked you a
forgot.
simple question. Are hypotheses and theories facts? You're saying pretty much.
No, I
That's
said evolution
That's an
and out of
argument from a
Africa
false
are
premise,
pretty
bro.
much
You're making a false premise
close
argument.
to fact.
what are they hypotheses and theories?
Listen,
We
evolution
already
is the
talked about this
foundation
already.
of biology.
Nah, but I need to get to the basis of this conversation because once again, if we know that they're theories, then we know what you're talking about is pseudo. So I don't know why we got to keep going back around. It's remedial for me because we're arguing with somebody that can't prove monkey people. You can't prove nothing that you're saying. And then
What language do your parents speak?
hold on. And then you tell Joe Rogan he's not an African when his people come right. People from Spain, people from what you call it, closer in proximity to what is called Africa than us. And so the
What
original
language do your
people there
parents
are
speak?
even, I got you. The original people there are even people of color. So once again, it's a
The way
system.
y'all thinking is crazy. So I'm closer to California than somebody in China, but that don't make me from California. Y'all niggas is
No. You're missing the point I'm trying to say.
No,
You're missing the point I'm trying to say. If everybody came out of Africa, then that makes Joe Rogan an African too.
Yeah, everyone's African.
Period. He just a fucking
mutant African, a mutant mutt. Huh?
So, what language do your parents speak?
Bro, hey man, don't come over here asking dumbass questions, bro.
What
come
language
on
do they speak?
American.
And what do your grandparents speak?
American.
So, what happened to your language?
We're speaking our language.
Again,
hey, what's the Gibo language? I got you, sir. I got you. What's the Gibo language?
Told you,
hey, because I told you I don't want to play. We're not playing semantics. So you're a Gibo, right? So it says that your people were the first people to encounter the American colonists and work against the and other indigenous tribes there. Is that true?
It could be true.
What you mean could be true? That means that your people were the first traders to your people there in Liberia. Do you understand that?
What makes you qualified to discuss gribble business?
What you mean? This is Wikipedia. This is y'all the seaside gribble. I got you. The seaside gribble. And listen. Remember I told you that that's not even your original name? You was like, you don't know what you're talking about? I said, yes, I do. You said, no, you don't. So that means I know more about your people than you know, sir.
Oh, so tell me about my people.
You don't know shit about them.
Tell me about my people.
I know that the gribble people are traitors.
Prove it.
I know that.
Prove it.
Huh?
Prove it.
What do you mean? We just pulled it up the other day. Your ass ran off.
Wikipedia is your source.
So why you over here? Why you over here worried about what power we got? I got you, sir. Our tribe don't have a disgraceful. Well, my tribe doesn't. So your tribe, the Gribble, are the first people, the first tribe who have still the long-standing relationship with the colonists. So your people work with the colonists, according to history, against the rest of the tribes who make up the majority of the people in Liberia. So that needs to be put into focus because you're running your mouth as if your people is not pieces of shit. I just wanted to point that out, bro. Like you can't come over here with this conversation talking about some shit you don't know nothing about. You know what I'm saying? And you have been socialized to push a certain narrative, even in your socialization. So you're not gonna have an independent thought because it was the way you think was placed in your head. And that's what we're talking about with Tariq Nasheed. When we're talking about the out of Africa, we're talking about everybody came from Africa except pale people. That doesn't make any sense. See what I'm saying? So it's cognitive dissonance. And once again, people love being losers. So to me, it's like you guys wake up saying, you know what, I want to lose today. And nothing that you're going to tell me is going to make me win. We only want to lose. And, you know, like I said, that's a problem with a lot of people around the planet. They lose because of the institutions and things that they look up to, church, school, all those things. So a lot of people like yourself, your people come over here and they put emphasis on their system. That hurts us. Say, well, you guys don't speak eloquently and all this other stuff. The pale skin, like he was doing something. You know what I'm saying? Because he had an upscale black woman. You know what I'm saying? But once again, we have a lot of hypocritical people that ride a wave when they're pushing other agendas, been pushing other agendas, that's alongside what they're pushing. So if they say you're African and you're a monkey, right? Do you identify with being a monkey?
He does, because if we are to believe that nappy hair evolved in Africa, what's this? I got a LA penguin on the screen with nappy hair for a fur coat. If we are to believe that apes evolved nappy hair, how come this penguin grew out nappy hair if we're supposed to believe in James Small's Pan-African theories that Negroids are exclusive to the African climate? UV rays shining down hot weather or some shit like that. If we're supposed to believe that our hair evolved from being in Africa, how come you got animals that live outside of Africa in cold environments with nappy hair, but none of the African animals within Africa has nappy hair? They all got straight hair. Explain this shit, Black. If we are to believe this out of Africa theory, you gotta show us apes with nappy hair.
What type of dumb logic? What type of dumb logic is that?
No.
That's what is retarded. That's retarded. No, stop.
It's called making an argument from a false premise.
Stop. Yeah, because he
Because
wasn't even there.
you claim that the
retarded.
apes turned into
No,
black people and they peopled Africa and walked out of Africa and peopled the world, right?
I just want to say for the record,
Y'all
Mr.
believe
Holiday
in the
cheat.
out of
He didn't
Africa
answer
theory,
any of my
right?
questions. I just want to say that for the record. He
Black,
ran
you
away
believe in
somewhere.
the out of Africa theory. So you won't have to show us the missing link of the ape man turn into a black man and then transform into a white man by being in the cold.
False premise argument,
No,
bro.
it didn't
What
happen
you saying don't
overnight,
even
bro.
make sense.
No, nigga, you said that we evolved from apes and that the out of Africa theory is true. Now you're gonna have to show us what ape species grows nappy hair for a coat.
You can't
Literally
reason with someone
animals.
like this.
You got
It's not
animals that aren't
impossible.
a part of the ape family. They got
It's a bad
nappy hair such as bovine, such as the buffalo, the American buffalo. You got the alpaca and the llama, and you got sheep. But what monkey and ape got nappy hair? Explain this.
It's like 101 shit.
Explain this, Black.
You're not even worth wasting my time on. You're too ignorant.
Black, you believe that man evolved from apes. Now you gotta show us the ape that grows nappy hair. They gotta have fleece for fur.
Prove to me you're not a
literally
female.
got the American bison with nappy hair. You got the llama with nappy hair, the alpaca with nappy hair. You got the American no, not American. You got the European sheep. You got the European woolly pig that got curly hair, but ain't no African apes got curly hair. Ain't no chimpanzees with curly hair. Ain't no gorillas with curly hair or kinky hair. Explain this shit.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro? You just rambling, bro.
This is not rambling. Y'all believe in the out of Africa theory.
Bad faith argument. Look up bad faith argument.
That ain't no bad faith argument. That's fact. You look at nature. I don't believe in science. I believe in nature. You gotta look at nature, your surroundings. What shit do you see in nature with nappy hair that's close to us? Ain't no ape with nappy hair. You believe that we related to apes?
No, that's not how it works. So I don't know why you even saying it.
No, y'all niggas believe that nappy hair evolved in Africa. It's only limited to Africa, right?
So listen, all right, let me ask you.
Y'all believe in the black ethno state is only exclusive to Africa, right?
Hold on. Yo, bro, you just talking. Listen, how long did it take for these so-called hominids and then the humans to lose that hair that they had on their body? How long did it take?
You explain that to me. Y'all believe y'all came from apes?
Well, no, it took 1 million years. It took 1 million years. So you acting like this shit just happened.
1 million years to evolve nappy hair?
Yes. Like, this shit is retarded, man. Listen. This nigga, you shouldn't even talk about evolution, man. Like, you don't even know.
Y'all believe nappy hair is exclusive to Africa?
Is evolution a fact or a theory? Is evolution a theory or a fact?
It's a scientific theory, which means it's based on facts.
Listen. It don't. You can put scientific or basketball. Hold on.
That's
Wait.
what it means.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. It could be a basketball theory, a liquor theory. Nigga, at the end of the day, it's a fucking theory. It's a theory.
That's not how it works.
It's a theory. It's not been proven.
That's not how it works.
It's not been. Yes, the fuck it is. What is a theory, bro? What is a theory?
It's a waste of time. That
A
these
theory is
people
not a
don't know
fact, bro.
science.
All right, let me
They're too dumb.
Y'all niggas dumb as shit.
This is
101
silly
shit, bro.
No, hold on, stop. Let me say this. This is silly shit I'm talking about. So when you're dealing with electricity, you say you're gonna ground something. You're not talking about what an everyday person thinks of ground. So when you're in the right, when you talk about electrical work, these words have different meanings. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. When we're talking about scientific and use the word theory, it has a different meaning from what the
Nigga,
regular
it's a
usage.
theory. Stop it.
My
It's a
nigga,
fucking
what
theory,
it's
bro.
a scientific theory.
It's a fucking theory, bro. Come on,
No,
dude.
it means it's supported by
You a
facts.
fuck? Nah, nigga. Y'all
means it's
niggas. Y'all
supported by
niggas. Y'all
facts.
niggas is trash.
No,
Y'all
it's
niggas
not
trash as
trash.
fuck.
It's
Not a
theory.
coincidence. It's just a waste of time. These two probably didn't finish elementary school.
Okay, we a waste of time. Why the fuck y'all always over here? Leave then. Ain't nobody want to talk to you. Go spit in the tube and go get your reparations. We ain't got shit to do with no reparations for African slavery. Go get that shit.
I want Goodman and
We
Black
don't give a fuck about how y'all get y'all
how
shit.
in Africa the
How you finna get
birthplace
your
of man
reparations,
if you
Tashawn?
ain't got no
Niggas is
naturally
trash
haired
as fuck,
animals
bro.
that's close to
How you
8?
finna get your shit, Tashawn?
Bitch, I'm not worried about reparations. Don't worry
Oh, you
about me.
not
Go
worried
get
about it,
yours,
right?
nigga. You
Okay,
always
then.
up here
That's a bet.
crying.
Tyrone, how you
Go
finna
get
get
your
yours?
shit. Go get
Tyrone,
your
how you finna
shit,
get
nigga.
yours?
Go get your shit, nigga.
Tyrone, how you finna get yours?
Go spit in the tube, Lucky. How you
Tyrone, how
gonna
you
get
finna get
yours?
yours? That's
Y'all
what
been
I thought.
crying for the
Y'all
last
niggas ain't
30
got
Lucky,
years.
moved
your
forward
You've been
on
crying
millions
for
nothing.
come
30
from
years,
Puerto
bitch.
Y'all
Rico,
niggas ain't
bro.
about
What are
moving
you
You
talking
forward
a
on
about,
nothing.
bro?
fucking mutt. You a fucking mutt.
Y'all
Shut
niggas
your
ain't
ass
about
up,
moving
boy.
forward on nothing.
Take your ass
Bro, if
back.
you was
Take
in
your
my
ass back to
face,
Puerto
bro, you know
Rico,
you wouldn't
bitch.
say that. You soft as
You're a
fuck,
Take
bro.
Puerto
your bitch ass
Rican.
back to
Like,
Puerto
crazy.
Rico, nigga. The fuck is you talking about?
You sound silly, bro. You want to say
Fucking
that to no
fucking
real nigga
foreign
face,
bastard.
boy, because you
Nigga,
sweet
you
and
ain't
you
no fucking
online.
real nigga. Man, shut
You
the fuck up.
online like a sweet boy, talking
Yeah, I'm
crazy.
online and I'm the same way in real life too.
You know damn
Bitch.
well you not.
You always
Weak
up here
ass.
crying, nigga.
You docile as
All
fuck,
you
green
do is
ass nigga.
cry, nigga.
You
You the docile
docile as
nigga.
fuck,
The
green
crackers
ass
beat
nigga.
our ass.
What is you
The
talking
crackers
about?
is superior. Say fuck them crackers. Say
You
fuck
just
them
said
crackers.
fuck them
Say
crackers,
fuck
duck
them
ass
crackers.
nigga. You
Say
talking
Because
to
they
the
fuck them
wrong
took
crackers.
your
one, duck
land.
ass
They
Hey,
nigga.
took
say
your
fuck them
land.
crackers. Hey, tell your
You
boss,
talking
tell
to
your
the
boss,
wrong
say
one.
fuck you,
You
boss.
like fuck
Bitch
crackers,
ass nigga,
fuck
shut the
nigga. Stop
fuck
I
up,
doing
want to
that
nigga.
get
shit,
that.
lame ass
I
nigga.
want to get
Weak
back
ass
to
boy.
I'm really I ain't
Black
here with
and
this shit,
Guzman
bro.
Weak ass
explaining
nigga.
to us
Weak as fuck.
how is
Shut the fuck
Africa
up.
a
What is you talking about?
salvation for the Black
You
Y'all
over here
niggas
Americans.
talking about
off
they
the
got
strength
beef for
and
400
get
years
mad
and
when
think they
niggas don't
tough,
go with
nigga.
that
Shut the
shit.
fuck up.
Y'all niggas push
Can
through
y'all
on
Niggas,
brothers,
shit.
niggas,
can
niggas,
y'all
niggas,
brothers
niggas
Y'all
explain
saying
to
their
us
ancestors got beef
how
for
is
400 years and you think you
Africa the
tough, nigga. Shut the
salvation
fuck
of
up.
the
fuck
Aboriginal?
out of here.
Weak ass nigga.
Nigga don't
Fucking
respect
mixed
Tyrone
breed.
or Tashawn.
You
Y'all
fucking
niggas
mutt. I
bitches,
don't give a
bro.
fuck, bitch. You a
Y'all
mutt, nigga.
ride chief
I don't give
dick
a
all
fuck.
day.
You a
Y'all
mutt.
niggas don't got
You
y'all
a
own.
mutt, nigga. You a mutt. You a fucking mutt, nigga.
Okay, without the emotions, I want Guzman and Black to explain to us how is Africa the salvation of the Aborigine in America. Why do we need to go form a black ethno state in Africa?
Them niggas need to go to fucking Africa. They always talking that shit. Go home, bro. Go the fuck home. Go to your
How
motherland.
is that?
Why the
How
fuck
is
y'all
that a
still here?
solution for the Aborigine in America? Explain this.
Corny ass niggas, bro.
Are y'all still
Niggas
on the
talking tough.
panel? Are y'all going to explain the South? How is it us all immigrating to a black ethno state that we create for ourselves in Africa? How is that a salvation or a solution for the Aborigine in America? What is that going to do for us? Us misappropriating random shit in Africa. What is that going to do for us? Hello?
Man, these niggas don't know shit. All they know the crackers said they was African, so they
Black,
fucking African.
could you
That's all they
could
fucking
you
know,
answer the
bro.
question? How is us misappropriating random bits and pieces like it's a Wakandanization pulpit? How is that shit gonna solve our problems of racism and getting us back to our cultural standing?
Well,
How is that
again,
our salvation of
if
us
you shut up, I can
misappropriating
tell you. I can
your
They
answer
gotta
the
go talk to
question.
the cracker first.
If you shut up,
Cracker got all
Okay,
the
answer,
answers.
Black. Stop being
I'm trying to answer,
emotional.
but you
Answer.
keep dumb.
How
You
is that
keep
a
talking.
solution?
Can you shut up now? Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not a Pan Africanist. I'm just pro science.
You just said but Mr. Black, you just said that
So
we misappropriating Indian stuff and we got to go to Africa and misappropriate random cultures. How is that a solution?
that's been what it's been. You want to be anything but black. You wanted to be Moors. You wanted to be 5%ers, Hebrew Israelites, Nation of Islam, anything. Oh, now Indians. You see what I'm saying?
So what is a fucking Wakanda gonna do for us?
Again, I'm not a Pan Africanist. I'm just pro science. You
No, you
making up
talking
false
Wakanda. That's
claims.
not science, bro. You talking Wakanda and man evolving
I
from
can't
apes.
talk to you, man. You too dumb. You kind of sound moist. To be
How am
honest
I
with
being
you.
dumb? You just told us that we gotta believe that we came from apes and we gotta misappropriate random shit in Africa to be fulfilled with our identity. How is that a solution?
You gonna stop acting moist and calm down?
That's not acting moist. You're being immature.
Just calm down and relax.
How is that a solution, Mr. Black?
How is stealing someone else's culture a solution?
How
You're not
is
Indian.
stealing
You're not Indian,
your
okay?
West African culture solving anything?
It's better than trying to pretend to be something you're not. You're
FBA
not an Indian.
Aborigine. How does that solve us? How is that a solution? Explain.
I just told you I'm pro science.
No, all
I'm
you
not into
did
myths and
was
lies.
say I'm not no Pan African, but we gotta go believe believe in the out of Africa theory, and we
You
got to
believe whatever you
misappropriate
want.
random shit. How's that a solution?
You can believe whatever you want. Believe you came from
That's
the
not
North
me
Pole.
believing in
Believe you
anything.
came from
That's you
unicorns.
saying in
I
your
don't
own
care.
words that we got to do that as a solution. How does that work for us?
Again, what am I telling you? Do what you want. I'm just pro science, and you're pro mythology and
So
lies.
you took. Hey, okay, you pro science, right? You pro science?
Yeah.
I'm
Can you
black.
spell
Hey, I
So,
science?
check.
so
Hey,
did you
Tight
take?
Sam, I checked that article out, bro. You feel me? That's what these niggas
Did
talking
you
about. I checked it out, bro.
Did you take
I
the
peeped it. It was a little
you know?
misunderstanding.
Did you take the the sticky thing, the sticky ball, the jabby jab jab, the Floyd Mayweather? Did you take that?
You talking to me?
Yeah, black. I'm talking to you.
What business is that of yours? What I'm doing?
Because you're pro science, so I would like to know that.
Yeah, I'm pro mind my own damn business. You should try it.
Oh, but you're not minding your business. You over here in America worry about what the fuck we doing. You see how I got your ass?
You didn't really get
So
anything. You
so
want to be
so you
Indian
so
because you
you
don't want to be
can't
black. You're ashamed to be black. That's what it comes down to.
so you can't
You're
let us
ashamed to
know
be
if you took the
black. You
Floyd
want to be anything
Mayweather,
but black.
but you over here talking about, oh, it's my business, but you in our business. No, go home, go to Liberia.
I go wherever I want. There's nothing you can do
What are you
about it.
talking about? What
You
are you
got no
talking about?
power. You
Who
can't
don't?
control nothing. You do nothing to control anyone. I do what
Mhm.
I want. That's what I'm trying to
So,
tell you.
black, your
Right.
solution is us claiming that we came from planet of the apes and the hollow earth. That's your solution for us,
That's
right?
what you said.
No, that's
That's
your
what you said.
solution. You said that we come from African apes. We out of Africa theory migrants from the hollow earth, right? We sub-Saharans, right? That's your theory. Is that your solution for us to just immigrate to a West African tribe and just claim a Wakanda ethno state over there? How's that a solution? Hello, black. Hello.
Again, Wakanda is not even a real thing. It's a movie, a comic book.
Actually, it is.
Actually, it's a word based off American Indian culture in Kansas.
But the concept of Wakanda is
That's not
based off a
fictional.
comic
That's
book.
not fictional though. But you saying that your solution is we gotta run to Africa to go build them a Wakanda.
So how does pretending to be an Indian gonna do anything?
How are we pretending? We are
Because you're
American
obviously not
Indians.
Indians. Everybody
We
with a brain
are.
knows that.
You're speaking to one right now.
Well, speak your language then.
Sound like I'm speaking
I can
to a
speak to you,
female
Gus
right
McGann.
now.
You know what Gus McGann
Speaking it
is?
right now.
Leviste? Yigage? What words are those? Uniga?
Well, your parents don't speak the language. Your grandparents don't speak the
Yeah,
language.
they
See,
do.
you
They
be
do
letting
speak
this
the
man
language.
talk long that this bitch just saying anything, bro.
Hey,
God
Lucky,
damn.
what part of South Carolina you from, bro?
What words did I say, black? Because you ain't speak your Gribble language.
Hold on, Tyrone. Hey, Lucky, what part of South Carolina you from?
What?
What part of South Carolina you from?
Orangeburg. Where you from?
Hey,
Marion
y'all,
County.
real quick.
You said
Marion
Real
what?
County,
quick, right?
843.
So Black, here's the thing, right?
You still have to
Once
ask my
again,
question 20 minutes later.
hey, Black,
What
real
tribe you
quick.
from? What language you speak? And
No,
your
we're not about
parents
to answer
speaking?
no questions. Hey, Black, you said you like science, right? So let's talk science. Even though you
No,
don't
you
have a
don't answer
degree in
my
science.
question. What are you ashamed of?
You said you follow science,
But
okay?
you haven't. I asked you a question. I asked you a question like 15 minutes ago. What language
Okay,
do you
I'm not
speak?
answering that question. Yes,
Why not?
those are remedial questions. We're talking
No, it's not
science.
remedial. Why don't you have a
It
language
is.
and a
I've
culture?
already told you what the language we're speaking is, indigenous language.
That's
You're
called
speaking our language,
pseudoscience.
sir. Our language has invaded your country, so it doesn't matter what you're talking about. That work?
English is your language.
American English, that's a derivative of American Latin, is our language. What's yours?
Yeah, it came from Europe in a place
Hold
called
on,
England.
hold on. What's yours?
Europeans weren't speaking
If you don't
American
speak it,
English.
you're
They
doing
were speaking
pseudo.
ye old English.
Hold on. I got him real fast, Tyrone.
You don't got anything,
I'm
man.
trying to get past this because he don't know what the hell he talking about. You don't have a degree in linguistics. You don't have a degree in linguistics either, right? So let's
I'll
talk
pay for your
about what you
DNA
know.
test.
Hold
I'll
on,
pay for
sir.
your DNA test.
Let's
I'll
talk
pay for
about
your
what
DNA
you know.
test.
Hold on, let's
I'll
talk
pay for
about what
your
you know.
DNA test.
You
And
don't
then
know.
You could read your results live. I'll pay for it.
Mr. Black,
No,
Mr.
hey,
Black, say all that
listen.
shit in Gribble.
No. Hey, Tyron, I
Hold
got
on,
him.
Tyrone.
I'll order your DNA kit
No.
right now.
Hey, sir, listen.
Are you down to do that
Let
and
me
read the
explain
results
something
of
to you.
your
Let me
DNA
explain
test?
something to you.
You could tell
Sir,
me you're
let me
from
explain
Europe.
something to your African ass. Who would you
I'll
match
pay
your
for it.
fucking Nigga, who would you did a DNA test? Hey, Black, you did a DNA test?
Why would I need to take one? I know exactly who I
Why?
am. Where
What
I come
the
from.
fuck? Hey, see, this how dumb you are, bro. I asked you,
gonna
did you
take
know?
one?
Hey, no.
I'll pay for it.
Bro, why don't you go take a DNA test and then tell
Because I
us
know
your
where I'm
fucking results?
from.
Oh, okay.
I'm in
So
reality.
listen,
I'll pay for
sir.
it.
Sir, listen.
If you won't do
Your
it, I'll
ass
pay
said,
for it. We can order it right now.
boy, I don't
Hey,
need you to
mute
pay
him,
for
Chief.
nothing.
Mute him, Chief.
You need to go pay
Mute
for
his
some
ass,
water
Chief.
filters on your country. You need to go pay for some whatever you
Why are
talking
you
about,
scared of a
bro. What the
DNA
hell is
test? Why are you
Hey,
scared of a DNA
sir,
test?
your ass is scared of a bath. What the fuck is you talking about?
That
Your
just basically
motherfucking ass is
crumbles
talking
your
about,
whole
hey,
fake
sir,
narrative.
your goofy ass is over here talking about taking a DNA test and you
Yeah,
allergic to it. Are you serious right now?
I'll take a
That shit
DNA
don't
test.
make no sense,
Why?
I'll
Doc.
He
take a
talking about
DNA
why would he
test.
take a DNA test? Nigga, you not from Liberia. You're
Oh,
not
really?
from there.
Where am I
Did you
from?
know that?
Where am I from?
Hey, sir, go take a DNA test and tell your ass where you from there.
Where am I from? You tell me I'm not from
You tell.
That
Why don't
shit
you
Liberia.
gonna
tell
say
us?
Congolese.
All I know is that your people are traitors to your
That's your
own people.
opinion.
So
That's
how
your
the fuck we
opinion.
can? Hey, sir, why can't we trust you and you want to come over here and be a prison guard to us, sir?
Why you pretend to
Black
be an
is
Indian?
Hey,
is the
look.
Grimo people from
Second
Bolama.
off, you think you're gonna come over here and disrupt the flow of energy what we got going on? You're not gonna do that. So what we about to do, right? We about to pull up this Turtle Island video. So you need to sit back, take notes.
Pseudo history.
Stop running your mouth. Stop. Hey,
Why
sir,
would you tell me
if
your
you can't
language?
answer any of the questions that you ask us, you need to shut the fuck up.
I know
The
my
fact
language.
that you haven't, bro, the fact that you talking about a DNA test, once again, I told you, anything that comes
Name
from
the
the out, hey,
customs
sir,
from
you
your
need to stop
culture.
talking. Hey, sir, you need to stop talking because this is class right now. This is not a debate. This is class. You, the student. Okay? So a DNA test is attached to the theory of evolution. And
Why you
out
trying to
of
mute me, man, like
Africa,
a coward?
okay, listen, I'm teaching something right now. The theory of evolution and out of Africa hypothesis, right? Do you know the accuracy of a genealogical DNA test, sir?
Do you know your family's language fluently?
Do you know the accuracy of a genealogical DNA test, sir?
Do you know your language fluently?
Do you know the accuracy of a genealogical DNA test, sir?
You want me to answer your questions, but you don't want to answer mine.
Mr.
I
Black,
did answer your
answer the
question, you
question. He
dumbass.
asked you
Boy, you gonna
questions.
make me cuss
Shit.
your ass out, bro. Come on,
Hey, feel
fam.
free,
Stop
man. You got
being.
the First
Hey,
Amendment.
bro, you stop being stupid because your ass don't. You can't speak your language right now. Speak
Na
Grebo.
fede, na fenute.
Speak Grebo. Speak
Na
Grebo.
fede, na fenute.
What that mean?
Research.
No, hey, bro, that's what I'm
Nigga, we
saying,
can't
fam.
drag
It
that
don't
shit
matter.
in.
Hey,
Black,
bro, it doesn't
Black,
matter. Hey,
explain that shit.
bro, it doesn't matter. Hey, listen, because
Di,
our language
bamu,
is still the official language of your land, fool.
di, bamu.
Hey, sir. American English is the official language of your land, not what the hell you just talked. And guess
What's
what?
your point?
Guess what? That's not it, boy. The language you just spoke is not indigenous to where you from. That's why
Prove
y'all
it.
didn't have a. That's why y'all didn't mind trading on the other people there because y'all not from there either, sir.
We just making claims. Prove it.
What?
How's the claims, bro?
Prove
And
that
you a
Is the
Christian.
Grimo people
prove
from
that we're
Bolama?
not from there.
Y'all suck.
Hold
Prove
on,
it.
Black. Are the Grimo people from Bolama?
Your people ain't invented nothing but snitching. You niggas, you niggas is the goats of
Prove it.
global historical snitching, nigga.
Prove it.
That was
What?
the name.
You want me to prove
Bolama
it?
was the name of
Hey,
your
sir, you want me to
village,
prove it?
right?
Come on, man.
That's before
You
it
said
was
want
that
me
we're
to
not
called
prove
from
it?
Sierra
there.
Leone. It
Prove
was
it.
called Bolama, right? They the British bought that shit for in
They
exchange
call
the
y'all
name of Sierra
Mecca's.
Leone, right? That's the history of Sierra Leone. The British bought that shit.
Why you have an English last name, Mr. Miyagi?
Hey, man, I'm gonna hear what this guy gotta say, bro. He gonna ask a
Why you got
dumbass
an
question.
English last name?
Hey, why y'all people snitching, man?
Why you got an English last name? Why don't you speak your language?
Wait. What's your? No, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you my last name. I know you got an English last name. How'd
We
you
I
get
know
do
it?
you
not.
got a
I
French
absolutely do
last
not.
name. We
I
know you
absolutely
got
do
a
not.
Why
French
don't you speak your language?
I
lingua
absolutely do not.
franca.
These things all add up to show that you're not no Indian. The Indians have their names still. They have their language.
No, they
still.
don't. They
They have
have
their culture
European
still.
last names too. That's not
Mysteriously,
That's not no fucking damn indigenous
they
language. What
forgot
are you
their
talking about,
language, their
dude?
culture. How does that even
Hey, your
happen?
name is
People is
Toby
shit like
McGuire, nigga.
Standing Wolf or Bear
How does that
Flower or
even
some shit
happen? How
or
do you lose
Joseph
your
or Cody. None of that
you
shit. That's
lost your
not
culture, your
fucking
language, and then you got
indigenous
convinced
names
you're
of the
from Africa
landmass, bro.
somehow? How does
What
that
are you
even
talking
happen? How do you forget where you're from and then get
McGillicuddy.
convinced to be somewhere
about?
else?
No. Your ass
No,
is
I'm not.
Officer Foley. Hey, this is Officer Foley right here. Hey, sir, I don't want to hear nothing you talk about.
Any
Hey,
Aboriginal
sir,
coming
the
after
fact.
you,
Hey,
how do
listen.
you use your language,
The reason
use
why
your
you haven't,
culture,
you
and
think
then forget
that the
where you came
Europeans,
from and be convinced that you came from somewhere else? How does that happen?
boy,
Mr. Black, can them DNA
You've been
tests
on this.
tell you
You've
a
been here
relative
since
in
the beginning of
America?
time.
you
But you
think
got
you from
convinced that you
California
were from
because you was
Africa,
born there.
and you lost your language and culture. How does that happen?
Hold up, Black, since you believe in that DNA test and out of Africa theory, can
Hey,
you
I can
find your
read
relative in
niggas back.
America with them DNA tests? Because this
A
shit
nigga do
swear that
not
you
know how
the
to.
reverse.
Can y'all hear me? Hey, can y'all
Yeah,
hear
we
me?
hear you, bro.
There's
Yeah, we
something in the
can hear you,
background.
Hey,
Tashawn.
not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Are you listening to this African dude right here talk crazy about your people, man? You co-sign
I'm
this
asking,
shit?
how do you lose your language and culture? No other people in
Boy, be
history have done
quiet.
it.
Nobody listening. Hey, bro, you are all the way in California. Do you know how far you away from your homeland, sir?
I still know my
That y'all
language, my
snitched on
customs.
y'all people, and now you in African rehabilitation center somewhere. What the
Why
hell
do
is
you
you
lie
talking
to
about,
them
bro?
then? Why do
You
you lie
are
to your people?
y'all people are snitches and work
Why
for
are you
other
lying to
people.
your
So you
people?
don't have nothing to say. You have nothing to say, and y'all ran away from the consequences, bro. So stop
Relax.
playing. The
Relax.
Grebo
Are you guys
are
getting upset?
snitches.
Are you guys getting
You
upset?
guys are the
Seriously, just relax.
worldwide
Just relax.
historical
Relax.
goats of snitching, bro.
No, but seriously though, I'm being dead serious.
Seriously.
How do you
Who
lose
did
your
y'all learn
language,
that
your
from?
culture, and forget where you come from? How? No other group has ever done that.
Bro, I'm
No
from
group.
Mississippi. I'm not from nowhere else. What are you talking about?
So what happens to your language, your
I'm
name, and
from
your culture?
Mississippi, sir. I'm from Mississippi.
So why do you have an English
What?
last name? Or
You're
I'm sorry,
not.
a European last
Have
name?
you ever visited your homeland? Have you ever visited your homeland?
Why do you have a European last name?
I do not.
Why do you speak English?
I do not.
Why don't you
Black,
know your
why you
language,
I've
speaking
already
English?
explained to your retarded ass. You must have went to like a remedial
Alternative
college or something
school,
to get your degree,
No, I
like
just have don't have
Phoenix
anything
University or
able
something.
to give me a solid
DeVry,
answer on how
sir.
do you forget your
I've
language, your
already
culture,
explained to you. Hey, listen.
and
This is what
lose
causes
your name.
arguments. Hey, sir. This is what causes arguments. Okay.
I just want a serious
Okay,
answer.
listen. This is what causes arguments right here. Listen and listen closely. The language that we're speaking is indigenous to America. Our names are, our names are indigenous to America. Now, we can go back and forth with you all day, but you should go do your once you go do your research on the people you snitched on over there. Don't worry about what the fuck we doing over here, sir.
English
Because you're
comes from
telling us
England.
that, sir, you're telling us that Europeans brought our language here, but the Europeans created Grebo, dumbass.
Prove it.
Huh?
Prove that.
You want me to prove that?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. So no. Where's your language come from then?
It comes from West Africa.
Your people don't come from West Africa, fuck boy. So how can your language come from there? Your language, that G is not in your language script, sir.
Where do they come from?
So that's a colonized word. What you're calling yourself is a language script that does not come from your people, bro. Our language does, and you up here telling us that's something that you don't know nothing about. So the colonizers that came there, sir, that's not your language. That's not your people.
Script because it was the
So
Indian
don't
that
tell
went
us
over
about
there to
language.
create the violent
Don't tell us about nothing.
Where they come from?
They didn't bring America here.
Hold up, Black, because it was the Indian that went over there to give the Sequoia syllabary to the Vi people to write their Vi script. Austin Augustus Curtis wrote the poem, and he a Cherokee descent. So explain to us what's your Grebo script.
Yeah, where's it
You
at?
got Bellman script, you got Vi and the Sabidi. Where's your Grebo script?
What is the Grebo script? What is that?
Yeah, what's your Grebo script?
What is that? What does that mean? I don't understand what you're asking.
The scribes, your kings, they'll be able to write in their own language.
Who said it was a written language?
Oh, it's not written.
Yeah, you sitting up here talking about us not knowing our language. How come you don't know your shit?
I said,
what's your
who said it was a written
script?
language? Not all languages are written.
What's your Grebo
Who said
script?
it was a written language?
Come on now, what's your Grebo script, Black?
Who said it was a written language? I want to know.
What's your Debo script? We got the Sequoia Silverberry. We got all of here right here.
Again, who said that was or wasn't a written language? I want to know.
And all that shit. What's your writing
Hey,
rate?
hey, hold on a second. We got other people on the panel, man, that might need to come on in here and get some of this. No, not a coincidence. Ran up off here. Where you running to? Not a coincidence. Where you going? I wanted to have
Tyron's
a conversation with you.
Hey, Black, what part of California
shit.
you in, dude?
God damn.
You looking for a date, you homo?
We got all of them tonight, huh? Y'all just what y'all gonna do to me tonight?
What part of California
It's short
you
boy
in, dude?
shorty night, huh?
Why does a man want to know where another man lives?
Bro,
That's suspect.
because one, you're not in your homeland, so I can ask what the fuck I want on my land. What part of California you in?
Look, man, I'm not a homo. Wow.
You a smart guy not to tell me, because I'm going to send some people on your ass for all that shit you talk about all this shit.
Do it.
I'm really going to send somebody on your ass. What part of California you in?
Do it.
What part of Cali you in?
Brother, we don't need no violence here. We just having a discussion.
Nah, he being too disrespectful. Nah. He a whole fucking immigrant, dude. He a whole immigrant talking shit. Nah. The fuck is you talking about?
Well, anyway, Blake, I want to know, how does your DNA test connect you to a Black American relative?
I never took a DNA test.
How so? Why? How come? Why not?
There's not a need to.
How so? You missing a slave relative over here, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Did your people sell your relative over here?
Did my people sell their relatives to America? No,
His people sold other people out, brother.
Nah, you send up this saying that we supposed to go to
Bro,
Africa.
that's a fact, fam. Don't do that to yourself, bro. You know that's a fact.
If I don't see the receipt, it didn't happen.
You what? Okay, hold on. What
that
you mean, bro?
Say that again. You said if you don't see a receipt. Say it again.
But anyways,
No, Brett. Go back to what you said. If you don't,
did my tribe sell their own family members? No.
Now, how come you not engaging in doing a DNA test and doing your genealogy to find that shit out? If we're supposed to believe that you sold your relative over here and you missing your cousin, your twice removed, how come you not taking a DNA test to go find them?
Okay, now it comes to me. I think we
why
sold your family to the Chinese.
Negro
That's why you got that Leong laugh thing.
Not
We
doing
sold
it
you to the Leongs about 300 years ago. Sorry, man. I got the receipt right here.
Brett. Why ain't you taking the DNA test to find a Black American relative?
I might do it. I might do it.
Well, not no might. Do it. Just do it.
Are you giving me orders?
How come you ain't done it yet? The Negro over here told to take a DNA test. How come the African ain't doing it?
I know where I'm from. That's why.
We're not talking about where you from. We talking about your alleged missing relative that was put on a slave ship in a crap silo. How come you not taking a DNA test to go find your relative if that shit is supposed to be legit?
That's why we're doing the work right now, bro. We doing the work to find our relatives. I just sent my second DNA test in, bro.
You gonna take it to court, get reparations for it?
I don't give a fuck about no reparations, bro. Africa.
Ah, damn, you don't give a fuck about no reparations.
I mean, I take it. Don't get me wrong.
You don't care about reparations, but you tired of racism in America, huh?
But Africa is the future, bro. They just gave my uncle.
So what you waiting on? Why you ain't over there yet?
Okay, if Africa's the future, how come you not there?
Hold on. Let him finish. They just gave your uncle what, bro?
They just gave him dual citizenship for Sierra Leone, man. A lot of the brothers and sisters that's been going back recently, and Dinah Samir has been hosting a lot of it too. Shout out to Dinah Samir for searching for Uhuru. They've been giving a lot of them dual citizenship, including my uncle. My uncle just got dual citizenship, so you know where I'm on my way to, bro. Not Ghana, Sierra Leone, man. Because we not only did the DNA testing, but with the DNA testing, it helped us out with the genealogy.
Oh, that's you, Cass? I thought that was Black telling us something.
Yeah, this King Cass system, bro.
The fact that you know it's a system, man, is amazing.
No. That's
Cass,
the name y'all gave me. I just took it, man. You know.
Hold on. But I want to ask you though about how you feel about this brother Black right here being so condescending and disrespectful to foundational Black Americans, brother. Do you consider yourself a Do you consider yourself a foundational Black American, Cass?
You know what? Tariq Nasheed has been this nigga's been on some pseudo shit lately. Of course, you know. The thing with Tariq Nasheed, he drops truth in his talk, but it's a bunch of pseudo shit mixed up with it. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm not for the xenophobia that he pushes. Now, don't get me wrong. Have I dealt with being called a Nakata and all that? Because I dated African sisters over in Canada. And, you know, their parents didn't want them dating Black Americans. Yes, I dealt with that. But what makes you an African American after that second generation that's born and lives over here, a third generation, like my boy that's from Nigeria that grew up with me in high school, bro, they are just like us. You know what I'm saying? And not to say that the other brothers ain't like us. You know, I talk to them and I school them too. You know what I'm saying? On what Pan-African means or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? But look at Chameleon. Chameleon is Nigerian, bro. Chameleon, that's a prime example of everybody becoming and coming into the pool of the African American Blackness that's already established here, or what you call the foundational Black American.
You can go on Biggie Smalls.
Look at Chameleon. Look at Biggie Smalls. Look at all the rappers that came over here. You know what I'm saying? That's why people having that argument about this rap foundational Black American. Yeah, it started in America, in the United States, but New York has always been a melting pot, man. So people gonna have different backgrounds. That's why I mean the argument is mute. You know, don't get me wrong, like the coonery that happens, but that's everybody that's at the bottom, because the same nigga shit going on over here. You know, we got the Clarence Thomases and all these cats. You know what I'm saying? We might call them out a little bit more, but these same African brothers and sisters, man, a lot of cats calling in Tariq show like, yo, bro, we know what you talking about. They ride with Tariq. But what do this nigga do? This nigga pick at the scab. Nigga constantly, not once, not twice. He's constantly berating brothers and sisters from Africa. Constantly. With his element of truth in there, but he's berating them. And talking about this Aboriginal shit, which is totally false. We ain't no fucking Aboriginals. We never was. If you got some Native American blood in you, you got some family that's Native American, cool. But that's a goddamn fairy tale. So scratch that shit.
All right, that's where you got to shut the fuck up at. You don't know what you're talking about.
Pseudo Mr. White Jesus, if that's pseudo, then explain if all niggas came from Africa, which I just previously showed. If nappy hair evolved in Africa, how come you don't see no animals with nappy hair within Africa?
I mean, the whole monkey debate, bro, everybody can kind of have their opinion on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going back that far. I'm dealing with the Maafa, or the past.
So how does that? How are you comparing modern rappers to Africa? That's like saying that the Red Wolf of America is descends from the Red Wolf of Ethiopia. That's fucking retarded.
You said the red what? Repeat that.
The Red Wolf. They're both canines. They both have red fur. Does that make the American Red Wolf a descendant of an African Red Wolf?
I mean, wolves descend and evolve from each other.
Okay,
so
can
it's a possibility.
Do they come from Africa, though? Do they come from Africa? If all life comes from Africa, does that make the Red Wolf in America?
Can I white Jesus for a second? This wordplay, bro. You see
no, because you said all niggas with the white, so we must all come from Africa, right?
We don't even gotta go that far. We
gotta be ethno-states. We gotta be ethno-states and shit, right?
African words, man. We can look at voodoo, we can look at Santeria, we can look at Candomblé, and all these African traditions. Because remember, it was more Africans taken to.
I'm glad you went to that, King Cat. Let me get in here for a minute. Hold on, time. Let me get in here. Time. Hold on. Let me get in here. King Cat.
What's up?
How long you been practicing voodoo?
I've been practicing shit since I was in my early 20s, bro. I'm 30.
Okay.
36.
Time out. Okay, cool.
Did you learn that from Santeria, to be exact?
Okay, did you learn that from your family, though? Did you learn that from your family, yes or no?
No, my family wasn't really doing
Time out. Hold up. No, okay. Hold up, time out. But don't you claim that your family have all the African culture and tradition?
Hey, look, I had spiritual experience that I ain't even gonna talk about on here because
No, I'm
that's
not
kind
talking
of
about spiritual experience. I'm talking
nah
about culture.
because that's
I'm
see
talking
you
about
you
voodoo
you
is
not
your
into you
culture.
not into the
We talking
you
about
ain't into
culture.
the
Don't move the
history.
goalpost, Kenny Cash. Kenny
Nah,
Cash,
because
don't move the
Because
goalpost.
what he
Don't
trying
move
to
the
do is trying to
goalpost.
force us into
Don't
a
move the
narrative of
goalpost, Kenny
black
Cash. No,
ignorance and
no, no, no,
paradigm.
no. Because y'all get on here every day and say we got all this African culture and all this African tradition. Why you just not learning voodoo when you get in your 20s, sir,
because
and
it was
not from your
people in my
family?
neighborhood that
Where's your
still
Aboriginal
practice it. There
culture
was
at?
people in the neighborhood in Detroit practicing
Stop.
voodoo. Old
No,
lady around the
But
no,
corner.
Mr.
no,
Black, it's
It was going
already
no.
on, bro.
here. What do you
Who's
Black,
mean?
talking?
this ain't got nothing to do with you,
Titan.
Black.
She was
This
from
ain't got
Mississippi,
nothing to
bro.
do with you, Black. This ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm talking to Kenny Cash. Kenny
See,
Cash,
Aboriginals got no culture. We
did
got it
your
wrong.
family teach you voodoo or no?
My family
Wait,
didn't.
wait, wait.
Hold on.
Hey,
First of all,
hey,
No,
ask
his
Black.
family
Does
my
he?
ain't
family.
teaching
Hold
no
on.
Ask
voodoo.
Black. Does his people practice
Hold
voodoo?
on. My great
Cause
grandma taught
let
me
me
this.
tell you
She
about
talked about the
voodoo.
Hold
demons
on. I didn't
and those
ask you, did
steps.
your grandfamily talk about it? I asked you,
Yeah,
did they
hold on.
teach you
Yeah,
that?
no.
No,
My
they didn't. They
grandmother
ain't teach him
talked about
shit.
that. She said people in Georgia practiced that shit when she was
They
down
But
there.
ain't
did she
She
practicing
talked
teach
about
shit
the
you
in
that?
demons.
Georgia,
But
nigga.
did she teach you that, Kenny Cash? That's my question. Did
If
your
she
family
grew up
teach you that?
around it, they all a part of the Georgian
But why did you have to go somewhere
culture.
else to
What are you
get it and
talking
not
about?
from grandma, bro? Why did you have to go get
I
it from
mean, it's
somewhere else and
people in
not grandma?
Africa
That
that don't
part.
practice the tradition. That don't mean the tradition don't exist amongst a group of people that collectively call themselves
But
Yoruba or
nigga,
Ewe or
nobody
whatnot.
in
But
Georgia was raised in
why you have to go
Mississippi.
outside? Hold on, time. Why you have to go outside your family to get it though, King Cash? That's what
Because
I'm asking.
internally in my family, it was stopped being practiced. But my grandmother in Georgia, without going to Cuba, without going to Haiti, talked about it was being practiced in Georgia.
And that's your answer. And I'm gonna take that. I'll
Because
take
she
that.
said they
Because
practiced it.
because because I know it's
Because
not
it was a
original
family
because
thing
you
then.
didn't get it from you didn't get it from your family, bro.
So why
So
was
it's
my
not
grandma
original.
talking
Who
about it?
taught you? Who taught you voodoo?
Why would my
Who
grandma come
taught
up
you
here
voodoo?
just
Who
like
taught you
y'all grandmas?
voodoo?
You say y'all grandma told
Who
y'all
taught
y'all
you
was
voodoo,
Indian,
King Cash? King
huh?
Cash, I don't want to hear that shit. Who taught you voodoo, sir?
You say who taught me? My grandma didn't. So okay.
Okay, well, who taught you? That's what I'm saying. Did anybody in your family teach you voodoo? That's what I want to know.
No, nobody in my family taught me voodoo because my family stopped practicing that shit.
Why?
Whatever
Why they stop
generation that stopped
practicing?
practicing, they stopped
Why?
practicing
Why? Why did they stop practicing
that. Maybe
practicing
because
it, King
slavery
Cash?
happened and people became Christians. You
No,
know, that's
no,
the
that's
end of the
not true.
story.
That's not true.
Of
That's
course.
not true. That's not true. Cause y'all tell us every day that the good get you still got they shit. Yes? No? You don't tell us this? Yes?
Yeah,
Am I
they took
wrong?
more Africans to the Caribbean, sir. So a
I
lot of
don't want to
African
hear that.
traditions
I
are
don't
there.
want to hear that because y'all talk about voodoo in South Carolina and Georgia all day, every
Yes,
day,
the Gullah
brother.
Geechee practicing like a motherfucker.
Okay then.
Boy.
So why are you telling people that people stopped practicing a long time ago and you telling me that the Gullah
I'm
Geechee
talking
still
about
Geechee ain't
my
do it?
African.
family. You
Geechee ain't
asking about my
African.
family. You gish galloping and jumping. You're talking about
I'm
my
not
family
just
now.
galloping, brother. This is what you get up here and tell us every time you come on this channel that the Gullah Geechee still have their language,
I mean,
tradition,
it's to
and
point
culture.
out that Africans
Yes
have
or
not
no?
on this side of the country. I mean, this side of the continent and this side of the water. Y'all be like, where the evidence? And I point the evidence out to y'all every damn day.
Where
Every
is
day.
the evidence? I ain't seen the evidence. Where is that?
Why don't you go
Cause
to
I'm
Florida
from Mississippi.
or
See, my
Arizona?
people from Mississippi and Arkansas, we didn't practice that shit. We didn't even hear
Man,
about that
folks,
shit.
come on, man.
Chief
Go ahead,
Holiday,
man.
Chief Holiday, Chief
All the blues
Holiday.
singers that talked about voodoo
Yeah.
back
Have
then
your
and had
family?
effigies
You
of
from Mississippi like me? Hold up, Kenny
the
Cash.
man at the
Cause Chief,
crossroads. You know who the
hold
man
on,
at the
Kenny Cash.
crossroads
Man,
is,
that
bro.
crossroad shit, that's some bullshit ass story for movies, nigga. Cut the shit out.
Exactly. This
Chief
nigga don't know
Holiday,
about Brer Rabbit. He don't
Chief
know about none
Holiday.
of that shit.
Let me ask
He
you
don't know
this
about
question,
Brer
Chief
Rabbit and
Holiday.
Nancy
Yes,
You
sir.
from
Wilson
Mississippi? Like, what part of Mississippi you from, Chief Holiday? My people from Grenada. What part of Mississippi you from?
My
Gulfport.
people from Georgia, man,
Okay, thanks. Okay, cool out.
and
Did
Louisiana.
your people know anything about voodoo or practice voodoo, Chief Holiday, in Mississippi that you know of?
We call it roots.
Thank you. Hey, hold up, Chief. Let's get deeper, Chief.
Hey,
What
you ready
the
to go to
roots
bed?
consist of, Chief? Hold up. Let us Mississippi
Nah,
niggas
I've been
talk,
taking
King
care
Cash.
for the other
Let us
people.
Mississippi niggas talk, King Cash. Chief, what consists
I
of
know.
roots?
just kidding.
Hold on, give me one second.
Why don't you speak in your Mississippi native language?
Hold up, black. Cool out. We ain't talking about that right now. What consists of roots that you know of in Mississippi, Chief? Cause see, me and you know, cause we from there. Our people from there. You still with me, Chief?
Yeah, no, I'm here. You always did.
What come with this concept of roots that you know of from Mississippi? Because we got to educate King Cash about the Mississippi culture.
I mean, what do you mean? Like some of the rituals?
I know medicine is part of roots. I know that's the main part of what we call roots. The practicing of
putting
medicine.
hexes on people, healing.
Thank you.
You know, L your big toe, like you know what I mean. There's a lot of things go with that, man. You know.
See, we can talk about what roots is. We can break what roots down. We can break roots down and what it consists of. All the elements of roots. Can you do that with voodoo?
Yeah,
like the word gopher.
Can you tell us
does
that
come
with
from the
voodoo?
word kufa, which is
So why don't you break down your language that you speak?
Hey, you black.
Why is that?
I'm talking to King Cat. Black.
Okra comes from the word okro from Igbo.
Black.
On,
do you drink water, black? Do you ask for a glass of water, black?
No, I don't drink water.
You don't drink water?
No.
Okay. But Chief, Chief, let me ask you this, Chief. Hold on, Chief. Ain't sage a part of roots of being what we call roots consist of being a part of roots when we talk about medicine? Ain't sage a part of that?
You say sage a part of roots? You asked me
sage
part of roots.
When we talking about sage.
Sage came later, bro. That's a later introduction.
Hey, bro. Sage ain't came no motherfucking later. Cut that shit out. Cut that. Nigga was using sage. Nigga, you ain't from Mississippi. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. Native American wasn't using shit, nigga. My people were using sage, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Back in the day, bro. It's
Chief Holiday. You from Mississippi?
Being loud.
Have your people ever used sage in Mississippi? Yes or no?
Being loud doesn't make you correct.
Harsh, nigga, you ain't even from America. You were brought here when you were 2 years old, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Well, maybe what if he one of the Liberians that was the American?
Black. Who? This nigga.
Own narrative. They make up their own narrative. You say like,
hold up. King Cash, you don't know anything about sage, brother. So what is you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I've been studying this forever, bro. I've been studying it.
Studying it, practicing it, studying it and using it are two different things. How your people ever use sage? That's what I'm asking you.
If they ever went to
have your people ever used sage or medicine? Yes or no, King Cash? Have your people ever used sage for medicine? Yes or no? Cause we talking about roots. Cause we talking about roots.
With the new age.
Me and Chief talking about roots. I don't know what you niggas talking about.
You don't know roots. You don't know nothing about hoodoo, man. I got a whole.
Have your people ever used sage? Yes or no? That's all right. Simple answer. Yes or no, King Cash? Cause me and Chief talking about roots. You talking about some more shit. We talking about what we do in Mississippi and Arkansas. I don't know what y'all do as well. I ain't trying to debunk you. I'm asking you, do you know about roots? And sage is a part of roots.
So you ain't gonna talk about.
Do you know about it? That's what I'm asking you.
You ain't gonna talk about during the Haitian Revolution when all the slaves.
Man, you talking about the Haitian Revolution? I'm talking about culture in Mississippi, bro.
Because they brought.
I'm talking about culture in Mississippi, King Cash.
Mississippi and Louisiana.
King Cash. I'm talking about culture that's been in Mississippi for thousands of years, bro. What are you talking about?
So the French? No, it wasn't there 1,000. You wasn't there 1,000 years. Your people was over.
Are you tripping?
Senegal.
Are you tripping?
There,
so how long voodoo been in America? How long have voodoo been in America then?
Liberia is cleaner than Mississippi. Doesn't come from Senegal because you know Grigri. You know what Grigri is, right? You know what a Grigri bag is, right?
Hey, bro. You don't went from that and ain't answer nothing about sage. I asked you a simple question. Did your people ever use sage for medicine or running away mosquitoes or anything like that? Nigga, I asked you have your people ever did that shit. Yes or no, King Cat? Okay then, thank you. Your people want to use it because you don't know about roots. You don't know about Mississippi culture. That's what I'm telling you. So you practicing the wrong shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You practicing the shit ain't benefiting you, ain't doing shit for you, ain't healing you, ain't doing shit, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? This nigga don't know shit about roots, dog. He don't know shit about Mississippi. He don't know shit about the South. This nigga lying, and you lying with him, black.
Bro,
how the fuck he a nigga? How the fuck this nigga don't know shit about sage? What the fuck? Nigga, you keep mosquitoes away with sage, dumbass nigga.
You ask these fools why all the these so-called
Have
Native
your
American niggas,
people
why they
ever
all
kept the
concentrated in the
mosquitoes
South?
away using sage, King Cash? Yes or no?
In Canada, you don't see none of these black ass niggas in Canada nowhere. You don't see them nowhere out in
Now he going somewhere else. What Canada got to do with Mississippi, nigga? I'm talking about Mississippi.
Because you're not a Native American. You're a Native American.
What is Canada?
We not Native
Bro,
Americans.
bro.
You're right. We not Native Americans.
You're not Aboriginal.
Thank you, Tayshawn. Tayshawn, they running from their concept of roots. You see, they running from their concept of roots because they don't know shit about it. They don't know shit about it. They don't know shit about roots. You got it, Ty. You got it, Ty. You got it, Ty.
Hold up, wait, bro. Because he just said that he practiced voodoo from in his 20s, not from his own relatives, and plus people in Georgia never practiced voodoo at all. That shit was brought in to Louisiana by Haitians. And their version of voodoo ain't got shit to do with African voodoo at all besides misappropriating.
Most of the folks in over there.
Wait. Stop interrupting, Jesus. Mr. Jesus, stop interrupting. From my research on voodoo, them niggas in the Caribbean, they appropriated Orishas,
being
but
loud
for the
being
most
correct.
part,
So
their
they figure
culture
they're
is
more louder than
Simi
everybody.
and
They have to be more
Calaveras.
correct. That's just
Hold on,
what
wait a minute,
their logic is.
wait a minute, because people in South Carolina and Georgia did not worship any West African religion. They didn't bring any fucking West African normal teachings. They didn't bring any fucking African dinosaur cryptids with them, like the Mickey Namba long neck brachiosaur. They didn't bring none of that shit over here. What they did have culturally among
y'all don't got
the quote
skinwalkers either. Skinwalkers is now.
Shut up, bro, because I'm speaking right now. I'm a part of the what are you talking about, bro?
That story about the skinwalker.
None of that shit, none of that African shit made it over here. And skinwalkers from over in the West Coast, not the East.
What Indian mythos do you talk
but
about?
Hush and let me explain what the culture is in South Carolina and Georgia.
Why can't you
idiot, dumbass motherfuckers, people was using sweetgrass. That's an American Indian tradition. Ain't no West African making sweetgrass dance. Sweetgrass comes from America. A whole bunch of American Indian tribes, such as the Chippewa, the Muskogee people, the Cherokee. A lot of these people made baskets out of sweetgrass. The voodoo culture within the Caribbean, all they did was misappropriate the Orishas and combined it with the Simis and face painting themselves with Calaveras.
The Simbis are Congolese. Simbi comes from the Congo.
That's not Congolese.
Basimbi. That's what they call it. The proper name is Basimbi.
How you gonna tell me what I know about the fucking voodoo culture, dumbass? That's not Congolese. Simis are Arawak sculptures. That's where voodoo dolls come from. Africans don't make voodoo dolls.
What are you talking about? They
got and then on top of that, your goofy ass sat up there and said that okra comes from. Hold up, wait a minute. How is Africans gonna bring in okra if they don't have any prep time to bring a care package with them? Anybody from Africa gonna bring something with them on the boat ride, braiding shit in their heads when you got rats and roaches in the bottom of the ship. Hold up, Jesus, because your story not making any fucking sense. Because you sitting up here claiming that Africans practice packing care packages in their fucking scalp and shoving shit up their asshole, but they don't make
where did the Orisha Shine go come from?
You locked in a slave ship, pooping on yourself. How you gonna bring some seeds out of poop and plant it in America? That don't make no sense.
Man, you're sounding pretty stupid right now.
Y'all sounding stupid because y'all believe it in fairy tales. Are you familiar with home health care where you take care of bedridden people?
So if Africans didn't come over here, why did they take a whole Yoruba myth and bring it to Cuba?
It's simple. Have you read the book of Jack D. Forbes, Africans and Native Americans? He breaks this down from off of Spanish own slave laws. And what they said was they were taking American Indians and shipping them over to places like Ghana and Angola. Hold up. Because these are
just chill out for a second.
slave laws.
Shut up for a second.
Hold up. These are
now you keep talking. Shut up for a second. Just chill. Okay, so the biggest problem is they never can say why they lost their culture, their language, their last name.
How you gonna go
How that
against an
disappear?
actual
What
historian,
happened?
Native American
A lot of
historian
the
that's
African
talking about the
Americans
African
talking this
slave
stuff,
trade?
right, is because most of the
Hold up,
most of the
Black.
African
Hold up. How
culture
you
was
gonna go up against
concentrated.
my source
If
when
you
you
see what most of
regurgitate
the
people
African culture is
algorithm?
concentrated,
Hard to hear with this clown
concentrated
Tyron
in the
talking.
slave ports, South
So y'all
Carolina,
Google scholars
Louisiana,
now,
and
huh?
then in the Caribbean and South America, where they took majority of the slaves. A lot of slaves came through the Caribbean, then to America. A lot of them coming through
How did they
Louisiana
come
and
from the
everything like that.
Caribbean to
So a
the
lot of them are
Americas
already
when they was
broken
already
down in the
utilizing
Caribbean.
Indians?
Plus breeding farms, sir. Plus they took
Hold up, wait a
slavery
minute,
from
wait a minute.
Africa.
You sit up there claiming some
I was
African
trying to like do a mental exercise so we could
make
think.
this whole pseudo
If I'm
African
really a
story up,
Native
but they was
American,
already
why
using
do I have a
Indians.
European last name? Why do I speak a European language? And why do I
Right.
practice anything from my
Mr.
culture?
Black,
Hold
Mr.
on,
Black,
I'll be back, guys. I'm about to
that does
take
not
this. I'm at
debunk
work.
Those are the
I'm
three
the
things that kind of
intra-slave
destroys
trade
the
with
whole
Indians
Black
already being
Aboriginal thing.
slaves. Hold up, Black.
The
That does
Aboriginals
not
in Australia,
debunk
they
the
still got the culture. Every
intra-transatlantic
country
slave
in
trade
Africa
of
got
Indians
colonized,
already
and they
being
still
the
kept their
slaves.
culture. This will be the only country in history
Black.
where the people got
How does that
colonized,
debunk
lost their
the
language, their name, and
intra-transatlantic
culture.
slave trade of
Hey, hold
Indians
on, real
already
quick.
being
Hey,
slaves?
Tyrone, hold on, Tyrone. Hey, Black.
Yo,
Hey, Black. Do you have a bone in your nose right now?
do Gribbles ever have bones in their nose?
Answer my question. Do you have a bone in your nose right
Why
now?
would I have a bone in my nose?
Do you wear dashikis every day?
Why would I wear a dashiki?
Do you walk around in sandals without wearing deodorant? Do you
What does
wear
that got to
rings
do with
around your neck?
anything? So
Because if
those are
you walk
stereotypes.
around
That's
in
not actually a
jeans,
culture.
if you
Those
walk
are
around in
stereotypes.
shut up. If you
Like
walk around
I
in
know the
jeans,
language,
if you
I
eat,
know the culture,
hey
I know
yo,
the
shut the fuck
customs.
up, yo, shut up.
Do you?
Shut the fuck up. Hold on, Tyrone. Hold on.
You just making
So if you walk
stereotypes.
around wearing jeans, okay, faggot. If you walk around
You
wearing
one that wants to know
jeans,
where I'm
if you
coming,
walk
where I
around
stay
eating,
at.
if you walk around eating fried
You look a
chicken
little
and all
sweet in
that
that
shit, that's not
picture.
African culture. That's not African culture, bro. So you here in America doing all this American shit, talking
You don't
about
know
you
what I'm
proud of your
doing.
African bullshit.
Hold on,
Bitch, go home. You don't eat
let me give
fufu
him a
every day.
question that's
You
less
eat American shit every day, bro.
stereotypical.
Watch your fucking
You don't know
mouth,
what I'm
dude.
doing.
Tashawn,
Like I
let
said,
me
what
ask
part of
him
California
a
you in? Because you talking real
question that's
greasy right now.
less
I'm gonna get your ass lined
stereotypical.
the fuck up. I'm
Hold
not
up,
taking this damn disrespect from you fucking foreigners, bro.
Tashawn.
You can go the
You look
fuck back
Calm
real
down.
home.
sweet in that
If you
Let
go
me
picture.
back
ask
home,
him the
I'm gonna
same
put your head
question,
in the
but less
motherfucking box and ship your
stereotypical.
ass back home, bro. You
Man,
better take your
you
faggot
about
ass home, nigga. You a
you're
fucking
about as
faggot, boy.
non-threatening as
Get the
Obama
fuck
over
out of
here.
here, man.
Tashawn, let me ask him that same question, but less stereotypical. Okay, Mr. Black, is it true that the Gribble people braid okra seeds in their heads and rice seeds and watermelon seeds and black eyed pea seeds in their heads and shove it up their ass before they get captured? Is
You
that a
tell me.
cultural tradition?
You tell me.
No, is that a cultural tradition? Because y'all believe that's how the slaves got their food over here. Is that a tradition within West Africa?
Why don't you ask
Do
your
they
boyfriend
take
Tashawn
care
over there?
packages everywhere they migrate to, like going to pilgrimages to Mecca or somebody selling each other into slavery? Do they take the time out to braid some shit in their head before they get ready to go somewhere?
Let's say ask
Is
your
that a
boyfriend Tashawn
cultural
over there.
tradition amongst the Grebo people or the Igbo people or whoever the hell in West Africa? Do they do that? Explain this. Okay, you can't answer that shit because none of that shit that Black Americans, especially Pan Africans, believe how their ancestors got here, with Jesus claiming that okra seeds made it over here by Africans having prep time to bring shit up their
What
ass.
customs do you practice, Tyrone?
What West African tribe today does that traditionally, braiding rice seeds in their fucking hair, braiding black eyed
I
pea
asked you
seeds
what
in their
customs do you
head.
currently practice.
No, that's your culture, right? That Jesus believed in. He said that niggas brought shit in their heads and up
You
their
tell me
assholes
about my
on a
culture. You tell
spaceship.
me
Is
what my
that a
culture is doing.
cultural practice amongst the Grebo people?
So you tell me what my culture is doing.
No. You telling us what our culture is and saying that we stealing from other people, but do they do
You are.
this
You're
shit
trying to be
in
an idiot.
Africa today?
Why don't you live on the reservation?
This is supposed to be no. This is supposed to be African traditions. Was everybody worshiping Orishas? Was everybody practicing sweet grass basket weaving in West Africa?
Who said that?
Explain this shit. Yo, y'all Pan Africans. Y'all believe that's y'all Black Americans culture.
Who said that?
That's y'all. Y'all made that shit up.
Who said that?
Y'all all was worshiping Shango and Ogun.
Who said that?
Y'all all came together to form the Gullah Geechee because y'all had similar sounding names, but ain't got no practices over there that's present over here. Explain this shit. I want to know what tribe in Africa braids black-eyed pea seeds in their heads or shove it up their ass before they go somewhere.
You tell me.
That's your culture. You sat up there and said that's what we traditionally did. Explain that shit, Black.
When did I say that?
You believe that shit? That's your story.
When did I say that?
Your story on how slaves got here. They brought in black-eyed pea seeds. They brought in white rice to America, taught the Indian how to smuggle rice and shit up their asshole and braid it in their heads. That's supposedly the marine culture in of the Nadukas in Jamaica. How come we don't find that shit in Africa? How come Mr. Jesus claimed that semis come from the Congo? How come ain't no Arawak sculptures in the Congo? Because that's where the word semi comes from. Explain this shit. What West African tribe paints their face in skull paint? Who in Africa worships Baron Saturday or Baron Samedi? All this shit supposedly from Africa. How come ain't none of that shit present? Explain this shit. You said we ain't got no culture here. Explain. Hello, Mr. Black.
That nigga Black a bougie.
Explain this shit. Y'all said that voodoo, all our shit came up out of Africa. Y'all use the Melville Herskovitz standard of myth of the Negro past. Explain this shit. You just brought up fucking Brer Rabbit. They ain't even no African legend. Ain't no rabbits in Africa. They got hairs. Brer Rabbit that's similar to fucking coyote over here. What you mean? Just because it's a fucking animal in an allegorical story don't mean it comes from Africa. We got our own fucking damn spider deity trickster god over here, Iktomi. We got the sacred clown. That's the lightning Shango over here. So what are you talking about? Talking about our culture come from Africa. Y'all niggas made that whole fucking Bantu shit up. Explain this shit, Doc.
A lot of your sisters, you be fought as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride in there. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin check. Guilty without no evidence check. All natural check. You know me. Jury check. It's on me. Swagger. You matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all 9 either. Powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. All skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the drop in. They sweat us dead like fear. Winning record like 2-0. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you beautiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit. You know, fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate sophistics like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Shoulda had a scene. Do the right thing. Carbon-based thing. Let freedom. I don't want 40 acres. I got 40 haters. Saving myself. I don't need no savior. Say what you want. Just save it for later. I don't wanna save. I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you stranger. Danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online side. Do me that favor. Everybody tribe up. Had to be major. Lee G, don't play with me. I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Beta is your fragrance. I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my DG the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be proud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride it in. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy. I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. 3,000, man. Right back at y'all, man. You know what it is. If you won't smoke, I am no park ranger. It is what it is. Let's get it.
Yeah. Hey man, we gotta reset the room, man. Let's get another song in. We're gonna come right back. With this Turtle Island, Turtle Gang joint. Black Magic 363 with Brother Rich, man. Get into this conversation. Yeah, man, appreciate everybody tapped in, man. Appreciate everybody came on the panel, man. Definitely appreciate you guys, man, and bring your energy. Yeah, we just gonna reset the room. Let's get one more song in, then let's get right to that video, man. And hey y'all, yeah, man, I'm gonna give you my commentary on this Turtle Island joint, Turtle Gang, bro.
Yeah, rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and Chinos. Crack open the land pads, they go in town homes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah, God's children. Give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God of Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turn on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we let this turn to something. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. You wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patent accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
Yeah. It's infamous Trey Ali. Right before that, Threads 3000. God, everybody. Put that in there. Cass, Tyron. Hey, check this out, right? So we about to play this video, right? I don't know. You guys familiar with Brother Rich at Black Magic 363?
Yep. I'm familiar with him, Red Blue Pill, Blue Pill, and Turtle Gang. Yeah, they flip floppy on the American Indian paradigm when it comes to black magic and red pill and blue pill because they hardcore Pan Africans and come out there Sinetta TP camp.
Well, you know, you say hardcore Pan Africans, but they also shout out to Red and Blue. Shout out to Brother Rich. They also are open minded and they also speak on about being from here. You know what I'm saying? They might just descriptive term as being a Moor, but those brothers have always supported what we do and supported the movement. So I you know, once again in Turtle Gang, y'all know about Turtle Gang, Lenape, shout out to Turtle Gang and what the work that they do as well. Yeah, so you know, we're gonna get into that. You know, it's a real interesting conversation, y'all. And you know, we're gonna go from there, man. I heard one of my sons was on Killer Priest, is gonna be on Killer Priest tomorrow. So we gotta see what Daniel's son is talking about on Killer Priest. But yeah, I definitely want to get into this right here, man, and see what they talking about. It's real interesting. When I first heard it, I was like, oh shit, you know, okay. And he said some really interesting things when he first got started. So yeah, we're gonna get into this Turtle Gang. You guys wanna say something before we come up?
But afterwards, I want to have that debate about that voodoo shit because Jesus tried to misappropriate some African shit on our culture, and that's not cool at all.
Are you talking about Tariq Nasheed?
No, Jesus that's on the panel. He just tried.
I mean, bro, you know, bro, they gotta do what they gotta do, and he's a fact denier, and like the other dude is, he just retarded to just be like, yes, a theory is facts and all these other stuff. Like, bro, we don't have to go back and forth with these people. And also, when I asked him what the fuck the accuracy was of a genealogical DNA test, right, it's less than zero, less than zero. So we don't have to go back and forth on that because, and then he gonna tell us he'll pay for a damn DNA test, but never took one because he don't need to, because he's an African. He believes he's better than us, and we're lost in a diaspora when, goddamn it, we're home. We know our ancestors at, and his ass don't even know where the fuck he come from, where his ancestors at. Can y'all all make this make sense, bro? Hey, bro, like I don't like doing people like that, bro. But he is a blatant, disrespectful fucker. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And we gotta call people out, bro. Like that is right there is so stupid, man. Like, bro, we know what our ancestors at. What the hell is going on?
What he should have said, he didn't tell us his own oral history about his own culture.
He ain't got none.
He ain't.
He don't have a culture. I asked him. He doesn't practice any of his culture here in America. What are you talking about? You're in America. And once again, you got to know who you're talking to, because once again, the Gibo did what they did in history to their own people. So this is recent history. It's not like it's like ancient history. This is recent history. So those people over there really know who are the traitors, you know what I'm saying, to their people. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, and if he knew
Let's talk
that
about it.
whole middle passage shit, he should be able to do his own genealogy to find out who's missing out his genealogy. Instead of pointing to us and saying that, oh, we being ashamed and being agents towards this whole middle passage story that don't make any sense. He should be doing his own research to go finding a relative that's over here missing out his damn family tree.
Right, his people actually mix with the Americans that went over there.
Yeah,
and they think they better than the other Africans there, bro. That's just a real thing, bro. I'm telling you, he tries to play both sides of the fence, like he's better, and then uses it. You understand what I'm saying? Like a person can be like, yo, I can use the black or being this when it's convenient. And then he can always go back and be like, but I'm Grebo. What are you guys' language? What are you guys' culture? And we tell him, nigga, this is our language that you're speaking, my nigga.
That fucking
Come on, fam. Yeah, what power do you guys got? Well, we got enough power not to get ran off our shit.
Or flee our shit.
You dig what I'm saying? So y'all gotta stop allowing motherfuckers like, and a lot of times we have set back and allow people to do this to us, and they done got too comfortable to be disrespectful, bro. We're not just picking on Africans. We're calling everybody out that's disrespectful. Everybody, not just Africans. So hey, I want to get into this. I want to say shout out to Brother Rich, man. Double hand salute, man. If you guys know Brother Rich here, man, share this on this stuff, man. Let them know we are definitely sharing his stuff, man. We appreciate the work and stuff that they're doing. But there's some interesting things that I heard in the first 5 minutes of this, man. And so let's go. Let's get right into it, man. And appreciate everybody, man, tapped in. Hey, like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Support the motherfucking real. You already know, man. You already know you tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab. And I come in peace. Hey, we're going to get right into it. We just getting started, y'all, man. So let's go.
Questions or what you want me to get into?
Yeah, we live right now. Let's just kick it, and then I'm gonna take some Q&A from the people. Peace, family. We live. I'm with my brother Turtle Gang right now. We are live. There was some technical difficulties, so I want to thank y'all for being patient. Back in New York now. Where you at right now, Turtle Gang? You in New York or?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn.
Okay, you're in Brooklyn. All right, cool. Yeah, this is gonna be a interesting show. I see a lot of people get triggered by this conversation. I see I had trolls before the show even started. Like people get really triggered by this type of talk. So we're gonna get into it. Very important subject, very important topic. Let me get this right before we because I want to get into some ads real quick. But your Turtle Gang of Annie. Sister, say it because I don't know how to pronounce it. What is it?
It's the Onashalagi Northeastern Band of Cherokee Lenape.
Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna get into it, family. Make sure you like the video, make sure you share the video, make sure you tell the people that we live, your friends, your loved ones, because this type of stuff you don't learn in school. This type of information is heavily buried. I mean, you got the shit to get this information had to be almost passed down to you. So,
hold on.
Yeah. Huh? You said something? Oh, okay.
Damn.
Well, yeah, well,
just hold on. You just cut me off. Damn.
Yeah, while Turtle Gang get that together, let's get into some ads real quick. I see the brother got cut off. I hope the brother's all right. He was having technical difficulties a little earlier. But I want to give a shout out to my brother King Simon. As y'all know, he's one of the best with numerology. You could. We're about to get started, family. Let me just see how y'all doing in the chat. What's going on in the chat? All right. Chase Simpson says, "What's wrong with being West African?" There's absolutely nothing wrong with being West African. What's wrong with being proud of where you're from? Why are you so triggered by this brother being proud of his heritage that was passed down to him from his grandfather, great-grandfather, and his great-great-grandfather? Why are you so triggered? Ain't nothing wrong with being Caribbean, West African, Asian, nothing. You know, we are worldwide global people. But what's wrong with this brother being proud of what his ancestors directly, not what he read in a book, passed down to him? That's awesome. You know, I don't know my family tree going back 15 generations, but this brother does. So that's why I'm having a conversation with him. I appreciate this conversation. Hey, how you doing, brother? Like I said, they triggered already, man. I don't know why, but I mean, hey.
Just chilling, man. It's all good. You know what I mean? I'm not here to offend anybody or change anybody's views of how they see themselves. I'm just sharing a story that really has been overlooked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a real story. You know what I'm saying? It's a real truth that we all sharing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So when we talk about the stories, it's real confusing, because when we talk about the stories of the story of who we call African Americans, Black or Negro, you hear brothers say the Hebrew, you hear some brothers say their descendants is from Kemet, and I know we're from all these areas, but you hear so many different stories. I know the people, one of the ones they don't hear is some of the information you kick it. They didn't hear from Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or certain other individuals, so they don't think it's valid if the greats didn't say it. So when you come along and say what you say, they're like, wait, who this nigga? Malcolm ain't say that shit. Who the hell is he? So
you'll find out when you really look into when you put all this information together, like you're gonna understand, you're gonna see that's all different pieces of one puzzle. You know what I mean? Like we all come from the same root. You know what I mean? You can trace languages, tracing back to the same, like to the Dean language family group. You know what I'm saying? The science is there, the history is there if you just know what to look, if you can get past the dogma and the religious beliefs and things like that and just look at the science. Then once if you're able to attach yourself to a nation and you start studying history from a national perspective as opposed to just an individual or a family perspective, you know what I mean, you'll be able to start tracing history back a lot further. You know what I mean? This is, through tradition and language and things of that nature, you'll be able to recognize your family all over the world. You know what I mean? And we've been all over the world. You know what I'm saying?
What's the law? What happened during history that was the turning point where we was indigenous, we was native to this land, and then all of a sudden we became what we call coloreds or Negroes or Black, and later on African Americans? What was so people could look it up for themselves? What was the thing that changed in history, that changed the course of history?
All right, so for myself, and something I've always been conscious of doing is I try not to speak generally. You know what I'm saying? I try to speak for what I know, speak for my direct history, my direct family history. And to answer that question from that perspective, and when I talk about my family, obviously my family is larger than just your immediate family, your nuclear. When I talk of family, I'm speaking in terms of like tribal history. You know what I'm saying? Trace my family back to my tribe, trace my tribe's history. You know what I'm saying? So when we start talking about laws and things being passed, the first type of encroachment upon like our identity happened in the 1700s.
Okay.
A lot of it took place in like Virginia area, Georgia area, right? So what I can speak to for myself is when we start talking about when certain tribes were forced to migrate from the Georgia area, Virginia area up north, because the rate of racism was much heavier down there. So a lot of these people fled up north. I know this history because I can point out certain tribes that come from different areas that now exist up here and got whole towns named after them, like Piscataway, New Jersey. The Piscataway tribe is a tribe from the Tidewater, Maryland, Virginia area. Whole tribe fled up here, and now we got a whole town named Piscataway. You feel me? So the stuff I'm talking about is rooted in real shit that I could take you to and you could put your hand on it. You could touch the tree that ancestors touched before. You know what I'm saying? This is not just a book journey. You know what I mean? So in the 1700s or so, groups of Cherokee, and what I want to do is I'm gonna read it verbatim, so it's not me interpreting it. You know what I mean? But
what are you reading from, my brother?
Well, what this right here is called it's an article written from documents that are gathered by this is something I put together. It's basically my family history and how it intertwines with New Jersey and the part of New Jersey where my family's from, Monmouth County, right? Like these are historical documents that you can get on record. Anybody can look this stuff up. You know, I mean, I could give you the link. You can look it all up. You know what I'm saying? So it speaks about how the Cherokee first visited the Lenape, which is the indigenous tribe of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, northern Delaware. They began to visit here in the 1700s. That was due to the racism that was happening down in the South. All right. And at that point, they were starting to be reclassified as Negro. Right. The first major migration took place in 1711 when racism and religious intolerance in Georgia and Virginia drove the Keetoowah Cherokee to New Jersey. 5 treaties from 1768 to 1777 in Virginia and elsewhere contributed to more migrations since they ceded all the land to the colonists and made the indigenous Cherokee virtual non-entities until 1924. From 1924 to 1984, the Bureau of Vital Statistics in Virginia considered them Negro, and they were discriminated upon against as such. So it started in the 1700s, and they were finally able to make it into an actual law in 1924 with the Racial Integrity Act, which was something that was spearheaded by Walter Plecker, you know what I mean, which ties into the eugenics movement, you know what I mean? So this is all documented in history. It's not conspiracy. It's not none of these things. So in 1779, the Keetoowah Cherokee from Georgia and Virginia and the Lenape renewed their common ties in New Jersey. They continued to contribute to the history here, and by 1827, Benjamin Reevy of the Sand Hill Band of Indians and Cherokee went on to be a U.S. Senator representing New Jersey. So my family I'm Sand Hill, right? These Keetoowah Cherokee that migrated here in the 1700s are called the Richardsons. That's their name, the Richardsons. The Lenape that they married into when they arrived here in New Jersey are the Reevies. The Reevies are the other side of my family. Now, anybody who, needs to see for themselves, all they got to do is Google Raritan Lenape, Raritan, New Jersey Lenape, Google Sand Hill Band Lenape, Google New Jersey Indian. You know what I'm saying? Like, all this information is going to come up. It's not hidden. This is all my family's history. And this is just what is on record. It's not, obviously, it's not the full vastness of the information that we have, that we kept ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So I know these things happen because they personally happened to my family.
Who's DJ Primo? Somebody keep trying to trying to log in DJ Primo?
Yeah, that's my cousin.
You want me to look what he's going to join you or something?
Yeah, he can join if he'd like. He speaks the language. Primo's official.
Well, I don't see a let me see.
Hold on. I don't know what happened to my link.
Peace. Oh yeah, I don't see him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see him.
See if he wants to come in. Primo's the one that does a lot of the work for our people, for my direct clan and tribe. He does a lot of traveling.
Okay.
Meets with the other tribes up in Canada. He's like a delegate. You know what I'm saying? He does the relationship work. Tying us back into the different tribes and the different, So he's a very instrumental brother in what's going on for our particular group of for our family out here.
I'll wait till he's able to get his camera situated right.
Yeah, he probably won't join. He's
okay.
real quiet.
Just listening.
Silent off. You know what I mean?
Okay,
he was with me before at the show.
Okay, cool. How come people in the chat? Some people saying the Cherokees are the one that sold us out. Some of the people
because it's general information. It's low hanging fruit. It's easy accessible. But if they really want to know, I got that information on my Facebook page. Really, what happened was See, what you got to understand is that a lot of this history was recorded by those who sided with the European. So you're going to have small groups of all the tribes that sided with the European, right? And those particular groups and families are the ones who the Europeans deem as federally recognized because they got in bed with them hundreds of years ago. The families that did not get in bed with them, right, got reclassified as either Negro and for some white, depending on how heavily melanated you was and who you intermarried with. You understand? So if you intermarried with white people, you ended up on the Trail of Tears, right? Going out west and getting land.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you intermarried with Negroes, you ended up being reclassified as a Negro. You know what I'm saying? But what you have to understand is that in Indian country, right, all these people is guests on this land. So these are the laws that determine who and what you are. You understand? Not the law of the foreigner. You know what I mean? So this is how our people are thinking. So when we intermarry, when we take people into the tribe, they act just like if you come to New York and you're a New Yorker, you live in the culture, you're on the subways, you know your thing, you're a New Yorker. It don't matter if you only been here 10 years. At this point, you a New Yorker. You one of us. You feel me? And that's really how it is. You know what I mean? Like all this other stuff that people try to portray it, it's really not. So when they talk about the Cherokee or any group, when they talk about any particular group of Indians that sold out, it's only a small portion of those Indians. And those were the ones that was given, was granted privileges. You know what I mean? It was given land. It was given all these other things. Those of us who didn't acquiesce were written out of history, were reclassified, were killed. You know what I mean? And that's just the truth of it. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that. Now, if you really want to know about who sold out, who we call it, our people, right? That would really, and this is not to disparage anybody, but if you want to talk about history, you'd have to talk about the Iroquois. You understand? Because they're the ones that sided with the Europeans, and they're the ones that betrayed the Lenape. You understand? To take control of these particular lands, which are very important lands. You understand? New York, the harbor, the location of this particular area is very important, which is why the real estate is some of the highest real estate in the world. You feel me? Like this shit is real heavy. It's not this light shit that people be talking about. They be saying little light shit because they learned a little something. They got a hunch about something. They don't know, like,
why is this area so important? What is it about?
Why? Because of the harbors, because of the mainland, because of the outlets. Because this is what people don't understand. That I spoke on it before. The same way if people who are educated know about the Silk Road over in the East, right? You know about the Silk Road, right? Trade routes, right? Well, we had them over here too. And they all coalesced to what we call, my people will call it the Raritan Bay. The people in Manhattan will call it the Hudson Bay. The people of Brooklyn will call it the Brooklyn Bay. You understand? But that's like the heart of the East, because this is where the water meets. You understand? So this area is just as important as the Great Lake area up north Chicago, and it's Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico. It's where trade comes.
Yes.
It's where life is. It's where people get money. That's why the World Trade Center was located here. This shit ancient. You understand? These symbols come from what we was doing as indigenous people all over the world, and we was connected. See what I'm saying? So this particular piece of land right here that we on, it speaks for itself how important it is to the world. You know what I'm saying? Culture come from here. You know what I mean? Like we push the world. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I mean? But that's something old, that's something ancient, that's not new. All these places that we gather, we've been gathering there long before the European came and repaved the shit. You know that through African history, same thing over here. You know what I mean? So
you know, I've heard I think I heard the brother Dan Calloway, and I'm looking forward to getting him on my show to have a talk with him soon. Shout out to him. I heard, I believe, I don't want to misquote him, but I believe I heard him say in an article that the story of Africans getting shipped over here, what happened was actually the natives over here got shipped to Africa. Have you heard anything?
All right, so check this out. Like, so my people, right? We got our records. I know my family going back to on paper, going back to 1609.
On paper?
Yeah, on paper. Going back to 1609.
That's beautiful.
All right. So the Europeans first started coming here around, like, documenting shit. Like, when I say coming here, like, prior to that, they made visits. They stop for a minute and bounce. I'm talking about digging in. You know what I'm saying? So this is when they started taking records. This is when my people go back to being on record. Now, this is the thing about it. Is there like one person from my family who made it to Europe? Yeah. It's one person from my family made it to China. Yeah. Does that mean they took a bunch of my people and took them to Europe or China? No, you're just talking about small amounts of people who might have been, you know what I mean? But people is sensationalizing things. And they blown it way out of, to see people that's so, we've been lied to about everything, right? That now when we start to get a little bit of the truth, we got to turn it into this grandiose, you know what I mean, way out there shit. Now,
and don't quote me on him saying it. I think the brother said it.
No, I've heard a lot of what he has said and what a lot of
other people. Yeah.
And I can tell when people are reading from books and sensationalizing as opposed to when they have been guided by elders and have some historical connection to the shit they talking about. Like when you know the real story of the hood and you hear other niggas talk about the hood, you know, oh, that's some shit they got off YouTube. Know what I mean? And it may be grounded in a lot of truth. It's not to disparage what they saying, but you can tell when it's, you know what I mean? So you'll hear some people argue that we was here, this is the real Africa. All that is like, no indigenous nations talk that. You ain't gonna find no indigenous nations in the Americas talking that shit. That's gonna be for people who is trying to find their way back and they need this extra, you know what I'm saying, motivation. Because everybody, you know, it's a lot of ego-driven shit. You know what I'm saying?
So you got your family going back to 1609. What was going on? If you could, and I know you studied all of that in your family tree, from 1609 to let's say 1709 or the 1800s. What was going on in your family? Like, what did the account say? Like, you know, what were they talking about? What was going on here in America at that time?
Well, basically, like,
and this is not from books. This is straight from your family. So,
well, it's not so much like the family sit you down and tell you, but you know, pardon me, you know by the lifestyle and culture your ancestors was living. You know what I'm saying? Like during those times, that was like the time of colonization. This is when we all started trading aspects of the culture. You know what I'm saying? They was borrowing from us, and we was borrowing from them. You know what I mean? So during that time is when you're gonna get a lot of Europeans falling in love with indigenous culture. They're gonna start forming organizations, and they're gonna start, you know, creating basically like an ecosystem within our ecosystem for themselves. This is what you're gonna see with the Europeans. So you're gonna see a lot of them learning indigenous culture. You know what I mean? And this is what they gave to their kids, and they called it Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. You feel me? These are the things that they're gonna be doing so they can take on the title of being American. Because prior to that, they was British, right? But now they want to be a separate people, different than then, because they declared their independence, right? So in order to live here, so in order to live here in our land, they had to assimilate into what we was doing. But at the same time, we was also assimilating into them. It was a blending going on, right? This is before it was the major beefs going on. Like a lot of people talk about what happened You know what I mean, with the Pequot, but that happened with them and other tribes too. But it wasn't everybody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody get wild and crazy on that day. That shit ain't happen to everybody's tribe. That was their family. You know what I'm saying? Respect their family. Don't be all acting all crazy like this shit happened to your exact people. You just sensationalizing. That's what we do, yo. So just a lot of simulation was going on. They was taking on our characteristics and traits, and we was taking on theirs. We was intermarrying. You know what I mean? It wasn't the beef that people see now. That didn't come about until the late 1700s after the French and Indian War. You understand?
So what was that about? Yeah.
So the French and Indian War was when British and France was fighting over this land, and they both had different Indians fighting with them. Some even intertribally. You know what I'm saying? So you might have some Lenape fighting for the British, some fighting for the French. You know what I'm saying? So once all that got situated, this is when you get the British coming into prominence, right? So what happens is, leading up to what we call the Revolution, right? The Revolution, see, prior to that, after the French and Indian War, Britain and the indigenous nations here had good relations. They had treaties, right? We was all getting money together.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So the Europeans that was here populating the colonies, like y'all have to remember, at one point those people were serfs and indentured servants. It was originally brought over here in servitude. You know what I'm saying?
Servitude to who? To who was they in servitude to?
To Britain. To the Dutch.
Okay.
To their nation. See what I'm saying? They was basically sending people who were just above slaves over here to work off their debt to start a new business, which was their colony, so they could get money using off the resources that was here and shipping them back there. So they sent people who owed, yeah, it was transatlantic commerce. You know what I'm saying? So they sent people who they can make the most money off of. You know what I mean? If you're a prisoner, I'm gonna send you there. You can work your debt off there. So now these are the type of people that came to America, right? So now once they get their freedom and they able to start, right, selves, and they're like, you know what? We doing all the work. Why we keep sending shit back to them? See what I'm saying? So now they like, fuck that. We not doing it no more. We gonna revolt, right? So this bring up to the Articles of Association. This brings us up to 1774, 1776, right? The Articles of Association, which turns into the Declaration of Independence, and all this is happening at something called the Odd Fellows Convention in Philadelphia.
The Odd Fellows Convention.
Odd Fellows Convention. It's Philadelphia. That is what you see on the back of the $2 bill.
Oh, that's the Odd Fellows Convention.
Yeah.
So who's John Hanson? Who's that?
John Hanson. Well, people would like to tell you he's this black man.
Yeah.
But he's not. The John Hanson that's a black man lived 100 years later.
Shit.
The John Hanson that is supposed to be on that dollar bill is a European, is a white man, and that is one of the meetings where not only did they agree, well, during those particular times, right, this is when the Moors was kind of in bed with the Europeans, right? So this is when they got stripped of their nationality, right, and got thrown into the lot with everybody else. This is how we all became colored and Negro together.
The Moors. So
it happened at different times, yeah.
Okay.
Right, and you know what I mean. This is when he said they would be stripped of their sandals and things, of their turban and sandals, and they would forget who they were for 200 years. This was that time. This is what that was speaking of. You know what I'm saying? So all this was going on. So the people who were once the slaves and servants of Britain now rose to power, overthrew Britain, right? So now they just flipped the model. They was once working for Britain. Now they in control. So now they got to get people to work for them. And that's when they first started enslaving Native Americans. Understand? That shit went away. they started importing Africans.
So Africans did get imported here.
Absolutely. It's a full record of it.
So slave ships, the slave ships were real.
Ain't no such thing as slave ships. Know what it is? It's a cargo ship. So this trip they bring in slaves, the next trip they bring in olives. It ain't a slave ship, it's a cargo ship. See what I'm saying? They would just take a cargo ship and they would make adjustments to it to house whatever cargo they had, but they would do that with any cargo. Yeah, you know what I mean? Just like people who drive Uber, they don't got no taxi. Where the Uber car? It's a car. It's your car, right? So now, if you shipping something that needs to be, held a certain way, you're gonna build a certain cage for it. If you got a gorilla, you're gonna get a cage for it and put the gorilla in the cage, right? If you got wheat, you just gonna have bins or whatever. You got slaves, you're gonna go build it out for what you got to do. And then when you're done, you're gonna tear that shit out and you're gonna go get your next run. So people looking for slave ships, this is what I mean. It's so sensationalized, they're not really thinking what was going on. You know what I mean? And on top of this, the transatlantic the slave trade was big business. They documented all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Did your family
make money if you don't document it?
Did your family personally document it in the papers you got?
Bro,
Have
listen,
you seen
this is
it?
how real this shit is.
Yes.
Because my family did not remove, right? We didn't remove with the rest of the Indians, right? We stayed. Why? Because we owned acres and acres and acres and acres and acres of land. We owned strawberry fields, but we were living under British rule because the British ruled now. So based on British rule, we had to import our workers from Barbados. So I'm telling you, my family owned 300 slaves.
From Barbados?
From Barbados. I know exactly where they came from. I know exactly where they shipped into New Jersey at. I know exactly where they stayed at during their processing, because it's all historically recorded. And those of us that know. And everybody that don't be speculating and come up with these crazy stories, but I could take you to the Tinton Falls Mill. And that's where they processed the slaves, and that's where the slaves would stay.
You said the what? The Tinton? Because
Tinton Falls Mill. It's a restaurant now. When I was in high school, when I was in school, we'd go by that motherfucker every day, not knowing that's where they process slaves. That's what now a lot of these slaves that they got from Barbados, those were actually indigenous people that were originally taken to Barbados.
So they were people that originally here taken to Barbados, then from Barbados back here.
Brought back. You see, this is the thing. If you're gonna pull somebody off of you're gonna pull a warrior and think he gonna come here and slave? No, they broke them in the islands. They might breed them in the islands and bring the babies here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They not. It wasn't like they just bringing this nigga straight from here and bring them here. No, they gotta break them. You know what I mean? So a lot of times they would take them to the islands to break them. So you got a lot of intermixing out there in the islands of the indigenous people there, of indigenous people that was from here, and of the African.
This is some deep stuff, y'all. I want to take a quick break to say thank you to everybody in the chat. We got about 1,100 people in here. Damn, it would have been dope if your cousin would have came on here too. That would have been dope. In the future, Turtle Gang, I would love to have a roundtable discussion. I think that this is an important topic that I'm somewhat ignorant to, and that I want to delve deeper into this year. So I'm looking forward to having more conversations about the true history of this country and what was really going down, because we've been lied to so much. Family, if you enjoyed the show, make sure you donate. Cash App $ Black Magic 363. Also, once again, make sure you hit the like button. That is very important for the algorithm. All 1,100 people in here, I should have at least 1,000 likes in here, so people can know we're live. People could hear this brother talk, because this brother's spitting some fire information tonight. Yeah, I mean, you said your family had slaves from Barbados. I mean, wow. Yeah, continue. That's why I want to hear more about that, because this is not something you read in books. This is something that you know personally from your family record, my brother. What type of interaction did your family have with the Moors personally?
All right. So first of all, when I say slaves, I just said that for sensationalism.
Yeah.
We referred to them as indentured servants, and there's nowhere in our record that we treated them in the manner in which, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because even how we learn about slavery, we learn about the harshness of it. You know what I mean? But everybody got to be held accountable for their own shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I mean? Like, so some people handle things differently. That's not something like I'm proud to be like, oh yeah, my family owned slaves, but that's just what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like from my understanding,
I appreciate the honesty.
What we talk about is that we didn't mistreat them. You know what I mean? But my family also participated in the Underground Railroad and helped free over 10,000 slaves. And this is documented. You feel me?
Over 10,000. Wow.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? So I'm saying all these things is and mind you, this is not 10,000 Africans, because every runaway slave wasn't an African.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like in South Carolina, which was the largest slave port in the Americas at the time, more Indians were put into slavery and shipped out than Africans ever came in. You know what I mean? And that's documented. You know what I'm saying? So we're not saying this to minimize. Like, that's what people be like, oh, so you saying you're not black? Nah. I went through the same experience the enslaved African went through, my family. In fact, I'm a product of the two. So what you talking about, I'm thinking I'm trying to get away from I know my shit. And I don't need to make up no shit, and I don't need to follow no movie script, because I know my shit and I know the realness of it. I know who my African ancestor is. But it was one man, and he married a Lenape woman. And they kids married Lenape and Cherokee kids. Feel me? And so on and so forth. So I revere my ancestors, but I know my history. I know the culture my people grew up in, the experiences, and I grew up in the same land my people been in for 10,000 years. Why shouldn't I be proud of that? Why shouldn't I want to share that? You know what I mean? Why shouldn't I want to touch that and show people the beauty of that? You know what I mean? Like,
so
I don't.
What type of interaction did your family have with the Moors?
So when
the Lenape.
Through this experience, this black experience, right? This colonization, at different times, it was easier to be different things. Like down in New Orleans, they got this thing, Place de Blanc. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers could pass for white, they'd do it. You know what I'm saying? So you got different statuses for different people in the Americas, right? So if you got light enough that you could pass for a white person, you'll pass for a white person so you can get those privileges, right? Moors had a separate status in the Americas. And that changed in the 1700s. But they still had laws on the books. That's why the Moors always refer to certain laws. You know what I mean?
What happened in the 1700s with the Moors?
I'm talking about when they were stripped of their turbans, when they stripped of their turbans and sandals. Noble Drew Ali speaks of it. You know what I mean? I got a reference to it in my documentary, Noble Drew Ali, Prophet of the People. You know what I'm saying? Like a first-hand reference from a Grand Sheik that speaks about it in depth. So what I'm talking about, I can give you the reference to it. And
who stripped them? The British stripped them?
Nah. Well, the British stripped them. It's not the British. This is why I need you to understand. It's not the British. It's the revolutionaries.
Okay.
The new Americans. The new Americans.
Yes.
Who are really British, but
they revolted against Britain.
Revolting. So that's who the beef is really with. It's not with Britain. It's not with these other places, because Britain and all them had treaties with us. You understand? That's why my particular people, we have the first treaty, right, with the United States,
which is
the Treaty of Fort Pitt. This is before the so-called Treaty of Peace and Friendship. 10 years before that shit.
What did the Treaty of Fort Pitt say?
The Treaty of Fort Pitt allowed for revolutionary soldiers to travel through our territories unmolested, so they could fight this war on our land. Okay? So that's what allowed the Battle of Monmouth and all these different battles that took place in the Revolutionary War right where we at from here to Virginia. You know what I'm saying? Like real history that we learn about. You know what I mean? So, now bring me back to the point that we were just building on.
I think we were discussing your family's like the interaction with the Moors.
Okay, yeah. So we was basically the worst thing you could have been back then was an Indian. You ain't want to tell people you Indian because that means you the real heir to the land. And now they threaten.
Yeah, they feel
they'll kill you. You understand? Fucking enslaving you, they'll kill you. Get your ass out of here. You understand? Y'all supposed to be out west, right? So you want to go by what give you the most, whatever. So if you could say you were more because they had a slightly different status, right? Then you'll say you were more. So we got a whole tribe of people who went from being Lenape, right? And this is the real history that people don't know, but they talk about it, right? So you got a group of Lenape called the Nanticoke.
Called the
Nanticoke, right? They migrated from the Tidewater, Eastern Shore, not Eastern Shore, but Maryland, DC area, just like the Piscataway. All right. They both migrated up here. And when I'm talking about these people, I'm talking about a group of people that would have been in the same territory as like the Nottoway, right? And when we talk about the Nottoway, we're talking about my man who talking about the territory where my man did the revolt. What's his name? The brother with the axe that was chopping people up.
Nat Turner? Nat Turner?
Nat Turner. We're talking about that territory. Okay, these people are from that area, right? Both these tribes migrated to New Jersey. The Nanticoke migrated to South Jersey, right? So in shedding their identity, they took on the identity of a group of people, and they also intermarried with a group of people who were shipwrecked sailors from Spain. And those people were of Moorish ancestry. That's how they referred to themselves. But they were sailors. Yeah, it was a handful of people that shipwrecked in Maryland. These Nanticoke families intermarried with these Moors, these people of Moorish ancestry, not the Moorish government, you know what I mean? Just people of Moorish ancestry. And they formed a community in Maryland and Delaware called the Delaware Moors.
The Delaware Moors, okay.
Delaware Moors. And it comes from a group of, and what people don't really realize is they practice misogyny. You know what misogyny is?
Like when you know the male shit.
Nah, it's heavy interbreeding.
That's okay, all right. I'm mistaken. Yeah.
It's not the normal, like you might have married your third cousin. It's the heavy shit that you like.
And who practice this, you saying?
These group of people who call themselves the Delaware Moors.
The Delaware Moors.
And they isolated themselves and created a small community. Not all of them practice that. Like, don't get me, you know what I mean? Not misogyny. No, pardon me, it's not misogyny. It's a different.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I know what you're talking about, though.
It's I don't know, but it means basically incest. It's like
incest.
Heavy incest.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
All right. Pardon me, it's not misogyny, but the word will come to me. So those particular people created their own community. They were farmers. They lived off on their own, and they demanded their own status and identity as Moors. So you'll find legal documents in that territory that identify people as Moors. These Moors were intermarried with Nanticoke, right? So this is where people get the whole Nanticoke, Delaware, Lenape, or Moors. It just come from a small group of Nanticokes who mixed with some people of Moorish ancestry. And those people fought for their rights to be identified as Moors. And they had their own schools and everything. That's the interaction that my nation has with the Moors. You know what I mean? Personally, my interaction with Moors is I got family members. My uncle was a Moor. I've been around the Moors since the 80s. You know what I mean? My uncle, Noble Justice L. Beck. You know what I mean? He was a part of the Moorish Science Temple, and he studied under Sun Ra. You know who Sun Ra is? Yeah, that's who my uncle's teacher was. You know what I'm saying? And my uncle is connected to all the Moorish temples out in Asbury Park in Jersey. They all know my uncle. You know what I mean? He was one of their OGs at one time. You know what I mean? He left it, went down south, did his own thing. You know what I mean? So I was raised under that. You know what I mean? But this the thing. My uncle, his name is Kenneth Mann. He's a Moor.
Miscegenation. That's the word you was looking for.
Miscegenation.
Miscegenation. Yeah. Thank you in the chat.
Okay. Miscegenation. Yeah. So my uncle goes by the name Noble Justice L. Bay, right? Born Kenneth Mann. By blood, he's a Ramapo Lenape. Not only that, but he is born from the chief line. The man is the chief line of the Ramapo, and on the first treaty between any Native American tribe and the United States, right, which I said was the Treaty of Fort Pitt, one of the chiefs that signed it is called Chief Man or Chief of Men, Chief Manus. That is my uncle's ancestor. And when if you see my uncle, he dark, you know what I'm saying? You're not gonna look at him thinking, but if you see his cousins, they look like regular Indians. See what I'm saying? So this is where this whole confusion come from, because here on the East Coast, the idea of what an Indian is, right, is very different than what it came to mean in the 17 and 1800s, phenotypically, right? When you study the first descriptions of the natives that they found here, you're going to find that they was describing them as varying in complexion from dark to light with Asiatic features, right? Now, when we want to start, like, I could take you back, but we just gonna leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Long hair, short hair, curly hair, woolly hair, different ranges. We was not the prototypical red man that they described to you later on in Hollywood. Because what you have to understand is when they encountered the Eastern Woodland Indians, which is who they call African Americans, many of us have ancestry that is Eastern Woodland and Southeastern Woodland, right?
Where's that
Woodland
at?
People. We very different.
Where's Woodland?
Plains.
Where's Woodland? Eastern Woodland. Where's that?
That's where we at. It's where we live. New York, this is all the woods, bro. You go out the city, you gonna see. Step out the city, you see. It's nothing but we in the woods, bro. You know what I'm saying? We Eastern Woodland people. That's why we didn't wear big feathers all crazy. Because how you gonna be running through the woods and you got these big feather headdresses on?
So who wore the feathers?
Those was the Plains Indians. Those were the people that's closer to what we call the Mexican. They a different group of Indians. Just like in Africa, you had different phenotypical groups of Africans. You had the Bantu people and you had the Khoisan people, right? Two very phenotypically different Africans. And I'm gonna show you something. So let me read this article to you. All right.
Yes, sir.
So we talk about these labels, right? Our people, everybody on here, I'm sure you can look into your ancestry, look into the censuses, and you're gonna find the term colored, right? Rich, can you find that in your ancestry? Colored, right? So where does this term come from? I mean, we use it, we subject ourselves to it. Our ancestors did, but where does it come from? So I'm gonna show you where this really come from. Tie it all back.
Yes.
All right. It's a political strategy. That's what it is.
The term
it's
color
designed to separate you from your land. Boom. Now, the first time the term was used was in South Africa. So here we go. South Africa's First Nations have been forgotten. Do you know what they call the Eastern Woodland people? They call us the First Nations.
The Eastern Woodlands, the so-called African Americans right now.
No, let's not. African American got tagged on them way later.
Way later.
Don't even worry about that term. That's inherited down the line.
Yeah.
The Eastern Woodland tribes, right, are considered First Nations. You know why? Because we first contact people. When the Europeans arrived here, they didn't arrive talking to no Sioux. They didn't arrive talking to no Apache. They arrived on the eastern shore and they spoke to the Tidewater people. They spoke to the Lenape people, and they spoke to the Pequot and all them along the eastern coast, all the way down to Florida, right? These are Eastern people. They're not the people that we celebrate as Indians, right? These are the people so we consider First Nations, also because we the oldest nations in the Americas, not the ones that we give credit to. So let me get back to the article. South Africa's First Nations have been forgotten, right? So I'm gonna start where it's most relevant. So it says, the Khoisan were the first inhabitants of Southern Africa and one of the earliest distinct groups of Homo sapiens, enduring centuries of gradual dispossession at the hands of every new wave of settlers, including the Bantu. Okay, so they were displaced by other Africans, all right, whose descendants make up most of South Africa's Black population today. Since the end of apartheid in 1994, the ruling African National Congress, ANC, party has embarked on a mission to redistribute land, but this process has largely excluded the Khoisan because South Africa does not acknowledge them as the country's first people, and their land was mostly taken long before the apartheid era. Okay? Now, a growing movement of indigenous activists believe the time has come to take back what's theirs. One of the Khoisan's biggest challenges is race. Land restitution was conceived to benefit Black South Africans, but the Khoisan are not generally considered Black. They are designated as colored. Right? So these are the original people of the land, reclassified as colored, right?
Right.
The term originally coined by the British was used during apartheid to label citizens who did not fit the binary race model, including most Africans, spelt with a K-A-A-N-S, which means the white Africans, speaking non-whites, and mixed race children. The amorphous categorization condemned much of the Khoisan's history to oblivion and facilitated the theft of their land. So what I'm telling you is the term colored has been used not only here in the Americas, to wash us out, to take us out of law, right? So they can steal our land. It happened in Africa. And now that these people are now raising up and demanding what's theirs, they got to now deal with the original people, right? Not the ones who we all are looking at as the African. These are the original. No, those people that you looking at as the original Africans took that land from other Africans. So the point I'm trying to make is those people that you look at as the original Indians, it's the same story here. They took that land from other Indians. They took that identity, right? And they took that inheritance. That's why you will hear some people from Montana crying about Columbus. Columbus never made mainland America. You out here in Utah. What the fuck Columbus do to you? He tore the Tainos up. He tore our people up, right? You go to them islands, them people look like us. And yeah, it was Africans that got dropped off there, intermixed with us. But y'all don't understand indigenous culture, right? We in New York, right? I don't give a fuck if 50,000 people from Arkansas move here. It's still New York. They're gonna have to live our culture. We're not gonna become living their culture. So I don't care how many Africans came into the Americas and got absorbed into the Americas. They came and started living our culture. Even the Europeans that came here started living our culture. That's why they wanted to be called Americans. You understand? That's why they didn't want to be called British no more. You know what I mean? So what we talking about is a real melting pot, but that pot was sitting on our stove. You feel me? So that's our food. It's not, you know what I mean? It don't matter what people want to think. Yeah. How many Africans came to North America? 400,000. You know what I mean? Millions went to South Africa, but guess what? We have records of major migrations of different people who went places. You know what I mean? This is why I know the Mayans migrated into Georgia, and I know why they migrated into Georgia, right? And I can take you to the structures that they built and left behind. You know what I mean? And they're they're great parks that the United States controls, and you got to pay to get on. In certain places you can't access. You understand? But you can go there. If you get lost, you can get all the way up to the stuff you want. People have done it. You know what I mean? Because, like they tell us they destroyed our history. They did not. They recorded the history for themselves. They destroyed our ability to gain access to it. But what they didn't expect is that this internet was going to body everything, right? So now when you start, all that we would become literate in this language. Because it wasn't that we were never illiterate, just means you can't read that particular language.
What language?
So we was never stupid. We just couldn't read their language, right?
Okay.
So they started recording history. We didn't record history that way. We recorded history orally. So you have a person from your community whose life mission was to record the history of that community and pass it on to the next. That's what the Book of Eli is about. You feel me? Like this all indigenous culture. Like I could run you through so much shit that we do every day. That's a part of our indigenous culture, the foods we eat, all these things that we can. Foods always been Native American foods. You just don't know because you're not privy to this information.
Well, like macaroni and cheese or some shit like that?
Nah, I'm just talking about the vegetables we eat and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Like the stuff that we associate with what you would call slavery and things of that. Nah, those been like the plantations that these slaves, like these slave plantations, these are built on places that were already fertile for thousands of years. Feel me? They're not gonna come and start planting a crop someplace brand new. They're gonna come, they're gonna study, they're gonna see where everything's at, and they're gonna benefit from that. So all these crops, all these major industries that popped up, we was already doing them. You know what I'm saying? What was once a native village became a plantation. They married into the tribes. There's a law amongst the tribe that you can have as much land as you can be resourceful with. So as long as you can take care of the land and profit with it, you can take as much land as you want. So these European men would marry into these native families, get this land, right? And then eventually 100 years later, that shit be a plantation. You understand? Because the offspring took after the psychology of the father, right? So the wealthiest Chickasaw man, right? The Chickasaw is the sister tribe to the Choctaw. Michael Jackson's Choctaw. See what I'm saying? Like, this is who these people are, right? The Chickasaw is the sister tribe, right?
The Chickasaw is the sister tribe.
Chickasaw, yeah.
Chickasaw, okay, yeah.
Right? So, brother tribe, whatever, you know what I mean? I don't want to offend nobody. You know what I mean? However they deal with their thing. But the wealthiest Chickasaw man ever, right, went on the Trail of Tears with his Chickasaw mother and his European father. They got to Oklahoma, and because his father was of the European mindset of getting money, he was raised that way. So this Indian who had a European father, right, became the wealthiest motherfucker Chickasaw ever, right? Because the mixing and the amalgamations, that shit started damn near immediate. You know what I mean? Like, most of us are products of colonial times. So we're going to have European in us, we're going to have African in us, and we're going to have heavy Native American in us. It is just what it is. We here in America, like, unless you and first of all, there's only really one race, and there's the intermixing of nationalities and cultures. You know what I'm saying? We all, like, people can get caught up in all that shit they want. You know what I mean? We all come to this, like, everybody come from the same root. You know what I mean? And I don't, like, we don't try to take ourselves outside of that. We just know our history, and we know why we are where we are. We know our migration stories, and we know where they lead us back to. We know why we bury our dead facing a certain direction. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, and nationality has been around longer than the concept of race.
Nationality's been okay.
Yeah, this is why you'll have Black Romans, and he was just a Roman. We look at him and go, oh shit, he's a Black Roman. But back then he was just a Roman. That's us taking the shit that we conditioned to now and retroactively placing it on somebody back then. So we look at the Etruscans and go, oh, they was Black. No, they was Etruscan. We just comfortable calling them Black because that's the conditioning and the terms that we live, you know what I mean, we live under now. But back then they just called themselves Etruscan. You know what I'm saying? They didn't, it wasn't that. Just like we New Yorkers, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what your ethnicity is, what's your specific background. I could say Black, but that's a general, I like to say Black is an experience. And I lived it. Me and my people lived it heavy. Like, can't nobody tell me, oh, you trying to not be who you are, what you mean? When we talk about ancestors being killed and land being taken, I could take you to where, like, yo, I could take you there. I could take you to the graves of my ancestors that have been killed. Like, we got our burial grounds. I can take you to where our villages was burnt down. So it ain't me trying to avoid anything or trying to not be something. It's me honoring my ancestors, you know what I mean? And building on their truth. It's simple as that, you know what I mean? That's what everybody really want for themselves. Yeah. And, you know, it's unfortunate that people are being led astray with the concept that somebody is trying to be something they're not. When I know I've dedicated more.
I call it the wheel. I don't think so. What is it?
More of my life to researching myself. Like, I came up in the time of getting knowledge of self. Feel me? Right? God body. You know what I mean? But came a point where I understand knowledge of self just don't mean knowledge of world history. It means knowledge of self. You know what I mean? So now I really got to start looking at self. So I need to know my genealogy. I need to know what foods is good for my body. You know what I'm saying? I need to know this just for the sake of disease purposes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to know if something's wrong with your parents and is it inheritable and could you pass it down? You know what I mean? It's many practical reasons why you want to know yourself, not just so you can, you know, talk about history that you might or might not have participated in historically as a people. You know what I mean? I could associate myself with all great things done by all people of color. You know what I mean? But I find more pride in associating myself with things that my people did. You know what I mean? Like, I'm proud to say that an ancestor of mine, John Rock, right, is the man that coined the term Black is beautiful. And that man's of Native ancestry.
John Rock.
John Rock. Look it up. Jersey. John Rock.
He coined the term Black is beautiful.
He coined the term Black is beautiful. That man was of Lenape and African ancestry. But he understood Black was the experience. Black was how they identified us at the time. But it wasn't our identity. You know what I mean? Because he knew who he was. You know what I mean? Yep. Being black allowed us to save and preserve our culture. You know what I mean? It gave us like, yo, like my mother got a great job because of what happened in the 60s, because of, you know, the civil rights movement. She was able to get a good job, you know what I mean? Which put her in a position to do for her son. You know what I mean? That was all, I'm proud to be Black shit. That's all, right? But that don't take away her ancestry and her lineage. You know what I mean? That don't do away with, you know what I mean, what our great grandmother and great grandfather did. the contributions we made. And on top of that, you know, I spoke about this before. My family, you know what I mean, we had the first quote unquote colored newspaper in New Jersey. Like we documented our history.
Which was what? Which was?
It's called the Echo Press.
Echo Press.
First it was out of Long Branch, then it was out of Red Bank, New Jersey. Right? My people worked closely with, like I said, John Rock, he worked with Frederick Douglass. Like I said, my people, my grandfather's farm, the same farm where we had indentured servants, we also was hiding runaway slaves in our farms before we would spirit them to up north to Jersey City. Jersey City was a runaway slave town at first. That's how it got founded. That's how it really got established. You know what I mean? And from there, they were going up to Canada. You feel me? So, yeah. Yeah. And then they, like, now my uncle who owned the printing press, the newspaper, he was a lawyer, like, not no stupid people. People knew who he was. The Echo, the printing press is named after my great grandmother, right? Who was a full-blooded Lenape from Scobeyville, which is right out here in Jersey, right? So Echo was the translation of her name, which is Lahele, right? So this is all a part of our culture and our history, you know what I mean? And when you look into the information that the Echo Press dealt with, it dealt with African-American information and dealt with uplifting things and it taught us to, like my uncle was one of the first people that talked about we need to stop being Republicans and become Democrats. Because at one time we was the Republicans because we was the landowners, right? And then when we started losing the land and more of them was owning it and it didn't serve our benefit to be rocking with them, we had to switch to become Democrats. You know what I mean? And that's how, yeah. And this is before Africans could even vote or have land. You feel me? Like this is why, because these was people of native ancestry. You know what I mean? Which gets us into the Walter Pleckers of the world and all this and how they also use the changing our identity to limit us. You know what I mean? To keep us separate, to prevent us from basically intermixing, right? So you go from the 1924 Racial Integrity Act, and then that was overthrown by the Loving case, Loving versus Virginia. I don't know if you're familiar with that, right? But you can look that up. It breaks down everything. But that woman was a Pamunkey woman. She was a Native American woman, right? Rosa Parks, Native American woman. You know what I'm saying? These are people. Harriet Tubman was of Native ancestry. You know what I'm saying? Like these are people who
Nat Turner, all these people we hear about. All these people we hear about, like Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, all of them are Native ancestry. You're saying
they have Native ancestry, or they connected with the Native people like this. You feel me? Like because we was not we ain't look at Africans like they was somebody else. We looked at them as our cousins, our brothers. It was like all this animosity people got. I don't get it. This is how I know they not in touch with what they claim to be. You know what I mean? You don't know who betrayed us. If you knew who betrayed us, you definitely wouldn't be saying the Cherokee. You know what I mean? And if you was mature enough, you would know that what one or two Cherokee do should reflect on nations of people, just like what one or two black people do out here don't reflect on us. You know what I mean? I don't care what 100 black people do. It don't reflect on us as a whole. So why you gonna sit up here? And I guarantee you, whatever Indians sold out that ended up migrating and getting land, their numbers was very small. It wasn't like it was hundreds of thousands of them. It was hundreds of them. It was small groups. You know what I'm saying? Them groups ended up moving out west. And right now you can go out there and these so-called Native American tribes that's out west, it'd be like 1,400 of them. I got more than 1,400 people in my family right here in Jersey. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's like they changed our identity so they could get the land. You know what I mean? Those of us who was on the more, you know, the goal was to kill the Indian, save the man, get the land, right? They reclassified the eastern woodland, southeastern woodland indigenous Indians. It ends up into African American, but it started with color. I showed you where that term was first instituted in Africa, and it was used against the elder tribes of Africa because they're the ones who really had the jurisdiction to the land. Like this shit is all about land. It's about resources. You know what I mean? My particular tribe. So my particular tribe was written out of history in the 1970s for the simple fact that we didn't want to build casinos because we didn't want to bring any pipelines through our territory, which is New Jersey. No oil pipelines. Same shit you hear about that happened in Standing Rock. They've been trying to do that here in Jersey for years, 20, 30 years. You know what I mean? People have died over it. All types of shit happening right here. You know what I mean? So my people who decided we don't want none of that because we don't side with them and because we never, see, this is the thing, we never signed away our rights as a people, right? We never signed any treaties with them. The people who signed treaties with the United States were the people who were already leaving. That's why the Treaty of Fort Pitt was signed out in Fort Pitt. You feel me? It wasn't signed here because those were people who were already fleeing. So that's why those people get recognized as being the Delaware. You know what I'm saying? But that was just a group of people who were fleeing. The ones who stayed here, we stayed here, we've been here. You know what I mean? We amalgamated into the culture just like everybody else. Like we not ancient Indians. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Do we go to events, powwows? Are there people there who are dressed up in ancient regalia? Yeah, but for the most part, we just regular people. Our culture, for the most part, like people like me, my culture is hip hop. You know what I'm saying? That's my culture. I didn't grow up on a reservation. I didn't grow up, but this is my history. This is still my inheritance. You know what I'm saying? When I say my inheritance, I ain't just talking about how I can monetize it. I'm talking about this is my history. I love my people like you love your grandmother. I'm proud of my people. You know what I mean? Like the heroes that I look up to exist within my family. I don't need to look outside my family. You know what I'm saying? And I wish that for everybody. I wish everybody to be able to find this. You know what I mean? My family has this because we always kept our records. I know other families have it because they've been doing the research for 40, 50 years. You know what I mean? But at some point, we all got to start. We all got to get down to the business to find out our true truth, and not the narrative that's been given to us, and then argue amongst each other because someone says they don't fit that narrative. You know what I mean?
I want to get to some Q&A from the people. You got the chat room lit right now, so I want to get to some Q&A. We passed the hour mark. I want to thank. We got about 1,400 people in here. Family, make sure you hit the like button. I see y'all lit in the chat room. A lot of talk, conversation going on. I might have missed some questions if you said it already. So we ain't gonna be here too much long. We'll probably be on here for about 30 more minutes. Put some good questions in the chat. Make sure you hit up the Cash App $Black Magic 363. It is important to support platforms that support you, whether it's history, whether it's health, whether it's economics, whether it's metaphysics. But that's what I'm here for, family, to bring amazing speakers from all over the world on the platform to speak their truth. And it's up to you to see if that truth resonates with you. And hopefully we can put these pieces of the puzzle together, which is also important, family. So I want to thank Turtle Gang for being on here. I want to thank all of y'all for listening. Let's get to some Q&A now. All right. I just been soaking up game this whole hour. I've been soaking up game listening to the brother, you know what I'm saying? But I want to y'all interested in the chat, so I'm gonna let y'all speak. Let's they keep asking who's on the phone. They nosy as hell. They're like, who that on the phone? Who that on the phone? Turtle Gang, you hear me?
Yeah.
They want to know who's on the phone.
Who's on the phone with me?
It's on the speaker. They hear somebody on the speaker talking. They want to know who's on the speaker.
Oh, that was my wife and shit. I didn't know y'all could hear her.
Okay, yeah. They you can't hear clear, but they hear a voice. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, yeah. All right, let's get to the next question. I want to get that one out the way. That was a short one. What's the connection to our last names in Europe?
Okay, so
like my last name is Merritt. You know what I'm saying? Like we got these, or Smith, or like Red and Blue, they Moreland, or you know.
Yeah. So that's real easy. Like you gotta understand that we all grew out of indigenous cultures, right? In indigenous cultures, somebody would speak like real basic, like man go down the street. You understand? Man live in woods. Like it's a descriptive talk. Who are they? They the people that live in the woods. They the people that live by the river. You understand? So a lot of times our names are a product of either a description of our locale. It could be our jobs, you know what I mean? Or it could be actual description of us, you know what I mean? So a lot of times, like, it's a juggling thing, right? Because you could have your name because at some point some European intermarried in your family. Simple as that, you know what I mean? Or you could have your name because when these Europeans encountered you, they associated you with a certain thing. So if your family maybe lived by a river, which most indigenous communities did, they might call you the rivers. If your family lived on a hill, they might call you the hills. You feel me? So, but really, to determine that, you got to know your history to know how these names came about. You know what I mean? How you were brought into that family line. A lot of people think that you got your name from slavery, right? But slave owner wasn't going to give you his last name and shit. He usually did that if you was his child. You know what I mean?
Right.
But in terms of our names, the connection, it's just a linguistic connection. It's just a language, it's a descriptive language. You know what I mean? Like, these terms aren't names, they're just descriptions in another language. They become names because we don't understand what they're really saying. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's get to the next question. Ask him about Benjamin Banneker being a Moor.
Okay, so Benjamin Banneker was of Abenaki descent. You can hear it in the name. I know the history. I know where he's born. All that is sensationalism. It's good to raise up a people. Like when I got knowledge of self, right, back in, I don't know, 88, right, I was told, yo, you God. Black man is God, right? Now, do we mean it literally in the sense that how we was taught of God? No, but we taught that to uplift us, right? So when you're trying to pull a man out the gutter, you want to and strengthen him. You want to build him up. You know what I mean? So a lot of these things that we was taught about certain histories, it's just sensationalism because we was at a point where people just needed to keep packing it on, keep flipping it. You know what I mean? Now, if you really want to know the story of Benjamin Banneker, it's a very in-depth story, and you got to do the real research. You're gonna find he do have connections to Dogon people, but he also got Native American ancestry.
Okay. Okay. Please ask him to distinguish the difference between American Indian and Native America. Celestine, I think at the beginning, Celestine told me I misnamed it. Yeah.
So listen, this is the real thing. That's like somebody who don't really like. Listen, that's all linguistics. When you look it up in the dictionary, native, indigenous, aboriginal, or Cochin, they're all interchangeable. They all mean the same thing. This is what people argue when they don't know the real deal. Let me tell you, like, if I call myself a Native American, right? Okay. If I call myself an American Indian, okay. If I said I'm Lenny Lenape, now I'm specific, and there's no question, you know my territory, you know my It's not none of that games. So we don't argue over, am I Native American? Am I American Indian? Those are legal terms that the government coined to keep people confused. I'm Lenny Lenape. Now, if you know me as being an Indian, then that's the depth of that's, you know what I mean? That's your glass ceiling. But when you understand the truth, this is why, you know, how they say those that know will know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not an Indian. I'm Lenny Lenape. We classified as Indians. I use the term because it's easily digestible by the common people. If I come and tell you I'm Lenny Lenape, you're gonna be like, what's that? because we're not so well known. If I come and say I'm Cherokee, you're gonna know because that's a more popular, you know what I'm saying? But
right.
That's just youth. It's just talk. It's really nothing, because if I went into court, I would not say I'm a Native American, nor would I say I'm an American Indian. I would say what exact people I am so I can be protected under that exact history. Native American don't have no history, that term. Neither does American Indian. There's no treaty. There's a treaty between specific tribes, and we have every treaty ever made between the United States and the tribes. You know what I'm saying? And none of them stand alone as American Indian treaties. They all have specific titles. So that's just the straw man argument that people get into to sound like somebody knows something somebody else don't.
All right, let's get to these questions. Have he ever heard of the Creek Indians?
Yeah, my ancestors. I have Creek ancestry. Absolutely. See, at this point, we are amalgamation of multiple peoples. I got Creek, I got Monacan, I got Cherokee, I got Lenape, but I grew up in Lenape territory under Lenape conditions, running Lenape streets. You know what I'm saying? So that's the tradition. But I got so much in me. I got African in me. I got Irish in me. You know what I'm saying? At this point, like our grandparents double every generation. So at this point, we got so much in us. Like, that's why people be like, oh, take a DNA test. Man, we got DNA from all over the world in us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't gonna tell you where you was at 300 years ago. It's gonna jump you back 10,000 years and you're gonna miss the conversation. Feel me? It's not gonna tell you where your ancestors was 400 years ago and what they was going through.
Right.
Genealogy gonna tell you that. DNA is just gonna take you back to damn near the beginning. And everybody can say that. That's why I be like, yo, how come when an Italian be like, I'm Italian, motherfuckers be like, no, you ain't, you African. Take a DNA test. If we all from Africa, why you don't say that to him? You feel me? Why you don't say that to the Greek man? Why you tell the Arab he ain't African? Why you tell the Neanderthal he ain't African? We all came out of Africa. You feel me? Nah, but these people have identified themselves. They have developed their own distinguishable culture, language, and history. So this is who they identify by. Well, guess what? My people older than the Greek, older than the Italian, older than all these nations you can name. We older than Kemet. Why we can't be called by who we've been called historically? You know what I'm saying? Why are we trying to be something we not? Because we've been quiet for a while because they was killing us.
Yo, since you got records from the 1600s, does anything from your family history, any accounts of y'all interacting with the people of Kemet or interacting with people in other,
all right.
You know?
So this is the thing, right? The nations, all right, so I'm gonna give it to you. All right, so you know who Bess is, right? Obviously. Our connections are pre-dynastic. Before
explain
Kemet.
that to the people, the best.
Our connections are pre-dynastic before Kemet, right? So before what we know is, dynastic rule. You feel me? So what's our connection? So everybody's seen the Black Panther. I'm just gonna lay some simple shit out. Everybody's seen the Black Panther, right? Represented as a panther. Bess is represented as a panther, right? You go to South America, the deities all down there are panthers, right? Now, when you look at the image of Bess, right? It's a particular image of Bess. He got a feather hat on. It's a row of feathers that stand straight up like this, right? Bess. When you go to South America and you travel the Eastern Woodlands, you're gonna find that we wear turkey hats all the way down to South America. Same hat that Bess is displayed wearing. Same outfit, same everything. This is pre-dynastic Kemet. It's before Kemet, before what we know is Kemet. You know what I'm saying? So
would this be a representation of Best this here? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That we would call that a turkey hat.
Okay.
Because we would make that out of turkey feathers. So you might call it whatever bird you use in your territory, right?
Right. Yeah. The story.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
That's also the Europeans adapted that into the leprechaun. That's the leprechaun. Right? Who is he really? It's the Twa people. It's the pygmy people. It's the magical people. Those people migrated here to the Americas first, and they came through Greenland. That's why when you go through Europe, you're going to find mound building people. All those tribes in Europe that are mound building people, all through Ireland and all that shit, all those people live with the Twa, right? Twa taught them. Twa came through Greenland, came through North America, down into South America, and left behind what we call the Mayan calendar. When you look at the center of the Mayan calendar, you're going to see Best. All right? So our connection with Kemet came before Kemet existed. We are pre-dynastic people. We just developed on our own over here. You see what I'm saying? Everybody want to say we followed behind Kemet. We was over here doing that before Kemet was doing what they was doing. My people was in New Jersey doing hydro gardening and all that stuff, right? 4,000 years before the pyramids was built.
Talk to them, man. That's beautiful. Yeah. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
No, I mean, you got Cahokia out here, but these are modern places. But I'm talking about, it's documented. Like we have documentation of villages being dug up in the Pennsylvania, Philadelphia area, all throughout Jersey on the East Coast, of villages that go back thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So what I'm telling you is we're a product of the people that migrated out of Africa thousands and thousands and thousands of years before modern history. And we walked the entire planet and ended up all the way on the East Coast, and we couldn't go no more. So we settled in Lenape-Hokan. And that's who my people are.
Facts. Let's get to the next question. How does this fit into our claim for reparations? Does he agree or disagree?
Okay, so reparations is something that happens between nations. So this is why it's important for people to start tying themselves into nations for real, and not just because you won't get paid. You're probably not going to get paid, but if you do, it's only going to be from nation to nation. It ain't going to be from people to people. And if it is from people to people, it's going to be in the form of government, whatever. It's not going to be nothing that's going to be sustaining, and you're going to be able to build something on. But reparations is between nations. Do I believe that all these Native American nations deserve reparations? Yes. Do I believe these African nations that was invaded and people were stolen, do I believe they deserve reparations? Yes. But who you going to get it from? Because the United States didn't exist at that time. You feel me? And then the United States technically stopped slavery. But the people who stole you from Africa and took over our lands here, they wasn't United States people. They was Europeans. They was criminals. So who we gonna hold accountable? And now we start talking about slavery. All right. So we start talk. Oh yeah, I'll get to that. So we talk about slavery, right? Okay, shit. My people own people. And my people was oppressed. I got a grandmother that was a slave. So what? I'm gonna be paying somebody and getting money? Like when you know the real deal of this shit, it's way more complicated. It's way more moving pieces. That's why they just give people what they give people, because shit way more complicated. And if people start figuring it out, it's gonna be real easy, because now they're gonna have to start paying nations. You understand? For violations. But you can't enforce nothing if you're just a single people. And any group that we come together as now has no history. You could create a new organization and a new group, but you ain't gonna have no history to stand on. And then the people's history you're gonna be trying to use is gonna be like, nope, can't do that. Like the Moors try to use Lenape history. You only would know it if you Lenape and you know your history. Like when they talk about George Washington chopped down the cherry tree and all that shit got nothing to do with the Moors. That shit got everything to do with the Lenape nation and where we gathered here in Manhattan. It was in a cherry orchard, right? Which is now One Cherry Street, which was at one time the first White House in North America, in the United States, because the first White House was in New York. You know what I'm saying? And it was built on the same place that was once a cherry orchard, where all our Shechems, all our leaders would meet. You know what I mean? So when they talk about they chopped down the cherry tree and the government represented the government, They really trying to steal our history. Some of them don't even know it. They just regurgitating what they heard. But I know these things, and I can take you to these places and you can put your hand on the wall. You know what I mean? Because that building's still there. So
let's get to the next question. So many questions. Until you got the chat room popping, my brother. Great show tonight. By the way, brother, I want to thank you for coming on. I just called this brother this afternoon. So I want to thank the brother just for agreeing to come on this afternoon. I just got back into town and I was just thinking about.
Oh, yeah. Real quick though, I want to say something about. My wife mentioned 40 acres and a mule. 40 acres and a mule was a part of a treaty between the United States government and the Choctaw nation. So that was never something that was for African Americans. It was for the Choctaw. Choctaw was reclassified as Negro. You understand? Like I said, Michael Jackson's family, they Choctaw. You get me? And Chickasaw.
It get confusing though, because you said it wasn't about African Americans, but
because they wasn't African Americans at the time. That's just a label.
The label. All right, so let me ask you the next question. Are the so-called African Americans a mixture of Aboriginals, Africans, and Europeans?
No, they're standing nations that was here before Europeans came that mixed in with Europeans and Africans. I mean, if you want to call them Aboriginals, this is the thing. It's when you say Aboriginals, it's just sound everywhere. But when you start dealing with, no, they was Lenape, they was Pequot, they was Susquehanna, they was this, you know what I mean? They was Choctaw, there was Yamasee. When you start dealing with it like that, we can pinpoint it and we can not only discuss it, but we can show you the families and talk about, yeah, it happened. This is what happened. Oh yeah, there's some families that married in with Moors. Okay, boom, yeah, here are the families. We could go see them because it's real. Anything else, when you just talk about it in a big, like, it's just talk. It's not, you can't get to the bottom of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we use these terms because we not really understanding, like, nah, we was nations. And that's why I say, like, African American is what we became. The times we talking about, these people was this, they was that, they was explicitly that. You understand? We became all this other stuff because we was stripped of our identity and we lost our way and we reached for anything that would empower us. You know what I mean? But we have to respect that which empowered us and brought us back. That's why we got to respect, you know what I mean, Black culture. You know what I mean? We got to respect, you know, the history we went through, because like we gained strength out of that. And in fact, we created something new that now dominates the world, a whole new culture. And it came right out of the Eastern Woodlands. You know what I'm saying?
Brother named Jaquan wrote, "My people come from South Carolina. I'm Blackfoot and Cherokee, but we are Hebrew." Tell me about the Hebrew connection with whether it's the Lenape, these tribes, these early native tribes. How much was Hebrew over here in America?
I'm gonna show you some, because like this is what it is. So
it's a powerful conversation, family. Go ahead,
now we talking about a narrative that had an origin at one point, right?
Yeah.
So people are saying that the native tribes are the lost tribes of Israel, right? When do you think this was first uttered? What year?
When?
If you had to guess.
I wouldn't even know where to start, brother.
Yeah, right. Like, because certain terms, right? Like, these conversations are modern conversations. So I'm gonna read something to you, right? Yeah. This is from a book called Ye Old Monmouth, right? This book was written early 1900s, but it's based on records that go back to 1609, right? So it says, chapter 1, Middletown. Middletown is the town right next to where I'm from, Red Bank. Middletown, the oldest settlement in New Jersey. Now, if you understand the 13 colonies and the importance of certain colonies, right? Which ones came first, which ones was established first, which ones got it popping first. When you start to understand all these things, you're going to understand the importance of New Jersey. Just leave it at that, right? So the oldest settlement in New Jersey settled from 1613 to 1665 by the best blood of the old world. That's the Europeans. The home of the strange Lenni Lenape Indians, thought by the pioneers to be the lost tribe of Israel. This is a concept that was first introduced between 1613 and 1665 because hadn't nobody been too many other places, right, other than the Caribbean and here on the East. And this is ideas of people who were religious and believed in the Bible. So when they seen a group of people who were indigenous and living in a different environment, living in an old culture, they associated it with the Hebrews and the lost tribes from their book, the Bible. And they placed that on us. But never has any of these tribes as a whole said we are the lost tribes of Israel, nor is our language a part of the Hebraic script. I have the language family tree that starts with the Dean, right? And it shows how all languages developed. My language, which is Algonquin, which is actually Lenape, right, is an Amerindian language, and it's on par with the grandfather language of Hebrew. So there's no way my language and Hebrew are the same languages. People just get caught up in sounds, which is called false friends, words that sound alike in different languages, and then you think they're the same word or they have the same meaning, but they don't. A magazine in French and a magazine here ain't the same word.
Do you know how to speak? Do you know how to speak your language? Do you know how to speak it?
Yeah, I could speak it enough to greet people.
Let me hear something. This is very interesting. Can I hear something? Can I hear you speak a little bit? Like, can you say a sentence or two?
So I would greet people. I would say, Wella gunta walking, honor gunta walking, intuensi, kwakwi tako, lenatuee, ni ta puka wanku.
What is
so
that?
What I just told you is I said, peace and blessings, all right, to all my relatives. My name is still Turtle, he who has the heart of many men. I am Turtle Clan. So that's basically what I said. If my cousin was on, he speaks multiple dialects of our language. We just did a symposium a couple of months ago at Princeton University, you know what I mean, where he was there speaking with other Lenape from Canada to Oklahoma, you know what I mean? So it's not like we running around here and we not doing real things. We really connected. Like I've done, I do work for Rutgers University, documenting tribal history and things of that nature. So, we tied in, but right now, like my cousin, he's the one that's really fluent in the language. I'm learning, but it is what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't grow up like that. We don't profess to be that, but we know what our truth is. You know what I mean? And we're doing what we can to get our culture back. So yeah, we're studying the language. You know what I mean? We're getting back into our true identities.
Indeed. Let's take two more questions. I don't want to keep the brother on here too long. Can you speak on the Dawes Act?
All right, so all that stuff paved the way for, like, all these things that people are clamoring for, they don't know what they are. I told you, like I spoke earlier, and people got to really understand this, that when they were dissolving tribes and they was breaking tribes up, right, you would have different members of the tribe. In order for a tribe to cede land, everyone has to agree. So there's a certain organizational pattern that you have to go through that leads up to what would be your clan mothers. And then all your clan mothers got to agree. But they can't come to that resolution until everyone under them is agreed, and so on and so forth, right? On down to the babies, right? So all the tribes never agreed to give up land. The ones that did, the government hugged and said, okay, it's 1 million Cherokee, but only 1,800 agree with us. So these people are the Cherokee, and we're going to write up an act that facilitates them, and we're going to call it the Dawes Act. All y'all sign your name on here, and through perpetuity, we will be in business with y'all. And all the rest of y'all, because y'all not fucking with us, y'all can't fuck with this list. Now, you can have cousins that's on that list because Like my grandfather did not want to speak about our history. He forbid it to be spoken in the house. His brother, my uncle, spoke loudly, right? Those two feuded over this for the second half of their life because my grandfather felt like this truth was going to make life harder for us. My uncle was like, fuck that. This is who we are. They taking our land. So it drove them apart. You understand? So the same things was happening back then. I told you some Lenape fought for the French, some fought for the English. These was people that could have been family. So you're going to have people getting split. So now you end up being a descendant of a member who your grandfather didn't sign on the Dawes list and remove. But you they family. But you're not a part of that because that's a government organization. You understand? So all these papers, trails that people are trying to think they can get their name on and all of a sudden they're not going to get paid. No, it ain't like that. That's a clandestine agreement amongst a group of people. And yeah, you may be Cherokee and they Cherokee, but they signature ain't for you. You live on your block in your house. You could walk into your house and put your feet up on your couch. You can't walk into your neighbor's house and put your feet up on his couch. I don't care if y'all live on the same block. And it's the same thing. So all these Dawes lists, if your people sign those, then you'd still be connected to all these other people who still getting checks. So thinking you're gonna jump in now, and they'll tell you that if you ain't been active in a few generations, even if you could have a great grandmother that was on that, and if you ain't been active in that community in 2 generations, they'll still tell you you can't eat with us. You know what I mean? So everybody chasing all this, they're not gonna get what they think they getting. You know what I mean? This ain't about that. This is about self-identification. You know what I mean? Like we people that can get our own. We can build our own. We've been doing that forever. You know what I mean? Like handouts ain't gonna save us. You know what I mean? We can enforce the law and get some things different for ourselves. But that takes organization.
Last question. Ask him about America being known as ancient Egypt, Phoenicia, Garden of Eden.
You know, that shit is so sensationalized. It's so ridiculous. Like it's why, like, listen, okay, so this is what people say. They'll say, oh, this is ancient Egypt. That's Memphis. The Memphis River is the Mississippi River, right? They're all talking linguistics of languages they don't understand. What does Memphis mean in that language? You know what I mean? What does Kemet mean, or Egypt? What does Egypt mean in the language? Because Egypt ain't even the language that place is said to be, right? Memphis is not the real word. Memphis is the Greek word, right? So I'm just referencing places that people try to throw up. You know what I mean? If Memphis was an indigenous place, why have no indigenous nations recorded that? And that's not to say that in that place where Memphis actually sits, there wasn't an actual indigenous city, but it wasn't called Memphis because guess what? They didn't speak Greek. So if they were really those people, why wouldn't we have the real name? You feel me? Like they'll say Egypt was over here. Why wouldn't you say Kemet was over here? That would help more credibility. If Kemet is the actual ancient name, which we don't even know that to be true. You understand? So this is what I mean when I talk about people talk stuff. People will claim a territory and say this, but they don't know nothing about the languages that are spoken in that area. If they knew anything about the languages spoken in the area, they know that the languages are descriptive languages and they speak to our history. You know what I'm saying? We speak English, but we don't really know what we're saying because we don't know the true meaning of these words. You know what I'm saying? We just using them and we have a familiar or whatever, but they are part of our history. When I speak Lenape, the certain words that are spoken speak to our history, not just, we ain't just talking like, you know what I mean? They speak to certain things. So this is going to be common in any indigenous language. This is why you can drive all around America and you can still see the indigenous names of these places all over, primarily Algonquin names, or should I say Lenape names, right? You're not going to see no Egyptian names unless they're named by European people. Why are European people so fascinated with Kemet? Because that's where they got raised up at. That's where they got their knowledge from. They got their knowledge from Kemite, from the Cometians that ended up migrating into Europe. and established the royal dynasty and all those things, which is why there's so many similarities between the British royals and when you look at Kemet culture and all this and all that, which is why in the Americas, you got the Capitol Hill, and in Kemet, you got the Kapita, and that's where they crown the pharaoh, and the Capitol Hill is where the president gets, you know what I mean? Because they're emulating Egyptian culture. Europeans always have. They learned it through the Moors. They learned it through all these different people. So when the Europeans came here, they brought their mindset, they brought their worshipfulness, they brought all their things. So they came here, and some said, damn, those might be the lost tribe of Israel. Some of them, other ones saw pyramids and said, damn, this shit look just like Egypt. And they wrote that shit in their books. And the niggas that's trying to find out who they are finding these white people's books that were writing shit about shit they didn't know nothing about, and they're taking it for the word. Just like they say California and Queen Khalifa. Ain't no such thing as a Queen Khalifa. That's come from a 15th century storybook novel that was written for Spaniards.
Wait. So that ain't real, the Queen?
No. Now, am I saying that there wasn't a female tribal leader on the West Coast that was a dominant figure? I'm not saying that. That's true. But her name wasn't Khalifa. And the whole mythology behind that comes from a book. And in that book, California was an island that was next to the Garden of Eden.
Where was the Garden of Eden?
It's over in Africa. It ain't got nothing to do with here. It's a Spanish book. These Spaniards that came here, this is the first time they ever came here. They didn't know this shit was here. That's why they call California, California, because they thought it was an island. But we know it's not an island. All this shit is right before people's eyes, but everybody want to, and make this shit bigger, and it's a conspiracy. No. Queen Khalifa come from Spanish people coming here, and them soldiers who have been reading this novel, which was like the #1 novel for Spanish kids. So these kids who grew up wanting to be soldiers, reading this book, now they're grown and they're fighting in another country, and they see a dominant woman, and they immediately go, that's Queen Khalifa. Now everybody says, oh, Queen Khalifa, Amazons. Then they want to talk about the Amazons. The Amazon is the European title for that river down there. That's not what them people down there call it. See what I'm saying? So what we doing is we just following behind a European, reading his books, and he was writing them when he didn't even know what was going on. He's just writing what he see and associating what he know with it. That's why they thought we was the lost tribe of Israel. That's why they thought when they seen pyramid complexes that they was in Egypt, because they associated everything pyramid-wise with Egypt and Africa. And now us trying to be woke, trying to be this, trying to be that is doing the same thing. It's really ridiculous. Like, come on now, we better than that.
Man.
Like, everything real. I got friends who study Kemet heavy. And everyone tell me, right, if Kemet came here, the pharaohs, man, they left markings, they left everything behind. And people be like, oh no, that shit's in the Grand Canyon. Okay, well, when they pull that shit out, fine. Because I know one thing, like, these people have created so many fake shit. You know what I mean? Like, they pull shit out of some shit in Ohio, Bat Creek Cave, right? People want to say it's some Kemetic shit. That shit turned out to be some Viking shit. But what people don't realize is that everybody worshiped the same shit back then. Everybody worshiped the bull. So they seen this primitive carving of a bull, and they're thinking it's the Apis bull. It's gotta be. Kemet, they worship the bull. Oh, Kemet was here. People going crazy. Then when they further develop it, oh, that's something that got left over here in more recent times by some Europeans who also worship the same Apis bull.
So you don't think the same way people from Kemet travel to Europe, you don't think they travel to America as well?
I know they did. I know who got treaties with certain groups that came here. Like, I never said they didn't come here, but this is not that. You feel me?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, they came here. They didn't come here and teach us nothing. Let me tell you something. Like, everybody gonna jump on the Olmecs. I spent a month down there, right? Boots on the ground in these villages. Them same people that you say is Africans are still there. And they're not Africans, and they're dark. They're not. They look just like them Olmec statues. I've been there. I filmed it. Right? I got all that shit. Right? Them people are indigenous people that have been there forever. Right? Did the Africans come there? Sure did. Did they exchange information and knowledge? Sure did. Was it a rekindling of a much older affair, relationship that was happening thousands and that? Sure did, because we've been interacting with these people forever. Just because the European first found out about it and wanted to narrate it the way he wanted to, that's on him, right? Like people to tell you the Olmecs and the Egyptians, this and that, and they're great stone builders, and the Olmecs were great stone builders, and they'll even say the Olmec became the Mayan, and the Mayan became the, like they say all these crazy things, and these are all very different people. You know what I mean? The Olmec are not the Egyptians. Olmec, like the Olmec architecture is completely different than anything Egyptian. You know what I mean? Those Olmec sculptures, if those were Africans, you would find those same sculptures in Africa somewhere. The only ones of those sculptures that are in Africa are ones that were donated by Mexico to certain African nations. You know what I mean? When that book was written, talking about the African influence of the Americas, it was just that, the influence. Never said that Africans came here and started the culture here. Not the modern Africans that they want to give credit for. If you want to say Africans came here, they came here 80,000 years ago. And when they came here, they called themselves the Lenape.
Man, listen, I enjoyed the conversation. You gave us a lot to think about, my brother. I know people are like, woo, man. You said so many things tonight, brother. So I appreciate you for coming on. Is there any contact information you want to leave the people? Is there anything, any way you got classes or anything you want to tell them about?
I don't know. I'm not right now. I just be laying back. I feel like I put enough information out there over the years, and people want to. But you can always check me out on Facebook. I'm Norris Francis Branham. Instagram is turtlegang.nyc. My website is turtlegang.nyc. Any questions and discuss anything, people can get in touch with me through those, those social media sites. And I'm out here building with the family, man. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Once again, family, I want to thank all of y'all. We still got 1,500 people in the room. I know y'all was enjoying this conversation because y'all in here. So I want to thank everybody for being in the room tonight. Like I said, I want to have like a roundtable discussion sometime in the future with this level of information to help us try to figure things out and get to the bottom of exactly, our history here in this country that has been so well hidden by certain entities, people, whatever. So Turtle Gang, thank you, my brother. I'll call you soon and try to set something up, something that could be, conducive to all of us, my brother. Thank you, my brother.
Thanks for having me, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. All right, peace, family. Peace.
Peace.
Enemy of my tribe, I offer mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, oh yeah, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this arrowhead. My nation, my need you, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iowa Cherokee, the chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like EST. You might not be as G as me. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all, inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say that was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my knees, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this here is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patches. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us. Nobody lost they right like us. Wake 'em up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that sense is finna say. Everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us or against us? Ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. I fucked in 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got clipped for days. Be careful, I advise you to. Give me my tribe of opera mind, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, oh yeah, Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche.
Peace, peace, peace. Hey man, we back around here in this thing, man. Yo, we're gonna put the link in the chat room, man. I want to say shout out to Brother Rich, Black Magic. You know, having an open mind, you know, being able to bring different ideologies to the platform. I seen somebody ask earlier, was he a Pan-African? I don't think look at him as a Pan-African, but definitely more in the Black power range. You know what I mean? Black power lane. You know, I want to say shout out to Turtle Gang, man. You know, appreciate the work and things they do. You know, I think it's always interesting when people, you know, that say stuff or whatever, right? And you, once again, I said earlier, a lot of us find terminologies and stuff, and we get comfortable with them, right? Now, I don't know his lineage. He does. He knows his lineage, and he's went to the 1600s, right? Documented on paperwork, right? And I always think, you know, when people say document on paperwork, I just be like, well, who paperwork? What language was it written in? Was it written in any language that would be indigenous to this plane or this over here where we in America, right? And so when we talk about Lenni Lenape, it's just another descriptive term, but it's a foreigner's descriptive term. Okay. So you know, when we have critiques and certain things or whatever, I get what he's saying, because it's more of a descriptive term of where they at, location, locale, this and that and the third or whatever. It would be no different than anything else. And when we're saying that we're Aborigines, you know, of course, you should definitely know it goes deeper than that. I don't think that if you have made it to the Aborigine level, that you've already passed the Indian level. You've already passed the Dawes Roads. You've already passed the reservations. You've already passed the Europeans' descriptive terms of our people in locale and location. Chapatula, for instance, people by a river. Another terminology for people by the river. What was that? The fucking Catawba. That's people by the river. What river? Oh, well, you know, we say Catawba, you know that river. You say Chattanooga, you know what river, you know what people and what location. Okay. So once again, Europeans didn't bring these names here. They didn't bring the names of these states, none of these other things. These places are depictive of us, of Americans, and we bear the names, and that's in our bloodlines. That's just what it is. And I had to make that critique, you know what I'm saying, Turtle, you know what I'm saying? Once again, bro, you know, you will fall in line of the bougie Indians. You know, hey, I found myself over here with this tribe and I'm better than you guys. And, you know, and you that guy. I just wanted to point that out, y'all. And a lot of the storyline that you're telling is their storyline. Once again, you putting it, oh, well, you know, the Moors said this or whatever. But once again, when their descriptive term of the Lenape Moors, that's their descriptive term. Doesn't mean that you came from somewhere else. That's just a descriptive term. And when we're talking about Lenny Lenape, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about a female. You understand what I'm saying? So that's not the origin of a thing or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So even when we're talking about any of these terminologies or whatever, they have been romanticized or whatever, and these people take control of it because they created it after they translated stuff, after they remixed single stuff and put it back in time. So I just wanted to point that out, y'all. And I like brother was on point about a lot of things he was saying, but once again, a lot of people start going back to Africa. They start having all these things, the mixtures and all this other stuff that he's talking about with Europeans and Africans, and then the indigenous people. We're saying Aborigines here, right? Once again, these guys believe that Native Americans, whatever. He pointed out that Native Americans didn't exist at the time. Like I said, he was contradictory in some of the things he was saying. You can't say one thing and then turn around and say another thing. That's contradictory and it's confusing. And I know Brother Rich seemed a little confused. He had a look on his face like, huh? And he was just going along with it, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of things it was new to him. It's just, once again, people do, you know, once again, I feel that we should leave people room to grow. Can't cut people off and say, oh man, they don't know what the hell they talk about. You know what I mean? But we have to be able to do these critiques or reactions to certain things or whatever. And I would expect somebody to do it to me as well, and pull my coattails and things or whatever. And, you know, either adjust or you just don't give a damn. You know what I mean? And so once again, we see a lot of people adjusting to pressure. You understand? So we got to keep applying pressure, man. Applying pressure. Like I said, man, you got to share this with Brother Rich. Tell him we need to get the truth over there. You know, get the gold over there and and really give the real information, or at least one of the horsemen over there. You know what I'm talking about? And really bring some real information. That goes for Tariq. That goes for a lot of people, man. You know, we really need to get this information out to our people, man, because a lot of people are confused. And as you guys seen earlier, Tariq was talking about still pushing the Africa line, right? And if you guys seen the flag of the FBA, right, it has 1526 on there. Once again, 1526 is still immigration or a concept that they came up with of bringing people here, but that never happened in 1526, y'all. So, or 1619 or any of these things bringing people from Africa. Once again, we're not Africans. And no matter what they come up with, what type of storylines they come up with, they coming up with paperwork. Anybody can create paperwork. especially especially when you're creating paperwork and you're writing dates and language that didn't exist back into a time period. So, once again, a lot of you guys don't know that. So you guys will say, hey man, I got this from the Library of Congress. And you'd be so gung-ho and so happy, like you were so great, right? But not knowing that the thing that you're holding up as this great documentation comes from the people that you say that you don't trust. So once again, we have to vet all information. Once again, we have to vet the science. The science goes along with the politics. I understand. I know you guys don't understand that. It's just, we just need word of mouth. We just need to know what grandma said. And then we got to turn around to the same people that you say did this to you, right? And then go with they goddamn documentation. Oh, that's it. They did this to us. They marched us. They did all this shit to us, right? But then you want to turn around and say they documentation is the end all motherfucking be all. I got it from 1603. I went back to 500 BC. See what I'm saying? And if I created some paperwork for you and said it went back, it was depicting something that goes back to 1703 or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, that's all it's all it takes. Once again, it further proves the word spells and the fuckery that is going on around here, man. This shit got to stop, man. And once again, you guys have to produce the evidence for these extraordinary ass claims that you guys are talking about. But once again, the interpretation that you guys interpreting is saying that one thing. All you have to do is go find Washington in Europe, right? Like the origin of it in Europe. That's all you got to do. Go find the origin of these words, right? As opposed to saying, well, we're only going to use the colloquial sense. Stop using semantics, chief. Stop being dummy. Stop being so dumb. Like at this point, bro, you're super dumb because y'all too dumb to be agents at this point. Like, you understand what I'm saying? And your distractions, you're not really helping because people need more information. We need to be moving in a forward direction. Once again, onlybuilders2022 at gmail.com. I listen, bro. It's not our fault that we the only builders around here, but that's just what it is. So support the real y'all, man. I don't know what else going on with everybody else outside of this community, outside of what we're doing. Like I said, we got a lot of great things coming down the pipe. Yeah, like I told you, I'm really excited, man. And it's just not enough to be online talking all day, a lot of just gossiping or whatever, or even just talking about the problems as those solutions, and then not getting up and doing something about it, not getting policies changed in your city. Not bringing something to the table, man. So I just think that's what it is, man. And I think a lot of people just prefer just to sit back and watch somebody else do it. You know what I mean? As opposed to saying, you know what can I do to contribute to this win, this historical wins that we're contributing, that we're having right now. I see Lucky Guzman up in there. What up, though? Copper Goddess, Tony Furlow, King Hefe is in the building. Say shout out to everybody, man. Really appreciate you guys. Infinite to God. Maurice Miller, Sean Yisrael. I'll say shalom, Islam, assalamu alaikum, free the land. Everything that y'all got, every greeting out there. You know what I'm saying? I want to say peace to everybody, man, that you really truly righteous, man. I want to say hello and how you doing? We like to say ooga, ooga. So shout out to everybody, man, and know about that, man. I want to say shout out to my partner, Ism from the Cave Radio, man. If you guys know about the Cave Radio, man, give me a big ooga, ooga. You know what I mean? So peace to everybody, man. Hey, man, like I said, I'm super excited, man. There's a lot of things coming, man. You guys already know that. You guys want to see the SmackDown? Lucky, what up, though? Sagittarius is in the building. Copper Tone, Follow Our Heritage Apparel. Oseo, Tayshawn, Mama Bear, Tonsinus, Copper Main, 8th Line is in the building. Peace King. What up, Chief Jonesy? Yeah, I mean, y'all, you know, hey, yeah, I want y'all to hit the link, man, because I kind of gave my, you know, some of the things that I thought, you know, the brother was inaccurate on, which I think is kind of the main thing, you know what I mean? But you know, it gets interesting because, like I said, a lot of times people, you know, be like, hey, I got in, you guys need to get yours, and then turn around and be like, we all are Aborigines. You can't do that, or you know, or like Aborigines need to stop just wanting to be a new group, and you got to turn around and be like, but it's the individual. See, that's a problem I have right there when you're saying out your mouth, bro. Mind your business. Don't worry about what we're doing over here. That's y'all problem. Everybody always got something to say about what somebody else is doing. You fuckers act like we just woke up Aboriginals. Nigga, you know how happy we was when we found out a lot of the information that you niggas is just finding out about yourself right now. Some of us ain't just start doing this. Once again, we're positioning ourselves to win. It's about winning. It ain't about feeling good and all these other things. No, we need remedies. We need certain things. And working together, Turtle Gang, and anybody else in you bougie ass niggas, it would be better if we work together to get remedies, whatever the fuck you call yourself, because we don't have to go be in anybody's goddamn tribes, because your tribe is your motherfucking bloodline, your fucking family that joined to create nations, but these people took over the nations. So stop. I hate a bougie ass Indian ass nigga though. I really do. Y'all know who y'all are. You know what I mean? I really do, man. And I told y'all, man, anybody can get it, man. Ain't nobody safe, man. Watch y'all mouth, bro. Y'all gotta understand what y'all talking about. Y'all instead of like pushing something and pushing something that nobody cares about, right? Because if they did, they'll be talking about you guys. They'll be talking about the things that you guys are doing for the greater. If we've been misclassified, right? If all of us have been classified, then we're fighting for all of us, Turtle. That's what I don't like. I don't give a fuck. We fighting for everybody. That's the Indian way, nigga. And that's the problem I have with y'all, man. And every time I can see the motherfuckers that is not about the Indian way, not about the Aboriginal way, not about the right way, the ancestors way. I see it every time. You the motherfuckers is to get. I'm a millionaire, ain't did shit for nobody. You niggas to be billionaires and won't do nothing for nobody. Wouldn't put another motherfucker on. Hey, once again, did I tell y'all we creating over here opportunities, jobs? Some of y'all might need a job, right? chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Stop playing with yourself. I don't even want to keep going back and forth with y'all. chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Tap in. Let's get to work. Let's get to building something. Stop being scary. Let's get to it, man. I don't want to keep hearing all this little weak ass talk. Oh, the white man gonna tear it down. I heard a motherfucker say that last night. I thought I almost threw up, bro. I was like, bro, that's what you really feel like that? You really feel like as a man, if you build something, they're gonna come tear it down. You understand what I'm saying? That you that weak, that you can't protect nothing, you can't protect your manhood or your dignity or nothing, let alone to protect anything that you put your hard work in to build. Come on, bro. We ain't the same. Stop speaking for everybody. And I don't know if you guys caught it last night, but we had played Jesse Lee Peterson, and he had the brother Shaka Amos on there, right? Shaka Amos is smart, y'all. Now don't take motherfuckers light, like, you know, whatever, because he knows certain things. He slipped up and said that we were here already. But he didn't press that issue. Jesse Lee Peterson is another person that, you know, this information needs to get to. You know what I mean? And I can guarantee you, right, he knows about this. And we'll be able to jar his memory. I think he's like from Alabama, right? We're going to jar his memory and do some things or whatever, right? So I just want you guys to know that. See, Zodon in the building. What up, Zodon? As long as he's speaking the truth, let him talk. That's right. I mean, like I said, everything, like everything wasn't inaccurate. I gotta say that with the brother Turtle, Lou Era, Grassroots, Peace Dirty, everything wasn't there, wasn't inaccurate, right? Mo Deezy, but once again, people on the East Coast had a different experience with these people, right? They were dealing with the Dutch, right? And let's say, for instance, some of the other tribes were dealing with the Spanish and the French, or their cousins, a different Indo-European group, right? And depending on the time period, right? When they were called French, Spanish, and Dutch, right? But they didn't send no fucking armadas over here because they dusty broke asses was fighting over there. So they dusty broke asses didn't have the money to send or the bodies to send people over here to fight nothing. So they fought through us, their story, by proxy. Man, don't fuck. Y'all know what? I'm gonna fuck y'all. Don't fuck with me. I don't like that. I don't like people telling me, you don't know what you're talking about, Chief. You making stuff up. Really? When did they make theirs up? When did they make their whole story up to put them in the power? See, what I do, I just don't ingest what they give us. You have to go to the French archives. You got to go to the air quote Spanish archives, Portuguese archives, the British archives, and you have to cross-reference the cross-reference. This ain't a fucking Google search. This takes years. And y'all wonder why I'm so hostile when a motherfucker that's just Googling while we talking, gonna try to tell me something he don't know what the fuck he talking about. Are y'all serious right now? And that's why you don't supposed to speak to everybody in certain situations. So some people don't understand when it's not a debate. You know what I mean? They think everything is a debate. It's not everything. Sometimes we can build, but you're supposed to be building something. So that is not building. You're asking questions because you don't know the answer to it. And so it turns into something because people are deniers. Even the Grebo dude was like, oh, no, did it say my people was the... You know what your people did. You know the story of your traitorous ass people, bro. Y'all motherfuckers wouldn't be here. All y'all. We ain't just picking on certain people, whatever. We just got to tell the truth, man. So keep it real. Yaru. Salam. Salam. Rational Minds Productions. Peace. Welcome. If this y'all first time, man, I want to say peace to y'all, man. Hey, like, share, subscribe, man, to the channel. And hey, man, thanks for supporting the revolution, man. And the revolution will be streamed, y'all. Y'all already know what it is, man. Let's get to it, man. It's your Sahab, and I come in peace, man. I really do, man. I really do. Charles Clark in the building. Hey, man, anybody coming on here? Rap a taste? Like, well, y'all know, man, I got more shit for you. You know what I'm saying? Don't trip. But I once again, like I said, the Turtle Island joint. It was interesting. I want to pull that Tariq video back up and just, I don't know if we can start back off where we left off at. Somebody come on here. But it was also, like I said, that going to that video, terminology is everything, man. Even when somebody says something, you know what I'm saying, you got to know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? You got to know that you can't regurgitate the same history that put them in social, political, economic empowerment. And it's all based off of the out of Africa, eugenics, theory of evolution, and stuff like that. If you guys don't understand the connection to it, you might be slow. Something like you might have, somebody might have dropped you on your head. Real talk. If you don't understand, as a grown adult, as all the hours and the painstaking, and we have pointed this shit out, how this is all connected. Even when when you ask these guys about the Bible and stuff like that, or whatever, right? They say, yeah, the Bible and stuff like this or whatever is a part of the indoctrination process. But guess what? That doesn't still have anything to do with they sweet Lord like savior, you know what I'm saying, or to believe in these stories, internalize them as the base of your life. Well, then these people are controlling you, regulating you, right? And that's just what it is, man. And I know it hurt, and I really come in peace, and I don't really want to be that guy, but I think that people should honor the motherfucker that is telling you the truth, as opposed to motherfucker that's telling you sweet lies. You know what I'm saying? And while he's telling you sweet lies, he's robbing you. You know what I mean? This is what's happening, and not bringing anything to the table. And I think it's the people's fault that do that, not the people that's doing it, because it's just an abuse cycle that they're being used to. You know what I mean? So we're going to change the game, and we got to show success in doing it. chiefholiday@gmail.com. Tap in, man. Let's get to work. Let's get to building. Onlybuilders2022@gmail.com, man. Hey, we Trump tight over here. I don't know if you guys have been checking the scoreboard, but it's like we got everything covered. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, some of the stuff that you guys don't know about, you know, that's on the way too. Some things we don't want nobody to know about. Okay, so you know, until we perfected certain things and doing certain things, man, as humble servants to the people, to the culture, man, to our tribes, you know what I'm saying, to the nation, man. So that's just what it is, man. And we're not here. Like I say, this, you know, let me tell you guys, this is a leaderless movement. And I know a lot of times people say that, but we're not saying it as if, you know, we don't want to take responsibility, because everybody's leaders. You know what I'm saying? So I might have to change that. Instead of saying it's a leaderless, you know, it's like, yo, we're strong with leaders. You know what I'm saying? So we have abundance, a plethora of leaders. Y'all remember the old slogan, follow the leaders. So I want to say shout out to all the leaders out there, man. Shout out to all the great ones, man. Hey, you already know, man, if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, press GOAT. Now, with that being said, that ain't shit on nobody. I think everybody should feel like they the greatest people, whatever, right? Now, if your ass ain't never did nothing, and you know, as a people, you know, you might not, don't say look down on yourself, don't compete. You know what I mean? That's all. Yeah, you know, hopefully, you know, we can inspire each other to be better. You know what I mean? But don't leave where you come from and then turn around and thumb your nose at people or whatever that are less fortunate or whatever. Because, you know, they say, you know, they bring over the best and the brightest. But I thought that they had already took all the best and brightest slaves from Africa. And, you know, so I thought that was really interesting, you know, when people say that, man. So it's interesting that people from the continent don't identify themselves as slaves. And then, you know, and us here, even though they know there's a disconnect, a lot of them that have been taught in their systems to think like a European or whatever, right? They also look down on us as if we're the slaves. You know what I'm saying? Because they have fallen into that narrative. And if you go back into it or whatever, nobody's telling a story other than, you know, the people, once again, that are ingesting it from the ghetto informant program and CIA and everybody else or whatever that's implanted over there. Hey, Smoke Signal, what's up, bro? Smoke.
Salute to you, brother.
Peace, man. How you feeling, family?
Oh man, I'm just still up, man. Getting ready to run a little errand, but while I got the time, just came up to holler at you because nobody else didn't want to join the panel. So you know.
Yeah, man, it's all good, man. We're gonna put this video back on, man, in a second. You know, because like I said, I seen like the first part of it. Now it's starting to get good. When the pale skinned dude came on there and he, you know, and he's asking questions, I think that they really do have questions because they have been indoctrinated and miseducated as well. Now I feel like if we could, not that we should care, but if we care about succeeding in building, right, as well as winning some things and getting power, then we should be trying to win at all costs and in every level. We have to be intelligent when we're doing it, bro. You know what I mean? So what do you feel like that? We can't keep doing the same thing because it's not getting us anywhere. You know what I mean? So what do you think about that, brother?
Well, yeah, actually, that would be labeled as clinically. That would be labeled as insanity. Repeating the same thing, expecting different results, according to the latest. The latest. What they call it, psychology, whatever the words is. There's so many of them. But yeah, the clinical definition of insanity would be repeating the same thing and expecting different results.
And, you know, I mean, it's. I think another good thing that's coming from this, man, people to sit back and watch how other people think about us, even though you should know, right? You should, but and you also see how they use, but also see how they you and how they use white, like how pale skins come on here, and we're gonna have to literally say, "I'll show y'all, don't trip, I got y'all." But you gotta literally disarm them. I told y'all, you cannot allow them to use white. You cannot allow you can't be scared. So when they start talking like Dr. Evil and they start saying and start speaking in a proper accent and and start talking like that, first and foremost, we don't even actually care. See what I'm saying? Period.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We don't
Now I
actually
get
care
that.
about you know what I mean? Some of us don't actually care about that, and also accents and vernacular doesn't denote intelligence. Period. Now, in the well spoken, and I'd rather be well. I'd rather have the comprehension down than the proper. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather know what the fuck words mean as opposed of how they make you fucking feel, you fucking goofies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all like remember that it was Deion Cole. Shout out to Deion Cole, right? He had a skit, right? And it was like being black at work, right? And so dude was one of his partners was like, why they around the pale skins at their job, right? He's talking all proper, great King's English, acting real stiff, his pants all pulled up and shit, right? Right? And then soon as, like, say for instance, they go out of the break room and it's just him and Deion, he'd just be like, "Oh, what's up, my nigga?" You know what I'm saying? Sagging, start talking real, real different, right? It's really funny. I tried to play it one time. I think they blocked it. So we might have to try to do it again. But yeah, that video, right, was super funny, right? So Deion was like, so he said he was gonna set up some hidden cameras. Now he's having a conversation with the pale skins, right? He was like, "Yo, this is that guy y'all know, Ricky. That's not Ricky. This is Ricky right here." And he showed him in the break room, acting different or whatever, and they was like, oh, they was all appalled and shit. They was like, oh my God, that's Ricky? That's really Ricky like that or whatever, right? It was really funny. So they had an intervention, right? So Deion was like, yo, meet me out in the parking lot. We're gonna smoke a blunt, this and that and the third, right? So when dude get out there, he acting like the real Ricky, right? He get out there, they out there, and they like, Ricky, we didn't know this is you. What's going on? And he tried to deny it at first, like, no, I'm not. That's not me. You know what I mean? Whatever, like that, right? He started denying the shit, right? So what was fucked up, right? He looked at Deion. He was like, "Man, I was scared." You understand what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys do this, but some people call it their white voice. Shame on you. Shame. That means you got a white brain. Okay? Think about that. Your white voice means that your brain is white. Okay? Shame on you. Purge yourself. Wake up. God damn it. Wake the fuck up. And that's y'all problem, man. I swear to God, it's funny, but it's not funny because the seriousness of the psychological damage is serious, bro. You know what I'm saying? The motherfuckers just learned how to wipe their ass 100 years ago. These are motherfuckers you trying to pull your pants up and sound like we invented everything. Everything. Their language. We invented everything. Everything, yeah. And so that's what I gotta say, bro. That's my only pushback on everything, man. We make slang fly, ebonics fly, mumble rap fly. Nigga, we make syrup drinking fly, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all understand that we make shit that's not fly. So in the rest of the world is just not catching on to it. And so once again, y'all, we gotta stop looking down on ourselves. And when you look down on yourself, you're definitely looking down on your children, you're looking down on your ancestors, you're looking down on your community, and you're never gonna build shit. And you're always gonna have a we're getting out this cycle, and that's the problem. We cannot continue to keep perpetuating these curses to these babies. That's a problem. That's a problem. So go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like some type of way, developing some type of code to where even if somebody encroach our space, everybody got to conform to the standard, right? Because if we gonna be or get something popping, it's gonna have to be a standard. It can't be business as usual, because business as usual will still leave us at the bottom. You know, that's what I would say. So I say developing some type of standard to make sure when we start making progressive steps, we don't have to worry about being stagnant, because if you're rolling with the train, then you got to understand where it's going. And I land right there.
Well, I mean, I mean, once again, yo, that's all a part of the indoctrination process. That's all a part of, the movies. Okay, like we niggas be conditioned. Like, when the movie come on and there's only one or two of us in the movie, and be like, we already conditioned to know that the brother gonna die of like the first 2 seconds of the movie, right? Why did we pay for that movie? You understand what I'm saying? Like, we pay to be shit on. Like, if y'all supporting Joe Rogan and everything, shame on you. Because at this point right now, really, and Vlad and all these other people, whatever, if it's not that we don't know this happening to us, because they don't support us, they only use us, right? So at this point, if we don't understand that your integrity and certain things are more important than working for George Soros, right? That right there, for me, that discredits you from anything, right? So certain things discredit you guys from being able to speak and being able to be relevant. But a lot of times people make you relevant because they can see you on CNN, they can see you on Fox, they can see you, for some odd reason, the algorithm is not blocking you. Y'all follow me? So just understand that. And what all glitters is ain't gold. And I don't think people understand that. It's about the work. It's about rolling your sleeves up and getting something done. So once again, chiefholiday@gmail.com. Only for serious people that's really trying to build. Only if you really need a job, you need an opportunity. Get your boy up, man. That's what we on, y'all. Real talk. Signal, what's up, bro? You good? Oh, he gone. Yeah, I don't know if we can pull that joint back up. I want to get another song in too, man. Guys, we got a new song. Get that in as well from from Threads 3000 called Behind Bars, y'all. It's Behind Bars. Drake remix, y'all. It's pretty dope, man. Y'all wanna check that out, man. We're gonna get that in a second. Yeah, we can get that video pulled back up.
My bad. I accidentally. I was trying to mute up and hit the leave button by accident.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, man. You guys like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Support the real. Mr. Dark Fly Brother, number 100, is in the building. Peace to the guy. See Mound City Mellow in the building. Peace to the guy, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Tap in, man. Hey, man. Once again, man, if you guys are looking to have us come through your town, to your city, to your state, man, to your province, hit us up, man. I don't give a fuck. Bookings at gmail.com, man. Me and Big Aboriginal Power are outside right now, man. So, yeah, man, tap in, man, and get on this tour. So looking for partners, looking for sponsors, man. And you already know, man, we're going to come light y'all city up, man. So holla at your boy, man. Let's get it in. Like I told y'all, man, cheatholiday@gmail.com, man. Let's get to work, man. If you need a job, you need opportunities, man, holla at your boy. I got partners that need employees, need independent contractors, need business partners. So holla at your boy, man. ChiefHoliday@gmail.com, man. Let's get to work. FOBENT, man. And do not say this shit's not, what are you guys doing? Because it's not what we're doing. But they say, don't ask the military, or don't ask the Navy or the Marines what you could do for you, what you could do to, yeah, that's what we don't do that. That's lame. You should be so busy doing what you're doing, you shouldn't even be worried about if somebody else is not doing something. Because while you worried about whether or not somebody else is not doing something, while you're not doing something, they might be doing a lot of shit. Okay? Some of us can walk and chew gum at the same time. Fuckers. Man, y'all need to watch y'all mouth, boy. It'd be so much crazy shit out here. But I told y'all, apex predator, land, sea, air, anything moving in this bitch, we attacking it. You know what I'm saying? And going back to Turtle Gang, whatever. Once again, man, you got a lot of bougie Indians out here, bro. That's how they feeling. Let's go. Press play.
That does keep you down. All right. But yeah, to come out and say that, all whites, or there's white supremacy in this nation, and it seems like you're implying that there's a quid pro quo amongst all of us that it's okay. It's not.
But if it's not okay, why haven't the non-racist white people had the power to dismantle systematic white supremacy? Because white supremacy, the system of white supremacy,
because it's called cheating. It's called the privilege.
So the good white supremacists, so the good white people who don't believe in it, they're just not powerful enough to do anything. So
I would say that it is due in part to awareness.
Awareness. Oh, let me hear
Yes, awareness. Right. And if you really think about it, if all people who are white thought exactly the same way, there wouldn't be at least the progress in the United States that's occurred.
Progress like what? I gotta hear this.
You gotta hear this.
I gotta hear it. What?
You gotta hear it.
What
you gotta hear it.
How is there progressive racism? Because either it exists or it doesn't exist. So how do you have progressive racism?
You're putting words in my mouth, Tariq.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
And we're still under a system of racism and white supremacy. So what progress have we had?
You know something? My girlfriend was charged a higher mortgage rate because she was an African American. She is an African American.
Mm-hmm.
And the government literally went through and went after the company that did that and wrote her a letter and told her that she was discriminated against. And she has the letter. Now you can't tell me that every single person that was involved in that was an African American.
Okay. So they acknowledged that she was discriminated against. Did they compensate her for it?
They did.
How?
It's a class action lawsuit.
So a lawsuit that's going to benefit a white law firm.
You know something? You're making the assumption that it's a
that's what
making the money.
Sir, that's what class action suits are basically designed for. It's
come on now.
Sir.
You, sir, are
Stewart. A class action lawsuit is not racial progress, sir. Where somebody might get awarded $3, and you're saying that a class action lawsuit where a gazillion people are part of a class action
you're muting me. You're muting me. You're actually muting me because you don't want me to speak.
No, sir. But
yes, you are.
No, sir.
Yes, you are. You're muting me because you don't want me to speak.
Repeating what you're saying, sir. You're saying that a class action lawsuit that involves a lot of people where a white law firm is going to benefit.
You're making the assumption that it's a white law firm. And you're also making the assumption, it seems, that every person that's working for that law firm is white and is benefiting from, racism.
Because most likely it is.
No, it isn't. You, sir, are just as racist as anyone I've ever met.
How so?
Because, you know something? You're not thinking things through at all.
That's a fact.
How am I oppressing anybody, sir? By asking questions. I'm just asking you questions, and you're saying...
You know something? No matter how many times I give you an explanation, you at least are not in any way acknowledging my opinion or how I feel.
Acknowledging it, and I'm asking questions, sir. You're telling me that a class action lawsuit is racial progress, and I'm asking you, are you serious?
So I'm asking you, all right, Tariq, what do you suggest?
Sir, I suggest compensation to the aggrieved people, particularly foundational Black Americans.
And they did receive compensation. Maybe not as much compensation as you would like them to have.
Sir, I'm not talking about a bogus class action suit where nobody's going to really get any money. That's not.
Dude, if you really want to talk about it,
that's not real.
I'm actually descended from slaves myself.
Oh my God.
So if you want to talk about compensation, all right, I should be entitled to exactly the same compensation that you're getting.
No, let me tell you.
Because you're looking at me and you're saying I'm a white American.
Okay, hold on one second.
Wait, and because of that, you're saying I'm entitled to nothing.
Hold on, and let me.
Hold on.
Hold on, listen, hold on.
All right.
Let's stop right there.
All right. Now, family in the room, this is why we set up the reparations claim and the terminology a certain way for this reason right here. I've been telling people this is what's going to happen if we keep playing these wrong word games. We're going to have folks like Stewart pop up saying that, hey, I'm a descendant of slaves too.
Please. Oh, please.
Well, how is he not, though?
I've been
he
warning.
Is. He's not a descendant of slaves. He is a slave. He's a slave now.
Calm down,
sir.
I've been telling people this is why, in order to get a reparations claim, a person has to be classified as Black for at least 10 years, and they should be able to trace their lineage back to Black ancestors who were in.
So you got to be classified as Black for 10 years, Tariq.
Come on, bro. For this very reason.
I see.
This is crazy.
Been classified as black for the last 10 years. This is why we put these caveats on there. So you have not been.
Well, Rachel Dolezal been black for longer than 10 years, Tariq.
And say, hey, I was on a plantation. My great
Because being black is only a self-identifier. It has nothing to do with legal, Tariq.
No. This is why we have to do it a certain way, sir, so that we won't get these type of janky deals going on. But let's move on, sir. And I'm trying to get clarity with you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that you are explaining your position, and I really do appreciate that you're not muting me anymore.
Right. But when I want you to bring something back, that's when I'll mute. So just so you can bring it back, so we don't get too far out of the woods. Because when you say something, I want you to elaborate on it. I want to get deep into it. So
I see. Right. I'm really kind of curious with you too, with your opinions and where they came from.
Right. Well, I'm a victim of white supremacy, and my thing is trying to figure out how to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. That's what I want to do.
And you know something? I'm with you.
All right.
But please explain, how do you consider yourself in terms of your class? You said you wrote a book.
Uh-huh.
All right. So clearly, I'm guessing that you must be well educated.
Actually, I'm not. I'm a high school dropout. I dropped out of high school in the 11th grade, moved to Los Angeles, became a street hustler. Then I educated myself. I went to the library and started reading a lot of books. While I was a hustler, I would travel the world, and I went to libraries all around the world. And
so you're like Malcolm X then?
Yeah, to a certain degree, like the Black Panthers, Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, a lot of those guys, man. A lot of people who were in the Black Power movement, man, they started off on the grassroots, and they got the support of the people. They understood the street lexicon. They understood dealing with people on the grassroots, and they learned how to deal with people in the intellectual circles. And
so, Tariq, let me ask you a question here.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, what is it? All right, as someone who is, you're looking at me.
Yeah.
And you're identifying me as white.
You identify yourself as white.
All right, you're identifying me too as white.
Right.
All right, I was actually raised in that, right? It wasn't as if that was something that I had chosen.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Just like you are identifying yourself as a foundational Black American.
Right.
All right, you were raised in that.
Mm-hmm. And
you're acting as if that's something that you've chosen. It's not. It's something that you were raised in.
I agree with you. I was foundational Black American. I didn't choose it. I just the name, but the lineage, I was raised in it. You can't choose a lineage, but go ahead.
So, all right, as someone who's listening here with an open mind, what is it that someone like me can do to make your situation better?
Great question. What you can do is let us know what the white supremacists are saying and doing when we're not around.
Oh, good Lord. You're, again, making an assumption that in some way or another, that because I was raised as someone as a white American, that I know people who are white supremacists, and we're having meetings behind closed doors to keep you down.
Sir, you're talking about white extremist groups. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the everyday average white supremacist. Especially
Please explain what that is.
A white supremacist is anybody with speech, thought, and action feel that they should be in a dominating, superior position over Black people. And that doesn't mean Richard Spencer or David Duke. That's your librarian, that's your school teacher, that's your police sheriff. That's what
I can tell you that people who are white, we don't wake up in the morning looking in the mirror and thinking that we're white, and we're not having discussions about how to keep you down.
White supremacists do. Yes, they do.
So please explain. A white supremacist.
Sir,
so am I a white supremacist?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I really don't know.
You seem like, all right, that's the other thing too that I've really found about people who are African American,
Mm-hmm.
that they really are quite hung up on being African Americans, being black in America. And I can certainly
Hung up on
tell
it?
you.
How are you hung up on being a black American? How are you hung up on that?
I'm not hung up on it.
No,
I'm saying that you are.
How are we hung up on it? What do you mean? Please explain that.
Listen, this whole discussion, are people confused about racism? To me, and most of the people in this room are African American, says something to me. The culture, expecting people to actually have certain interests and vote a certain way because they have an African heritage. I'm not saying that you do, Tariq.
You're losing me. I'm kind of lost, sir. I'm a little confused. I don't want to be confused.
I'm really lost too.
Okay, let's bring it back.
I'm truly lost. So please explain white supremacy.
Okay, hold on, no. Let's bring it back. You said we're hung up on being black Americans. What does that mean?
I would say that in certain cases, not all, right, that there are people who literally are just talk about being, African and are hung up on this colorism. There's all sorts of things that happen within the African American community.
Okay, Stuart, you got to be clear. I'm still not. I think you're trying to word your ideology. Just say what you mean. I think you're trying to politically correct your ideology. What should black people identify as, in your opinion?
Whatever they want.
Okay.
Whatever they want.
Why did you say we're hung up on being black American? I just don't know what you mean by that.
I've actually seen, I'm talking from the perspective of other people that are African American and don't necessarily feel that they fit in. There is, at least from what my girlfriend has told me, Black thought, there is an expectation that people have that you act a certain way and have certain beliefs.
Such as what? What did she tell you? What are these beliefs that she and other black people are expected to have? What did she tell you?
Look, I realize that I'm generalizing. I am.
That's
all
okay.
Right?
But just what did she tell you? We're just trying to get what you've been told.
So for example, her father was an opera singer.
Okay.
All right. Because her father was an opera singer, people within her own community were giving her father a difficult time about being an opera singer. All right, because someone who is of African American descent shouldn't have an interest in that. All right, that's what she told me. Those are the words that came out of her mouth, not my mouth.
Okay.
So the other thing that I would really like to hear here, Tariq, is please explain to me about white supremacy. Please.
Hello?
I'm still there.
Hello?
Please explain to me about white supremacy. What is it here?
But look, we gotta let me back it up for 1 second about the opera singer thing, because there's so many foundational Black American opera singers that we've had. Paul Robeson, one of the most well-respected foundational Black Americans, he was an opera singer. So we've always revered our Black opera singers. There's so many. Marian Anderson.
I am well aware of it, and I am a fan of Marian Anderson.
Okay.
I think she has one of the most beautiful voices that I have ever heard.
Right. So
all right. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying everyone who's an African American or a foundational Black American or however it is you prefer to identify yourself has the same opinion. That's for me to say that is not fair to everyone who's listening here.
So, but let's go home 1 second about your lady. Your lady seems to have a lot of anti-foundational Black American views herself.
All right. I really can't explain that. I can't speak for her. But I would really, Tariq, ask you, you're talking about white supremacy left and right.
Uh-huh.
All right. So please explain that to me.
Okay.
So please, I'm all ears.
Okay. Systematic white supremacy dominates all areas of activity. There's 9 areas of activity: labor, education, entertainment, sports, medical, sex, war, and I forgot the other one, but all areas is dominated by systematic white supremacy, and that is by design. And we are victims of white supremacy. We have not figured out how to replace that system with the system of justice. And it was a proactive system that they designed using the word white supremacy. That's not my word. That word comes from the dominant society. They spent years ingraining the word white supremacy into the public lexicon. In the education systems, they were using the words white supremacy. Supreme Court rulings, especially the Dred Scott decision, they keep using the term white supremacy, Black inferiority. All of the forefathers, almost all of them, use the words white supremacy. All of the statues, these Confederate statues around the country, were built in honor of people who use the words white supremacy. So, white supremacy, again, by their own admission, by the cultural significance, they've dominated all areas of, of activity. So that's not something that we've made up. They have went out of their way to let us know.
So
dominated by white supremacy.
Here's the thing.
Let us know the thing.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
All right. You are just, I'm well aware of the history of our nation.
Uh-huh.
All right. And I've actually gone as far as to literally dig into the history from an African American perspective.
Oh.
I do understand that Abraham Lincoln, for example, is not the person that a lot of people revere for ending slavery.
Hello.
Hello.
There you go. I didn't do anything, but go ahead.
Hello. All right. The Civil War
Stuart.
actually started between states' rights. Abraham Lincoln actually was a moderate in his own party. And he was actually said that the way that someone who's African is equal to me is the sense that they toil to survive. He also said that he believed that Black people should be free, slaves should be free, but they should be free to live in their own colony and not in the United States. All right. That is an historical fact.
Abraham Lincoln also said he thought that Black people were inferior, and he said that if he was going to assign superiority to a race, that was going to be to the white race.
And you know what? I'm not surprised.
Okay.
Based on his own history, I'm not surprised.
Okay, so you're making it seem like he was talking as if he was some great equalizer, and he was not.
No, I'm actually talking that he wasn't.
Okay.
All right, so I'm saying that if he's saying African slaves should be free, but they shouldn't be part of America, they should go someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that means that he didn't want the slaves around.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I said. We're in agreement here.
Okay. And
so why is it? All right. So I do understand the history of this nation. I do view, for example, the expansion westward and taking the land away from, the first peoples as genocide.
Okay.
And it is genocide. They don't necessarily acknowledge that in the history books as genocide, but they do. It is. I don't know what else to call it. All right. But, and I do understand that because of our history, for you as African Americans, things are not set up in your favor. I understand it. And I'm not disagreeing at all.
Okay.
But to make it seem as if, we as white Americans are, in one way or another, trying to hold you down now, that is not the case. If anything, I can tell you, I would like to see equality, 100% equality in this nation. I would like to see everyone be able to move forward in their lives, live a good life, and prosper.
Okay. Now you said you just acknowledged that, and you tried to put it in the past that, yeah, there was racism in the past, but white supremacist society is not trying to hold us down now. How do you set up a system of oppression and let that system work on autopilot and then claim that you're not trying to oppress the people that you set the system up to oppress? How does that work? You just acknowledged that you set the system up. The system of anti-Black oppression was never dismantled.
Please, you're saying you.
I'm talking about
as if you're actually lumping me with them. All right, please don't.
Okay. When I say you said, well, we're not oppressing. Well, the white supremacists are. And again, I don't know if you're a white supremacist or not. I'm not saying you are. I'm suspecting you. I suspect.
I'm not. You know something?
I'm not
what
saying
is this with white supremacist?
Okay, somebody, Stuart, has to be a white supremacist. Not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
Somebody. Okay, finally, an acknowledgement that I'm not.
I don't know if you're not. I suspect you could be, but I'm not saying you are.
You're making the assumption, suspecting that I am.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Suspicion.
Yes, it is.
That's a
yes,
suspicion.
it is.
Sir,
yes, it is.
Somebody goes to court.
Yes, you are. You're claiming that I'm.
Wait. If a person goes into a courtroom and they're a suspect, that's not an assumption. You're sitting that person down, the suspect down, so that you can get to clarity. So you can make.
Please. You're muting me again. Thank you.
I want you to hear me. I'm letting you talk, but I want you to hear me. We got to get clarity. Now, when did the system of white supremacy and anti-Black oppression get reversed? When did this happen?
I'm not saying that it has.
Okay, so we are still under a system of white supremacy, sir, correct?
You know something? You're not the only ethnic group in this nation that's oppressed.
Oh, Lord, all oppression matters. Are you doing the all oppression matters? The oppression Olympics? Are you doing that, Stuart?
Oh, please, stop it.
Stuart.
I'm just pointing something out to you that's the truth.
Stuart, what of the group was Jim Crowed and enslaved in this country?
Like I said, I'm well aware
Stuart.
of the history in this country. The people who are Asian American, they were discriminated against too.
Stop it.
We're talking about in the 1800s. We're not talking about now.
Sir.
We're talking about the 1800s.
Sir. They came over later and got jobs when the country was already built. Sir, are you trying to? And let me tell you something. Right. And there were Asian slave owners. Okay. In North Carolina, some of the Asians came over and they were enslaving black people too. They got right with the white supremacists and got on the anti-black train. Some of these Asians came over here and fought to not have to go to school with the Negroes. They fought to say, hey, we want to be white just like you all. Okay, if we really want to go there into the history, sir.
Excuse me, so did my grandmother.
So did your grandmother do? What did your grandmother do? Oh, the one who was passing for white? Okay.
Yes, the one that was passing for white.
Right. And
yes.
Okay.
All right. Listen, I understand that the system is not in your favor. I agree with that 100%, Tariq.
It's not only not in our favor, it's deliberately designed to not favor us. It's not something that accidentally happened. You're saying, Stuart, as if it was some kind of accident. That's
it's not.
Somebody designed that system, Stuart.
It's not.
Okay, so let's
I
not talk.
understand that.
Okay, so
but I'm just
it.
asking, all right, how are we going to change it?
By being honest about it, Stuart.
And I am.
You're not quite, Stuart. You're saying that we're putting too much on it. And you're saying, well, what about other people? All oppression matters. That's dismissive, sir. That's dismissing the anti-black culture of white supremacy that dominates this country. Right?
You're calling it white supremacy.
That's what they called it, Stuart.
Yes, that they may have called it that, but I'm telling you, at least as someone who is identifying as a white American, wasn't aware of it.
Who wasn't aware of it?
Me.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not, and it's not right. And I'd like to see it changed.
So why are you not going out there changing it, Stuart?
I'm doing what I can as a person.
Okay. Do you think changing it is having sexual relations with black women? Do you think that's your form of social justice?
Absolutely not.
Okay, because a lot of times when people are in these interracial relationships, they think just their presence with a black person in a sexual position is some type of sexual equality or social equality, and that's not the case.
Oh, good Lord. Again, you know what? I appreciate that you allowed me to speak.
Okay.
I really do.
Okay.
But you know what? I really do feel that because I identify as a white male, you're making assumptions about me.
What assumptions do you think I'm making about you, Stuart?
Just the whole way that you've been speaking to me all along.
Stuart, I've been so extra polite. I've let you speak. I've not accused you of anything. Haven't I been very polite with you, Stuart?
You know what? I want to do everything that I can as a fellow American to help you out. I just want to say that. All right. Yet, every time I've opened my mouth, you've challenged me, which is fair.
Right, but when I just want clarity, when you'll say something, and then I'll ask you to elaborate to give us more clarity. It's all about clarity, not even a challenge, just clarity. I just want clarity.
And you know something? I've done my best to give it to you.
There we go. Right. All right. Well, thank you so much, Stuart. I appreciate your call. All right. Okay. The topic, ladies and gentlemen, are people confused about racism? No, they're not confused. That was a master class of false confusion. Stewart is not confused about racism. And again, I let him speak, and I was very polite. So y'all can hear for yourselves a lot of the deception that goes on. Now, first of all, his lady's not an FBA. I can tell that's not an FBA lady. That's why she has all of this kind of vitriolic narratives towards foundational Black Americans. All of these stereotypical, if I talk articulate, other Black folks don't like me. Foundational Black Americans don't go around talking that. And just the fact that she would get with him with those ideologies, that shows she's not FBA. You understand? That right there. And also, I wanted y'all to catch the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, this is why it is so, so, so important to use the terms foundational Black Americans, because it cannot be remixed. They can remix all that other stuff, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we, as foundational Black Americans, never use the term African American. We do not use the term African American. That has been a trick bag term ever since it was introduced by Jesse Jackson in 1984. That right there is why. This is a masterclass on why. Because when we're talking about compensation and reparations, Mr. Stewart, who was a white man, he immediately said, well, hey, I can trace my lineage back to slavery. I got some African in me. You see? That's why even descendants of slavery, we got to watch that term. That's why that ADOS thing don't work. Because they can get that too. They can remix that. A white person can say they're a descendant of slavery, just like he tried to do. These terms matter. This is why we got to Trump type these terms. He said, I'm a descendant of slavery too. Which technically, yeah, he could go there. But when you say, hey, I'm a foundational Black American, they can't remix that. That's a very distinct
They can
term.
say they're
going
foundational
to the founding
white
of this
American.
country and your current status as a Black person.
Tariq.
So that just covers everything. That's why so many people get mad at the term FBA. They get mad at the term foundational Black American because it's a locked term. Nobody can bite off of it. You can't eat off of it. You can't remix it. That's why people have a problem with it. You can't finesse that term. With African American, Charlize Theron is African American. Elon Musk is African American. Our brother Claude Anderson, there's a clip of him talking about how dangerous the term African American is. I got to find that clip. But this is why, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to use the term foundational Black American. Very important. So that people won't remix stuff. But that was a very interesting conversation. Very interesting conversation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad y'all had a chance to listen to that. Very, very interesting. All right, let's get some more people on here. Hold on one second. I'm looking at a bunch of stuff. Let's get a bunch of people on here. Let's get some more people here. And by the way, y'all can get my book, Foundational Black American Race Beta, at Amazon.com. Get my book, Foundational Black American Race Beta, at Amazon.com, ladies and gentlemen. Amazon.com. Oh, let me play this clip of Dr. Anderson real quick. Let me play this audio clip of him explaining why we should not use the term African American. This is him, Dr. Claude Anderson, when he was on the Breakfast Club. I want y'all to listen to this real quickly. Listen, hold on.
64 white Indian chiefs that come to the White House, give them everything they want.
Is that why you use the term Native Blacks as
That's
opposed
right.
to African Americans?
That's right, Native Blacks. And I want to help all Blacks on earth. But if you don't use the word Native Blacks, you shoot yourself in the head.
Gotcha.
Because if you say African American, the first human beings came out of Africa. Anybody on earth that comes to America is an African American. You can be white, come from Europe tomorrow. You're an African American.
That makes total sense.
And see, and that's the first thing that hurts. So you can't. That's a very, very broad term. Who's an African American? Anybody can be an African American. Okay. Secondly, why is Native American important? Because this nation owes black folk. 98% of all the black people in America were here before 98% of all the other people ever arrived. Those native blacks, and the reason I say native because they took them out of Africa, they stripped them of their Africanness. They took away their names, everything, their culture, their history. Then they have a seasoning process for a slave. 3 months was to break him in to being a slave. That he could no longer be identified with African anything. That he was just black, period. But see, and so the government right now owes black people, native blacks. They don't know African, they don't know African anything. If you say you're an African American, whites say, shoot, I don't know. We never enslaved in Africa. We enslaved some blacks we got in here, but they weren't Africans. We stripped them of an Africanness. And the last thing, your blackness is your honor, your culture, your history.
That's right.
You just contradicting yourself, Dr. Claude Anderson.
That's where I got the game from, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's been using that term Native Black Americans for a long time. This is one of my mentors. You see, I tell you who I get the game from. See, I'm not like some certain groups that'll take some from somebody and then act like they came up with it. The term foundational Black American, I got it from Dr. Anderson. And the reason why I put the foundation on it, because I thought that would flow better, because sometimes I used to use the term Native Black American, but a lot of times people would still get a little confused. You mean Native American? You mean Native Americans who were Black? So sometimes people would still get confused over the term Native Black American. They would think, okay, an Indian that was mixed with a Black. So I said, what will flow better and make more sense, just to add on to our brother Claude Anderson's narrative, is to use the word foundational Black American, meaning the Black people who built this nation, who are Black and who are here in America. So that made more sense to me. And that name has stuck. And that's why nobody can really remix it. So I got the game from Dr. Claude Anderson, letting us know why the term African American, we have to drop that term, because that was a finesse that was put on us. Now, that's not us disassociating ourselves from our African brothers and sisters. We're still family. Let's be very clear. I'm not one of these people to say that we still have no relation with African or Caribbean people. We do. These are our African Caribbean cousins. They're still family. We're still a global Black family. But when we talk about our socio-political and cultural lineage, we have a distinct lineage, just like Jamaicans do. Jamaicans have a distinct culture and lineage. Haitians have a distinct culture and lineage. Ghanaians have a distinct culture and lineage. Other groups have distinct cultures and lineages. And so do we, as foundational Black Americans. So there should be no confusion. And again, people trying to create false narratives around it. And that's another reason why a lot of people try to create these straw man arguments, because they can't remix the term foundational Black American. And because they can't remix it, they create these false straw man arguments. Well, y'all just being divisive. Well, y'all sound like y'all xenophobic. And these are just straw mans that they create out of frustration, because they can't remix the lineage now. We've locked that lineage up. We've locked our culture and we're gatekeeping our culture, which is okay. We should be doing that, because it is our culture. Because what we've been doing is opening up our culture to so many different groups, to the point where they say, well, you ain't got no culture. You got your culture from us. You know, we got to that point. So now we got to reset everything and just bring clarity to everything at this point. And I'm trending again. Shout out to Twitter. I'm trending on Twitter right now. We are trending on Twitter right now. So shout out to the new people that's coming in. Let me get my sister FBA Goddess in here. I see you, beloved. Let's get FBA Goddess in here so she can speak some truth to power. FBA Goddess, where you at, beloved?
Me again.
turn your microphone on. I see it's on, but can you speak?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing today? Or tonight?
I'm good.
This morning. I was just listening to that mess that you were just talking to, and I was just getting all appalled because he had a nerve. The whole white man said that he was descendant. He's a descendant of a slave. What the fuck?
Exactly.
Okay, so
exactly.
And then when you were talking to him, I was looking at that picture of that woman that he said that was his wife at first. Then she came to his girlfriend. She had a crunchy wig, so that is not African. Well, he kept saying African American. I just posted on my timeline. I'm not no damn African American. I am Black. I'm a Black woman.
Yeah.
I posted on my timeline. If you want somebody that's African American, go call Jesse, because I'm not African American. I'm Black.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you so much, beloved. All right. Yeah, Stuart. He act like he tell me he don't know where his lady is from. He know good and well that is not an FBA. That's not an FBA woman. That is not an FBA at all. At all. All right. Let's get a couple of more calls in here. Y'all raise your hand. You want to get on? Your microphone ready? Raise your hand. And by the way, the book Foundation of Black American Race Baiter, available right now at Amazon, best-selling book. Let's see who we got here. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Let's get who is this brother here? Let's get TL Powell. TL Powell in, and then we'll get let me get TL Powell in first, and then Gene Gray. We'll get Gene Gray next, but let's get TL Powell. TL Powell.
How you doing, Terry?
Turn the microphone on,
What's
sir.
going on, sir?
Hey, how are you,
brother? I am doing excellent. First time talking to you ever. Been listening to you for a while. Man, that discussion that you had, I love it when they do that deniability. It's like, oh, well, this is that and that is this is right. He knew what the hell he was talking about, but he was giving up half truths. And it's just crazy. It really is. It's crazy. And I deal with it a lot, especially myself coming from Philadelphia. Now I'm in NC. I get a lot of it. You know, they just deal with you, but then they don't deal with you. They give you that friendly vibe, but then he's like, oh, keep you at arm's length. You know, they try to hide it so well, but I see right through it. You know, it's amazing, man. But thank you, brother, for everything that you're doing. I got your book. I'm still reading your book again. And I'm enjoying the book and everything that you're saying in the book. I've experienced a lot of it being on this planet for many, many years, you know. So thanks again, brother, and you have a good night. God bless you, man.
Thank you so much, brother. And Stuart, let me tell you something. You go to Stuart's page. If you go to Stuart's page, he has a lot of like half-naked Black women on there. So Stuart has like a Black woman fetish. There's like a bunch of like Black woman porn on his page. So, you know how that goes. Stuart got a lot of naked Black women on his page. So he fetishizes Black women. So he got a whole little plantation thing going on that page. All right. Gene Gray, pop on in here.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, my heart is racing. This is probably the biggest room ever. So I'm a little bit like, whoo. Okay. I'm gonna ask you a couple of things. So don't take offense of anything I say. I'm just very blunt.
Okay. Now, first of all, Gene, now where are you from, first of all?
I am South American.
Okay.
I won't say exactly where. I don't
Now, why not?
myself.
Why not? Well, no, you're not gonna dock. Now, what part of South? Brazil, Colombia?
Actually, yeah, the second one. That's
Colombia?
me. Yeah.
Okay. About the
So
name.
yeah, in our country, I don't know if you've heard of like the different type of like demographics that we have. It's incredibly diverse.
Yeah. But y'all got a lot of the Black people on the other side of the country, though. I know that.
Yeah, the Cartagena and Santa Marta.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, yeah, like that's like, yeah, we do have like regions that have such diversity. The coast is usually very strong Black community.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been there before.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And then we have like strong Indigenous community like in various areas. But my question is, isn't using sort of the differentiation between
your phone is kind of
foundational-
your phone is going in and out.
Sorry about that. Is it
Okay, your
better?
phone is
Is
going
it
in.
better now?
It's better. Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
perfect. Okay. Isn't using foundational Black American and sort of creating cleavages within, I'm gonna be blunt and say within the Black community in the United States further exacerbates racism?
How so?
Well, because you used a very interesting word. You said we don't want to open up our culture to so many different groups and we want to gatekeep. Isn't that somehow really similar to the way white supremacy has kind of gatekeeped access to certain things? And isn't that also
No.
a propensity to create racism within a group that, because of the physical appearance of, you know, what people assume, like for instance, when I look at communities of white people, I don't know where the heck they all come from. I just kind of like categorize them all the same. Same thing with Latin American people, same thing with Black communities, same thing with indigenous, right? So we kind of place everyone, okay, we say, oh, Latin American people are all like their experiences within a certain larger collective community are going to be relatively the same because of the way people are externally validating that presence. So when you say foundational Black Americans and you made fun of that gentleman that came in and his girlfriend, I just kind of caught on to like that last part. You're essentially creating racism
Okay. Oh,
also
you're
within
breaking
your
up, man. Go ahead.
community. Sorry. You're also essentially creating racialized types of gatekeeping within your own community. I mean, isn't that like, that's why I'm confused about racism, because if you go on and make fun of like other Black community members because they're not foundational Black Americans, but maybe they came from Africa, they came from
Stop.
like.
Wait. Let's stop. Because you say making fun of. Who are we making fun of? To stop there, because you're saying stuff now. This is what I do. If you say something, you're going to have to stand on it. All right. We don't let people say stuff and then just kind of run. Okay. You drop something off, you're going to have to pick it up. Now, who are we making fun of? Turn your microphone on.
Oh my God, sorry. I was talking
to
myself.
Oh, you're kind of rambling. That's why I had to mute a little bit.
So
Okay,
what
so
I'm trying to
who are we
say
making
is,
fun?
isn't the use
Hold
of
on.
foundation?
Wait. Gene, over here. Turn your microphone on and wait. Okay.
Okay.
Over here, your words have to be right and exact. If you say something, you're going to have to elaborate on it. You just can't say something that's false and then run.
Okay.
You said we're making fun of Black people. Who did we make fun of?
The lady that was with that guy. I caught like the last couple of minutes, but there was like poking at the lady, at the woman's sort of like identity. Like there's a lot of identity politics creates cleavages.
Okay, listen. Did you listen to the conversation? That woman, who's clearly not FBA, her ideology about foundational Black Americans are negative. Did you hear that part of the conversation?
No, I heard your interpretation of it, but I was wondering why.
So
why she's.
So wait. Okay, so you agree with Stewart then? If it's my interpretation, do you believe that Black people don't talk in an articulate way? Because this is what Stewart and his lady was saying.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I'm just saying the use of FBA
No, ma'am.
versus Black or African.
Ma'am, Jean, you said my interpretation as if I'm incorrect. So I'm asking you, I'm going to ask you again. Stewart and his lady, they said that Black people are not articulate, basically. Do you agree with that assessment?
No, I don't, because you're very articulate.
Okay. So this is not my interpretation then.
No, I wasn't referring to that. I was referring to the actual term of foundational Black American versus African American.
Right. Okay, because we're not African. We don't live in Africa.
I
We live in America, and we
I
built this
completely
country.
understand.
So that's
But
why we use the term foundational Black Americans.
okay,
Jane, why don't you use the term
wait.
African Colombian?
One second.
Because Colombia was a slave colony full of African Black people.
Yes. We have like different kind of the
Okay, your phone.
sorry, I know. No, that was actually just me. I'm trying to articulate what I want to say because I'm still translating in my head.
Okay.
Let
me ask you. Okay.
I'm trying to say that I think when we start sort of creating cleavages, even within.
Okay, this is not how this works, Jane. When I ask a question, you don't go into a whole monologue. This is not the monologue hour. If you say something, Jane, you're going to have to stand on what you say. You said creating different ethnic groups creates a cleavage. Are you a Colombian? Do y'all create a cleavage by not calling yourself African Colombian?
What?
Colombia was an African slave colony full of African people at one point.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't the people call themselves African Colombians? They just call themselves Colombians. Why?
Because we don't have these types of divisive categories in Colombia.
You do have those. There are white-skinned Colombians and black-skinned Colombians, but everybody calls themselves Colombians.
Yeah, because within the country, if you go inside the country, the identification is different versus when you leave the country, the identification becomes another thing.
But everybody calls themselves Colombian. Okay.
Well, in Colombia, if you're from the coast, you call themselves costeños.
Okay,
if you're from the indigenous places, you call themselves indígena. Like people identify and like.
But notice nobody calls themselves African Colombians. Nobody. Not one person over there calls themselves African Colombians.
Completely understandable. Yeah.
Right. So with that logic, why should we call ourselves African American?
So what do you call the people that come from, let's say, Ethiopia and migrate to the United States?
Ethiopian Americans.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand when you were discussing sort of that gatekeeping aspect. What were you referring to?
Gatekeeping meaning we have a culture that's distinctive and we shouldn't let people disrespect it. For example, if a Black American actor were to play President Bolivar in a historic piece, what do you think the people of Colombia will feel about that?
I don't think we take offense. I don't.
Yeah, they would. They wouldn't go for that.
I mean, we take offense if like the accent is bad, like if the person can't speak Spanish.
Look, if it was a non-Colombian, they would have a problem.
Yeah, we have an issue if it's a non-Colombian.
Exactly. Just like other groups, if you are portraying their icons and it's not somebody from that lineage, they have a problem with it. So we're saying the same thing. We have a culture and we want to make sure that people who check out our culture don't disrespect the culture because we have a distinct culture. That's not us being xenophobic or whatever. We have a lineage and a culture as foundational Black Americans, and we just want people to respect it the same way we respect their cultures. That makes sense?
Okay. Yeah. It makes complete sense. I'm just trying to find a differentiation between the type of between the way white supremacy has legitimized gatekeeping then.
Well, this has nothing to do with white supremacy.
But you're talking about racism. I heard white supremacy somewhere in here.
Yeah, with what I'm talking about with you, as far as us dealing with other Black people from the diaspora, that's really a white supremacist thing. This is like a family issue where we have to understand.
So I see it as a preservation type of thing.
It's like a family thing, even though
okay.
yeah, this is a family thing. This is like a family issue. Even though we have certain issues among family, we just have to have boundaries. Even though you're my cousin, when you come to my house, you can't be all up in my refrigerator eating all my shit. It's that type of thing. But we're still family. But even family has to have boundaries. Just like down there in South America and the Hispanic community. Look, you guys have all types of boundaries, and you guys don't let each other dip into each other's culture. Like people like John Leguizamo. John Leguizamo was going around talking about he's Puerto Rican, and then found out his dad is really down there from Colombia, and this guy has all types of identity issues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It was honestly like the first time I heard the word itself, and I was just very curious as to how it kind of functioned within the US.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, Foundational Black Americans, it's a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a club. It's not a group. Either you're born a Foundational Black American or you're not. Just like you're either born a Colombian or you're not. It's a lineage. That's all it is. It's a lineage.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Great.
All
Thank
right.
you for teaching me, and I hope you have a great rest of. I'll sit and listen because this is a very interesting topic.
No doubt.
Thank you.
By the way, and Gina, you're in Canada right now. You went to Canada?
Yes.
There you go. You got your ass up out of there, huh? And went to Canada.
No, actually, I want to go back because of everything that is happening.
Mhm.
It's. Have you heard about what's happening here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy up there. So y'all be
It's
careful.
crazy. Thank
All right.
goodness the states have.
All right. Sorry about that. Let's get Dom. Let's get Dom in here.
Hey Tariq, how are you?
Hello, Dom. How are you, beloved?
I'm good. I just wanted to touch on Stuart. When you were talking with him, and he basically thought that you were assuming that he was a white supremacist, and he said that I don't wake up every morning thinking about how to keep Black people down. I just want to say that it's not that, and this goes out to all the white people out there or anyone that's listening in the room. It's not that we think that you in particular are white supremacists. We're saying that you have the looks and the skin to be within the circle and to sit at the table to listen to the conversations that's to be had about FBAs. And what we're saying is basically let us know what they're plotting on and thinking about and saying about us so that we can dismantle it and y'all can help us dismantle it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're not saying that you in particular are white supremacists. Just help us do that. And by y'all helping us, we can beat it. We can fight it. But y'all not doing that. Y'all are just like the rest of them.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And look, with Stuart, I suspect that Stuart could be a white supremacist. Not saying that he is. I suspect that he could be. Because when you go out of your way to deny white supremacy and act like it doesn't exist, that's deception. And deception is a part of white supremacy. And somebody's a damn white supremacist. Somebody is practicing white supremacy, but everybody's doing the denial game. So we have to suspect certain people. And I even asked, hey, won't you let us know who the white supremacists are? There are no white supremacists. What white supremacists? Oh, okay. So you saying ain't none, and we got a whole system of white supremacy? So I'm looking at you funny. Oh, white supremacists, nobody's waking up every day thinking about oppression. Yes, they are. Let me tell Black people something. I want y'all to get this. Systematic white supremacy is the only thing that wakes some of these people up in the morning. I'm telling you, it is a religion to some of these white supremacists. That's the only thing that keeps them afloat, knowing they can get up and practice white supremacy. Family, these folks get up. Have y'all seen some of these message boards, places like 4chan? All they do all day is sit around spewing anti-Black racism. I mean, these people make it their religion. You go on some of these YouTube comment sections, Yahoo chat rooms, message boards, comment sections. It's nothing but anti-Black vitriol. If you turn on an Xbox or a PlayStation, all you hear is N-word, 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 N-word. The minute these folks These white supremacists get in groups. It's all about nigger. It's all about anti-black racism. It's a religion to these people. Don't think that they ain't thinking about us. We're all they think about. They wake up in the morning thinking about how to spew anti-black racism and contribute to the system that is oppressive to black people. They think about what cause can we get behind that's anti-black. How can we get up there to the Kim Porter sentencing to support the woman who shot that black man? How can we go see Kyle Rittenhouse live in concert? How can we go support the Proud Boys? It's a religion to these people. How can we go complain about critical race theory, talking about black history and, oh, y'all stop being victims? Anti-black racism is a religion. When they say they don't get out of bed thinking about us, that's a lie. Thinking about us and thinking about oppressing us is what gets them out of bed. These people would literally die if they couldn't oppress us no more. That's why they cling to systematic white supremacy. If there was no more white supremacy to practice, they would wither off and die. That has become so much of their identity. Don't ever be fooled by them acting like they got all of this other stuff on their minds. They don't. It's us. You get these people around each other, they start spewing the nigger jokes. We are all these white supremacists think about. We are rent-free in their minds day in and day out. Family, they have whole think tanks where billions of dollars are poured in, coming up with ways to further oppress black people. Nobody's confused. It's a religion. It is a religion to these people. They are not confused in any sense of the word. Let's get some of these people in here. Let's get Brick Suit in here. Brick Suit. We're going to get Brick Suit in here. Then I get you next, TL. Brick Suit, turn your microphone on.
I think probably the first time that I became aware of this concept is a debate that I can't really remember the time it happened, but it was between April Ryan and Don Lemon on TV.
Hold on. What's the concept? Let's slow down, Brick. Let's slow down a little bit. Now, what concept are you saying, sir? Turn your microphone on, Brick.
Oh, the concept of what I now understand as being foundational Black American, or FBA. And
got it. Okay,
the argument that they were having was about Kamala Harris, who at the time was claiming to be African American, and April Ryan was claiming that yes, she is African American, and Don Lemon was saying no, she's not African American. She's Black. She's a woman of color, but she's not African American. And I'm just curious, where, am I interpreting that correctly? Because at the time they didn't use a term like FBA, and I'm wondering where you would be on that argument.
Okay, thank you. Very good question. Let me answer that. Yeah, Kamala Harris is definitely not a foundational Black American. And most foundational Black Americans do not support Kamala Harris because she clearly stated what she wasn't going to do for Black people. And this is another thing, and this is what made me hip years ago to the con game with the political structure when it comes to putting certain non-white people in power positions. I peeped this a long time ago. This is why I started to look at our lineage a lot and really get back up on the work of Dr. Claude Anderson. When we look at the political structure, they would always get Black people and put them in certain positions, and these Black people never had these foundational Black American backgrounds, like Barack Obama. They allowed him to become president because he had zero foundational Black American background, nothing. He's not a foundational Black American. But then other people, Eric Holder, he comes from Barbados, I think. And then people like Colin Powell, who's Jamaican. Now, Kamala Harris, who's Jamaican. And that was by design. because they understand foundational Black Americans, we have a certain, not only lineage, but we have a certain spirit. And they understand instinctively, if you get in a certain position, you're going to want to do something for your people. If you get into a certain position, you might just flip bad and, say, hey, damn this agenda, let me help my people. Like Marion Barry, for example. Marion Barry, even though he was on the crack pipe or whatever, but Marion Barry, he got into a political position and he actually helped Black people. You understand? You get certain Black people who come from foundational Black American backgrounds, they will actually help the Black community because they have a camaraderie with that community. So the white supremacists, they understand that, and they understand some of the disconnect that a lot of foreigners have with us, that we don't have a disconnect with them. If we see another Black person, hey, that's our brother. We've been like that historically. But they understood that certain foreigners come over here, they're not going to have that same camaraderie lineage connection to us. And they can exploit that. So they know if they put a Barack Obama in office, and he's not going to do anything for Black people, which he didn't, that's not going to play on his conscience. Obama sat here and just had complete neglect for Black people. That's why Barack Obama can't show his face around Black folks no more. They understood that. In Kamala Harris, they put Kamala Harris in a position, they knew Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris said she wasn't going to do shit for us. But she's going to do things for immigrant groups. They understand this. They understand putting these people in certain positions. They're not going to have a camaraderie with us, and it's not going to play on their conscience. They can neglect us without feeling any guilt about it. And that's why right now they are talking about putting a so-called Black woman on the Supreme Court. But when you look at the backgrounds of these women, many of these women are non-FBA or they got zaddies. And that's another thing. They make sure to get a Black person who's in some type of interracial relationship, because again, that Black person is not going to have the same type of camaraderie often with the Black community. That's why Clarence Thomas, they made sure he had a white woman, and they looked at his background and saw his vitriolic views against Black people, and he's been in the Supreme Court for a gazillion years not doing a damn thing for Black people. You understand? So they know how to pick certain Black folks for certain positions. They know how to vet their niggers. They really know how to vet them. And this is why we have to concentrate on our lineage. So when we talk about reparations claims, we can see the trick baggery that's associated with it. Just like HR 40. This HR 40 thing is spearheaded right now by Sheila Jackson Lee, who's a non-FBA. That's why this thing is not going anywhere. That's why the HR 40 ain't going nowhere. They'll kick that thing around and just let it float around. It's not going nowhere. So this is why we have to understand our lineage, and only people from our lineage should be able to represent our group, because we're going to have our own group's interests. This is why other groups don't let us represent them. Other groups don't let us get in their political affairs, but we have other groups all in our political affairs all the time. And that's why foundational Black Americans don't get shit. We don't get nothing in the political arena, because we got everybody and their mama representing us and misrepresenting us. And this is why us as foundational Black Americans, we're taking our lineage back. We're taking our culture back. We're saying, no, we're not going to have anybody misrepresent us. Nobody has our interests in hand. We have our interests in hand, and we're going to look out for our group. That's just what it is. Let's get some folks in here. A lot of y'all in here tonight, but we are lit, as the kids say. Let's get Kevin in here, brother Kevin McCrum. All right, Kevin McCrum, hop in the room, brother. What's up, Kevin McCrum?
Hi, Claudia.
How you doing, brother? Now your phone.
I have been listening to random person is the person you follow.
Know where your accent is from?
Yes, it's a very strong one, so people in the room will be a wee bit shocked.
Okay.
I'm
where are
not
you
from? I'm from
Where are you
Scotland.
from?
I'm from Scotland.
Okay. Oh, you're a white man.
Now, the fact you said a white man, my best friend is black. Now, we don't have, and I agree with you here, please let me speak. We don't call him Nigerian Scotland or Nigerian Scottish. He's
Okay.
Scottish. So
Okay.
I
What are
agree
you?
with you. Right? I agree with you on
Okay.
the vast majority of your points, yeah?
Okay. You're going to have to slow down because I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Now, let's slow it down. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to speak. You have an accent. I don't know where your accent is from. I don't know where you're from. Are you? Now, who are you? Are you Nigerian? Are you a Nigerian person?
I'm from Scotland, but if you wish, I can do it in a generic American accent so the rest of the listeners can
This is not performative arts. Are you Nigerian?
No, I am Scottish. I am white.
That's what I just said.
Yes, can you understand me though? If not, I can do a generic American accent if need be.
Okay, what's your point of calling up? You sound like a Nigerian pretending to be Scottish.
Right. I'll do it in American. My point is, I'm from Scotland. My best friend is from Nigeria. He immigrated here 15, 16 years ago. We don't call him Nigerian Scottish. So for that point, I give you your props on the whole American African thing. Yeah. However, I don't base anything on the color of his skin. It's the way it works here. If you're a nice person, we treat you nice. If you're an asshole, we treat you like an asshole. What you have to do is stop fucking talking about race. Now, America is no, this is something you're not gonna like in your chat, but genuinely stop. The best way to dissect racism is stop talking about it. Whether you're black, yellow, poor.
Okay, we're not doing the not talk about white supremacy thing. White supremacy exists, okay? Systematic white supremacy exists, even over there where you're from, sir, okay? And we're not going to stop talking about it because it shouldn't exist. As long as there's systematic white supremacy, we have to talk about it because it's a problem. And you're over there in the United Kingdom, okay? There is white supremacy in the United Kingdom, sir. There's white supremacy over there, sir. You're part of the United Kingdom over there. The United Kingdom spread white supremacy around the planet. What are you talking about? Turn your microphone on, sir.
Right, I'm going to say this and as best I can in this accent, so if you can understand
Okay,
me,
let
let me
me
know.
ask you something. Over the white supremacists in the UK went around the planet colonizing damn near the whole planet. Over the British government, listen, the UK white supremacists colonized damn near the whole planet and spread white supremacy. So you're telling us we shouldn't talk about it?
Right, Tariq, are you followed by and following a gentleman called Sir Geoffrey Palmer? Sir Geoffrey Palmer.
I want you to answer my question. Your culture over there, the white supremacists, went around the world spreading white supremacy, and you're telling us we shouldn't talk about it.
No, I'm asking you a question. A very good, learned gentleman colleague friend of mine called Sir Geoffrey Palmer from Jamaica, who is a follower of yours.
What does Geoffrey Palmer have to do with this conversation? Okay? Because little deflective arguments like this is another deceptive form of white supremacy itself. It's to just talk in circles and waste time. You're not going to waste time.
If you would let me speak and finish, give me 30 seconds and I will leave.
Okay, you're not going to talk about some random person because
no, the random person is the person you follow, who is a friend of mine, a learned colleague, who literally, if you Google his name, brought up the whole sugar trade from Glasgow, where I'm from. Jamaica Street, Winston Churchill Street. He brought up the whole thing about slavery in Glasgow, part of the empire. Like you're speaking, But what you're saying.
Okay, let's try some other people. I'm not trying to hear this dude babble in a Scottish accent. Okay, I'm not trying to hear that because he's babbling, and I really don't understand what he's saying, and he's making some anecdotal reference. Now, if you say we should start talking about racism and the white supremacists from your land spread white supremacy all over the world, that's the reason why I'm talking English right now. They spread it over here. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Yeah, we're talking about that. All right, let's get this person, Pastor. Let's get Pastor. He has a picture of Joe Biden in his page. So we got a Biden supporter. What's up, Pastor? Okay. Oh, what happened? Oh, let's try. Okay. Okay, Pastor, you turn your microphone on. Hello, Pastor. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I thank you for the privilege of being able to come up to put in my 2 cents.
Yes,
I can't understand how anybody in America could deny racism. One of the things that stuck out in my mind when our President Obama was in office, one of the things, if you recall, when he first got elected, is that he said that he knows because of his skin color that we need to sit down at the table and talk about it. So the other speaker that was just on was totally wrong when he said we shouldn't speak about it. Right. Racism, according to our former president, and this is fact, is it's taught us. It's not something that we inherited. It's something that we learned. It's learned behavior. And one of the things that I share about racism is when a child is born, they know absolutely nothing. They are so innocent, they don't even know their right hand from their left. As the child grows and the mind develops and they're able to comprehend it, the parents are the ones that tell the child their name because they didn't even know that. And as they're growing up, it depends on the family environment and what they're allowed to say and do. If they're saying that we are a superior race, which is exactly what white supremacists do, like Donald Trump is, he's a white nationalist. We had the Ku Klux Klan member, I think he's a grand wizard, as the president. That's scary. He suppressed so many African Americans, and he called the neo-Nazis, some of them he said was good. I don't know. I was raised Jewish. I don't know of anybody that would acknowledge any Nazi as being good. Now, what I'm a little confused on, sir, and I mean this in the most respectful way, is when you're talking slavery, I know religiously we've been in the two different reasons why. The Jewish people were enslaved in Egypt for 400 years. So it's the bigotry and the racism and the anti-Semitism is affecting the Jewish people as well. Ron DeSantis, who is a Republican governor here in the state of Florida, where I am, has the same ideas as one of the most treacherous, treasonous former presidents, in my opinion, that we have ever had in the name of Donald Trump. Our democracy is on the line. If the black people, now see, I did law enforcement, and I have to be honest, I was volunteer. But each department that I worked in, with the radio, they never said it's a Caucasian or it's a African American. No. When the dispatchers in all the police departments, they say it's a black person and they give the description. It's a white male or a female. It's a brown person, and they may ask, are they Latino? Are you sure? Because they don't want to go and grab the innocent bystander. That's at least what they say. But the police departments, people forget in the 1800s when the slaves were released, or they started their own police force, and they were to go and capture the black people all over again and enslave them. And that's how it evolved into the police department, because that's what they were supposed to do. I look at it like this, and then I will stop. I look at it like this. If God created us, if you believe that Jesus is our Lord and Savior, and he created us in his image, he's the one that created the colors. He created black, white, brown, and I don't care if you're red with purple polka dots. We're all created equally, and we're all the apple of God's eyes. To make a judgment against somebody and harbor so much bitterness and so much hatred against the the black people and the brown people and the white people is pathetic, because you're making fun of God's creation. If you're going to judge a person, judge them not because of the color of their skin, but judge them from the fruit of what they bore, their action. If they've been kind to you and loving to you, why would you judge them for mere pigments of your skin color? I've never understood it. I've never taught my children racism, and I'm blessed by that. And they're not teaching my grandchildren that. It starts at home, I believe, and education. Why can't we get educated more again in the school? We must stop the cancel culture of the Republican Party, where they want to take books away when it talks about black people here in America so that they can distort the truth. And they're doing it now, and this stuff is on the news. And I thank you, sir, for holding this precious space so that we can air our differences, if there are any, and that we have to stand on our word, and that you would stop us, including yours truly, to back up what we say. Sir, I yield back my time to you.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's get my man with the ice grill. Let's get him in, and then we'll get let's get Mark. Hey, what's up, brother? Okay. Okay, let's get Mark in. Mark, come on in.
Hey, Tariq, thanks for having me, man. Really appreciate it. So
now, Mark, have you been on before?
I have not. But we have had our Twitter differences before. So
really? What were our differences? What
happened? So I'm gonna play it. This is and it's very short, so it's not gonna take a lot of your time. I think it fits right in. It goes to the topic exactly. Are people confused about racism? So I was in the last week I'm a video journalist. I went to Minneapolis, Minnesota during the last week of the Derek Chauvin trial, and an amazing interview happened where I, spoke with a gentleman by the name of Melvin. And normally I get the thoughts of the people, but he wanted to ask me a question. And for some strange reason, I broke from character, which is getting his thoughts, and I let him ask me a question. So it's short, Tariq. You'll probably remember.
Hold on. We're not going to do performative arts here. Just you don't have to play a clip. Just say what happened in your own words. Let's not do some performance things here. Just say what did he ask you? Just make it to the point.
So this is exactly what happened. I'll be respectful and I'll ask you. It's gonna be nice and short, and it's very.
Okay, let's try it again. I don't want you to play a clip. I've said it once, and I don't want to repeat myself. You don't have to do that. You can just simply say what he asked you, and what does that have to do with the conversation? Okay. Because now it's smelling trollish. It's very trollish smelling. Okay. So now we're trying to have a constructive dialogue here. So just simply specify, what does this have to do with the conversation?
Well, it's kind of tragic because it'd already be over. But what happens is Melvin asks me, what does whiteness mean to me? And I think you remember this, Tariq. I think I think perhaps the 1,500 people in here want to hear this. It's very
Okay. I don't know you. I don't remember you. And you were not that significant for me to remember, sir. And the fact that I keep asking you to get to the point and you will not, I'm going to let you go and have your mayonnaise. If you do, I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm going to give you another opportunity. I'm going to give you another opportunity. I'll be fair. I'm not going to be dismissive. But I'm going to let you go have your mayonnaise if you do not say what's going on, because I looked at your page and I can already tell there's some white supremacist nonsense going on your page. Just looking at your profile, I can already tell you're one of these suspected white supremacists. So I can see what you get down there. So Mark, let's try it again. Let's get to the point if you have anything to say, or you're going to get into this mano-splaining. You're getting into mayo-splaining. So Mark, turn your microphone on, sir.
Thanks, Tariq. I think it's kind of a horrific statement to call me a white supremacist or have anything to do with white supremacy.
Why so?
I have nothing to do with it.
Okay.
I'm a very fair guy, and I'm trying to really bring something interesting and honestly get your reaction.
I don't want a reaction to anything. I want you to answer the question. What point are you trying to make? Why don't you just simply ask your question or say what's been said to you? Or what's your point? What's your point?
I wasn't even trying to make a point. I'm a journalist. I try to ask a question to get an answer. So the point, I don't make points. I make questions. You make the point, sir.
Okay. So you're being a TWT. You're calling up to waste time, which is
not at all. Not at all. I could have already.
That's another tactic of white supremacy, sir. Mark, where are you from, Mark? Where's your family from? You don't look Anglo. Where's your family from, sir?
I'm not following. They're from the United States, the Northeast.
Okay. Where did your family immigrate here from, Mark?
All over Europe, if that makes it simple.
Sir, everybody's not from all over Europe.
Okay, fine.
Where did your family?
I have some English, some Irish, some Italian. I have some Iberian Peninsula, which would be Spain, France area.
Okay. Let's try it again, because you're not a bottle of olives. Okay. Your mom and dad came from a particular country. Where did they come from when they immigrated here?
My mom and dad are Americans.
Let's try it again. Okay, Mark. They immigrated here from somewhere, though.
Okay.
Where did they come from? Where did they immigrate from?
So that would be Ireland and Sicily.
There you go. So you're a European Negro.
I'm not really sure. I'm not sure what that means. So I'm not ready to agree or disagree.
So you're black like me.
I mean, perhaps. I mean, maybe I am. I really don't know what that means.
That means if you're from Sicily, you have African DNA, strong African DNA. And I'm looking at your picture and I can see it. So you're a light-skinned brother from Sicily.
Okay.
Okay.
If you say so, Tariq.
If I say so?
Well, you are an authority on that. Am I wrong? I'm trying to follow the conversation.
Well, this is what the white supremacists were saying when Sicilians came over here. Y'all weren't classified as white really until the 30s, 40s. So they weren't even classifying you as white if you're a Sicilian.
Okay.
This is not me talking. This is them.
Yeah, it doesn't change my day in the least, but
right.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to get an understanding of who you are. And this is why I wanted clarity. So you're a light-skinned brother from Sicily. I've been to Italy and I've seen a lot of the real Italians, and they look like light-skinned black people, a lot of them. So you're a light-skinned black person.
Okay.
But you classify yourself as white, right?
If I filled out a form, then I would say white.
Got it. Okay. So how do you chime in on this conversation? Do you think people are confused about racism, sir?
Oh, I do.
Okay, how so? In your opinion?
Well, I think there's many things that occur day to day. And honestly, I think we downplay what racism, or excuse me, we overplay what racism is. Racism is a problem. It's real. It's dangerous. A lot of people have died or suffered from it. And what we have here is it's used too much, where people maybe have a disagreement of ideology, and then it goes to racism. I mean, just in the beginning, or just in the middle, rather, you talk about perhaps I have some white supremacy on my page, or you see some white supremacy. I think how is that not racism? How is that not being confused about racism? I have nothing to do with white supremacy.
Oh, okay. So pointing out suspected anti-black propaganda, that's racist? Me pointing out anti-black propaganda?
Well, if you have anything you could specifically cite, remember, you
Sir,
said if you're
Mark?
going to say something, you got to stand on it.
I can hear you, sir.
I said, remember, you said it to the girl from
Mark, I couldn't
Colombia.
hear you.
Can you hear me
Mark,
now?
I can hear you now. Go ahead. You said something. What did you say about Colombia?
Yeah, remember the girl from Colombia. You told her if you're going to say something, you have to stand on it. So what on my page
Right.
is white supremacy? Specifically, stand on it, Tariq.
Yeah, I'm standing on it right now. I'm looking at your page, and what you have, you're standing there with the camera with some people, some black people from an inner city area.
Yeah, Minneapolis. It was an incredible interview, and I tried to play it.
Okay. And usually when you guys find black people, usually you'll make sure you find black people with bonnets on their heads, and you go seek out people like that and have interviews, and you cherry pick certain interviews to frame a narrative about all black people.
Not me, Tariq. I am
Not you?
legitimate.
Oh, you're the truth. Okay.
I am the truth. I'm very legitimate. And in fact, that was one of the greatest things I ever did, was go to Minneapolis during the last week of the Chauvin trial. We've been talking for a long time. I keep trying to tell you, I do fantastic work. And
by the way, this new trial with the woman who got a slap on the wrist, do you agree with the sentencing she got, the slap on the wrist sentencing, Kim Potter? Do you agree with that sentence, by the way?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure I do.
I understand. Yeah, I got it. Also, a quick question, just to understand your ideology. Kyle Rittenhouse, do you agree with Kyle Rittenhouse being acquitted?
Yes.
There you go. All right. So we see where your get down is. So
I'm not sure. I mean, my get down is
got it.
It's a clear case of self-defense.
Right. This, I'm white and I say so.
No, it's not. Okay, no, you asked my opinion. You asked my opinion. It's not me or you. You asked my opinion. I gave it.
Right. And usually the Kyle Rittenhouse people invoke the I'm white and I say so narrative.
Well, again, why am I Kyle Rittenhouse people?
Yeah.
I think for myself.
Anybody who says that's self-defense, that's I'm white and I say so, which is a form of white supremacy.
Just because it's self-defense, that means it's white supremacy?
Well, I'm white and I say so is self-defense.
No, I'm telling you my opinion because you asked it.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that you were on that wave, and you are, and now I see what your angle is.
But go ahead. But go ahead. Because I listened to the evidence.
Got it. Right.
The entire trial, Tariq.
Right. It was I'm white and I say so, sir. That's all.
No.
Which is white.
Why would I do that? That doesn't even make any sense.
That's all. That was the I'm white.
How embarrassing for me to say I'm white. So it doesn't even make any sense, Tariq. Why would I do that?
The Kyle Rittenhouse trial was the I'm white and I say so trial. That's all it was. It was a mockery of the justice system. It was all about maintaining white supremacy. And anybody who agrees with that, I suspect that they are too a white supremacist. Not saying you are, but I just suspect.
Well, you did originally, but it's okay.
No. I've always suspected you. No. I never actually called you a white supremacist. I said you had some white supremacist stuff on your page. I never said you were a white supremacist, sir. Come on now. If you say something, stand on it.
Well, Tariq, it's been great. I'm gonna, now that we've warmed up a little bit, you and I respect you.
Uh-huh.
How about I play it?
No, I don't want you to play no clips, buddy.
I didn't think you did. I thought you'd actually surprise me, but
I
you
don't.
didn't.
I don't really want to hear no
Hey,
clips.
Tariq, thanks so much, man. Keep up the work. I can't say great work, but keep up the work. I appreciate the time.
Absolutely, and shout out to your family in Italy, brother.
Okay, see you, Tariq.
Okay. Yeah, he thought he was slick. Yeah, he thought he was slick. Lord. Yeah. Yeah. I already knew he was one of these Rittenhouse supporters. Yeah, anybody who runs around talking about Rittenhouse was self-defense, it's safe to suspect that they're white supremacists. All right, let's try this person here. Crypto lawyer. Let's get you in here, sir.
Hey, Tariq. Hey, Tariq, how are you?
How are you, crypto lawyer?
I'm good, sir. How are you tonight?
I'm good. Now, you are a white male from where? Where are you from?
You know what? Doesn't matter now, does it?
Well, it matters because I asked. I like to know who's calling. I like to kind of get an understanding of the people who call up just for conversation's sake. So it does matter. It wouldn't, if I asked, it matters. So why so defensive over a simple question like that, sir?
I'll go ahead and unmute myself because you just muted me.
Right.
So as a lawyer,
okay, let's try this again, sir. Let's try it again. I asked you where you're from. You're a white male. And I wanted to know where you're from. And you just kind of dismissed that. And we don't do that here. Okay? I'm being very respectful. Ask you a very respectful question. And I'm going to have to get a respectful response. You're not going to dismiss me. Now go ahead. Let's try it again. Now, where are you from, sir?
all right. So your question is, where am I from?
Yes.
All right. So I am from Florida.
Got it. Where did your family immigrate from?
Can you define what part of my family?
Your mother and father. There's only two people that birthed you.
Got you. And they were also born here in America.
Let's try it one more time.
You can ask the same question and get the same
If you're a white person, they immigrated from somewhere. Where did your mother and father immigrate from?
Again, they were both born here.
Okay. White people are not aboriginal to this land.
If you want to ask a better question, I can answer.
Okay, no. Put the mayonnaise and the asparagus down for 1 second. I don't know why you're ashamed of your background, but you shouldn't be ashamed. And I want people to understand a lot of people are ashamed of their European backgrounds. This is why they play this little defensive game right here. I want Black folks to see this. A lot of these people are very ashamed of where they had to immigrate from. So, sir, I'm not trying to bring up old wounds, just trying to get an understanding here for the sake of conversation. Why are you ashamed to specify where your family came from?
Well, if you ask where my family came from, I can answer that. That's not what you asked me.
Sir, these are not trick questions. Your mammy and your pappy immigrated here from some part of Europe, and you're ashamed to say where. Okay? Why is that?
So, are you going to let me answer the question, or are you going to mute me?
I'm not going to let you babble. This is not babble.
Okay, so to answer your question directly, my parents were born in America. If you want to ask where my family's from.
Okay, let's try it out. You're doing the semantics game. When I say parents, that means grandparents, great-grandparents. I don't have to specify. You know what I'm saying. Where did your parents come from? Grandparents, great-grandparents, or whoever. You know what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tariq, Tariq, I'd be glad to answer that. You should have just asked me. My family, beyond my mother and father, are from the Middle East.
There you go. Both sides from the Middle East?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. What part of is it Persia? Where in the Middle East?
Well, it's now called Israel.
Israel. Okay. So both of them are from Israel.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay, there we go. So now what's your question, sir?
So my question is, not an expert on this area, so just want to ask the question, and hopefully I can get enlightened. Why is there such a divide amongst foundational Black Americans and those who immigrate here? And I understand the overview, I think, to the best of my knowledge, not being able to fully understand it, but I'd like your take a little bit, being a first-time listener.
Right.
On the difference, and I don't want to say divisiveness, but just the difference between the foundational Black Americans, and it seems to me, and I could be wrong, so please correct me, that foundational Black Americans seem not to look highly upon Blacks who immigrate or have immigration status more recent than them. Is that correct, sir?
No, that's not it. No, no,
okay.
no.
Okay.
No. Right now, there is no real divide. There's not a divide. There's not a divide whatsoever. What we've been doing in the last few weeks, we've just been having a lot of online conversations, kind of a family talk, because I'm still family with any Black person from Africa or the Caribbean.
Okay.
And there's been online discussions. There's no divide. We all still rock with each other. I'm out here in Atlanta right now visiting, filming. I've been rocking with Caribbean and African brothers ever since I've been here. So we're still family. But among certain online sectors and rooms, we're having discussions about certain levels of disrespect. I'll say that because this is family business. And I don't like to bring others into a lot of our family discussions like that because this is family business. And
Sure.
Me and foundational Black Americans and African brothers and sisters from the diaspora, we're good. We're still in a good space. But we are talking about our lineage as foundational Black Americans because right now we are really pushing a reparations claim. So when it comes to deciding who's getting what, we got to make all of this very clear. So we're clearing a lot of stuff up right now. So when we start getting our tangibles, there won't be any confusion. So that's what this is about. This is what the root of a lot of this stuff is. So it's just a family discussion. Everybody's good gravy. We good to go, but we're fine. There's no real disconnect. All right.
Understood.
Thank you so much. See, this is family. I don't really want to discuss family business like that with other folks. This is family business. Okay. Let's be very clear. Because one of the problems is when we have little family disputes, a lot of outsiders will come in and try to exploit that. We got to not let that happen. You see, I remember because we've been having these discussions, and look, people keep their eyes on these discussions. I remember when a lot of this stuff was going down about a year or so ago, a lot of these online discussions about foundational Black Americans and diasporan people, some people from Fox, they wanted me to get on TV and start dumping on Black immigrants. They wanted me to do that. I'm like, hell no. Don't ever ask me to do no nonsense like that. Ever. That's not going to happen at all. This is a family dispute that we're having. And I won't even call it a dispute, just a family discussion, because a lot of brothers and sisters from the diaspora, they're rocking. They feel where we're coming from. They understand that we do have a lineage as foundational Black Americans, and that lineage should be respected the way we respect theirs. So this is just a family discussion. It's not a beef. Now you got a couple of knuckleheads who try to call up and they feel a certain way, but just like in your family, you got some people that you got to put some straightening to. All right. Let me see. A lot of folks in the room. Let me see how many people in here. We got almost 2,000 people in this room, ladies and gentlemen. We are in here deep, deep, deep. We're in here deep and heavy. All right. Raise your hand if you want to get on, ladies and gentlemen. If you're ready to talk, raise your hand if you want to get on. This room is packed right now. All right. Raise your hand if you want to get on. Let's get, who is this? The Ultimate Creative. Let's get this person in here. Ultimate Creative, pop on through.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, hello again. I just had a quick question regarding like the foundational Black Americans perspective of like the ultimate relationship with people of no color. Like, how do you want to exist with these people on this land or whatever land that it's this land. You guys want this land, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Well, look, as long as we're in a situation where we're oppressed, we're good. We black people, we've never had a thing where we wanted to dominate and control people. Look, as long as we have a society of justice, I want justice, meaning everybody who needs constructive help will get the most constructive help, and nobody's going to be mistreated. This whole thing where little white supremacists can run around shooting people and they claim it's self-defense, that's not just stuff like that. That's not going to work. And we don't want a black version of that, because we're not insecure like that, just running around trying to harm innocent people. So everything has to be about justice. I want a just society where nobody's being mistreated, systematically mistreated, and anyone who needs help is going to get the help. That's the general foundational Black American narrative, because we've always been a people who help people. We help everybody. We welcome everybody. People can come set up businesses in our communities. We've supported everybody. The only people who have upheld what the American dream is supposed to be is foundational Black Americans exclusively. All these other groups come and hoard themselves in their little enclaves. We're the only group who don't do that shit. And the fact that we're saying, you know what, maybe we should start getting our little resources and tangibles for ourselves. Now people are like, oh, wait a minute now. Hey, let's not do that now. Because see, everybody's so used to exploiting us. So no exploitive relationships no more at all. So that's where I want to be with it. You feel me?
Okay. Yes, I do. Okay. Thanks for answering.
Absolutely. Let's get this dude, Angel Tur. Let's get Angel Tur in here. He has a white Obama meme in his thing. All right. What's going on, Angel Tur?
Oh, hi, Tariq. I'm having a lot of fun. You are very engaging and funny. Funny as humor. You're a very humorous person.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
All right.
Hey.
Now, where you from? Where you from?
Well, I don't know, because when you ask that question, how far do I have to go?
Well, you got a damn accent, so you can't be that far away. I mean, where you from?
I love you, man. Listen, I'm Cuban.
Oh, there you go.
But
there you
I was
go.
on a space the other day, and then I was like, yeah, but your parents or your ancestors were from Spain. I'm like, well, yeah, you can say that, but also from Africa, because Spain was colonized by Moorish. Anyway,
yes, they were.
Right? And if you look at my nose, that's not Barry Manilow. It looks more like Aretha Franklin. But anyways, I'm proud of who I am, of my ancestors, and everything. Now, a question for you, Tari.
Yes.
You talk about your lineage with the FBA. Because I was on a space last week that I found quite puzzling, to be honest with you, where there is a theory. Well, not a theory. It's their truth. Their truth for these Black folks is that Blacks are indigenous from the Americas.
Okay.
Is that where your lineage comes from?
No, this is the thing, because people, there's so many different conversations going on, and what happens is people are mixing all of these conversations together, and I'm going to ask people, if you hear a certain conversation in another room, y'all don't have to bring it here, because I don't want to have to explain other people's ideologies, and please don't try to mix it all together.
Okay.
Because I've been very clear on what foundational Black Americans mean. Foundational Black Americans are Black people in the Americas who are descendants of slaves, who helped build, who were the foundation of the country. We built the country. We built the country from scratch. Now, those people are a combination of African people who were brought over later, and also Black indigenous people. Okay. So all of these people, the Black indigenous people and the people who brought over from Africa, they were put on plantations and mixed together, and that became foundational Black American. I can't get more clearer than that.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that, man.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Because what happens is there's a lot of different conversations. People are talking about ADOS, and no, ADOS ain't got shit to do with nothing. That's an organization. Okay. That's an organization. And then there's some other YouTube trolls who says all types of weird shit, and that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And then they try to mix it all. No. That's why I like clarity. Yeah, we're talking clarity here. We're talking clarity, and foundational Black Americans are the foundation of this country, the people who literally built the United States from the ground up, and that is foundational Black Americans. Okay? Who were descendants of slaves in America. Can't get no clearer than that. Let's get this person, Queen Adriana. I think that's your name, Queen Adriana. All right. Let's get some more folks in here.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, Queen. How are
I'm
you?
doing well. Thank you for asking. So, my question is, how do you feel towards people who aren't Black? And this has a lot to do with the youth of today, who are singing the rap lyrics, and when they say GA, do you think that's something that they shouldn't be saying, or what is your take on that?
My thing is they better watch who they say it
Right.
around.
Yeah.
Sometimes they know who to say it around and who not to say it around. They understand the type of people who hang around them. Let me tell you something. Non-Black people don't say that shit around me. They know better. You understand? They don't say it around me because I don't really play like that. I don't let non-Black people walk around me yelling all that nigga talk.
Right.
Yeah, that's just not my get down. But some people might be cool with that. But it just depends on how coonish the people are around them to let them say that. And that is what it is. But thank you for the call, dear. Let me get some more people. All right. Let me get more people. Well, Tammy got the church hat on. All right. So Tammy, let me get Tammy in here. Hop on, Tammy.
Here. How are you?
Hey, Tammy, how are you?
I'm good. It's my first time visiting this room, so I
Yes.
appreciate it. I want to run something by you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, so I'm a mental health provider, I'm a licensed psychotherapist, right? And I'm doing a dissertation. And the dissertation topic is Black men don't go to therapy because they don't need therapy. It's never been, it's like every time you look, it's a stigma. No, the stigma is you all keep calling it a stigma. And therapy won't solve Black men's issues. So why am I going to be sitting across from each other talking?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Okay, sister. Well, thank you so much, sister. Thank you. Okay. There's more people in here. Okay. All right. Wave your hand if you want to get on, ladies and gentlemen. Wave your hand if you want to get on. And by the way, you get the book Foundation of Black American Race Beta. Okay. Well, so we get Mr. Kidus Yared. And I can tell by the picture you are Somali. Are you Somali, brother? Or either Somali or Sudanese? Kidus? Kidus, can you get on?
Hey, I'm on. Hey, Tariq, how you doing?
Kidus. I'm good. Somali or Sudanese?
Ethiopian. Kadus Yare.
Oh, I was.
Kadus Yare. There's a click. Kadus.
Okay. Kindus. Okay, there you go. What's on your mind, Kindus?
Not Kindus. Kadus. It's okay. Not everybody can say it.
Kidus.
We got over 100 letters in town, so it's
yes.
Hard. Hey, thanks for the space, and Tariq, thanks for holding up your compass while all these people come in and say so many things. I mean, one of the things I wanted to ask you particularly, because I had a thought in my mind when you said Obama hasn't done much.
Right.
And in my mind, he's done so much. Even
for immigrants, not us, not Foundation of Black Americans.
Okay, well, even if it means the in terms of making progress for Black people, because Obama sees himself as a Black man.
What progress?
Progress in terms of a Black person being the president of the United States, a Black person.
That's not that's progress for him, not us. That's not progress.
Well, progress for him, yes, that's true. But as you know, in order to be a president, he has to be elected by the Electoral College, and therefore, there's a process. There's people supporting a black person.
We supported him. We supported him, and he didn't support us. So, what was the progress?
The progress is that a black man eventually became the president of the United States.
That's not progress. That's an intangible symbolic gesture. It has no tangible significance whatsoever. We didn't need to see a black person sitting in the White House. We need tangibles like he gave to everybody else. He gave everybody else tangibles and not us.
Tell me more. So tell me one example, because I'll come to my question of why I'm in this
Okay.
space. Tell me more.
He gave tangibles to immigrant groups with that DACA program, all of that Dreamer stuff. And Dreamer is based off the Martin Luther King I Have a Dream speech. So using foundational Black American culture to disenfranchise foundational Black Americans to give tangibles to other non-FBA groups. He gave tangible resources to LGBT organizations. He gave tangible resources to Native American organizations. He gave tangible resources to so many other different groups, and not a damn thing to foundational Black Americans. He didn't even protect us from these race soldiers. He didn't prosecute one race soldier for harming a Black person. He couldn't even do that. That's what I mean, sir.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you
I wish
so
I
much,
had.
sir. All right. You have nothing. There you go. You have no retort. Thank you. I respect your honesty, sir. All right. Don't come tell me about some intangible nothing burger that Obama gave us just by his presence. Because that's what they want to tell us. That just Obama being president, well, that's giving Black people hope. Yeah, we gave you some hope. The hell is hope gonna do? What am I gonna do with a big bucket of hope? Hope I don't get homeless? Hope I don't get shot by the police? Hope I don't get evicted? The hell with hope. Everybody gets tangibles and we get hope. Man, please. Samir, get on, sir.
Yeah, what up, Tariq?
What's up, Playboy? What's on your mind, man?
Just chilling. Just a little background. I'm Ethiopian Canadian, born in Canada, but
Cool.
my parents are from Ethiopia.
Got
So when it comes to this question, I just kind of want to talk about the ignorance. I think there's a lot of ignorance with non-FBA Black Americans, or from the diaspora. Like I think there's a lot of people that just don't have the knowledge, and that doesn't excuse anything, but I think it's a good context to sort of exemplify why there's a disconnect. And I like how you brought up, I didn't really think about it, but I like how you brought up, I think you mentioned Sheila Jackson, Kamala Harris. A lot of these people like that are in positions of power, like you said, they're non-FBA, right? And so they have no connection to the homeland. They have no connection to America whatsoever, right? So like when they get into power, why would they even care about advancing your guys' issues?
Exactly. And we've been supporting these people. We're the ones who keep electing them. And they all flip on us at every single time. When they are running for office, they run out here to Black people dancing and singing and eating black-eyed peas and catfish nuggets. And we sit here thinking, okay, if we help these people, man, we're going to support them. And one day they're going to reciprocate. And the minute they get in their position, they all flip on us without any exception. And foundational Black Americans, we're saying enough is enough. We're not playing that game no more. And now people want to cry foul. But hey, it is what it is. All right, let's get a couple of more calls. UK Black. Let's get this person. UK Black family household. Let's get this person in here. UK Black. All right. UK Black. If you can unmute that microphone, that'll be great. UK. Okay, and
I'm here, sir. Sorry about that. You kind of
there you go.
did your side.
How are you?
So I just didn't, and then I heard UK, and I thought that's an unusual name for someone. That might mean me.
That was you. That was you.
Good morning to you, Tariq, and rise up. More strength to you, my dear brother. We've never spoken, And you see the UK. I'm on the campaign that I run, which is called the Black Pound campaign, Black Pound Family Household Union campaign.
Yeah.
As you see it there, UK Black Family Household Union, but it's about bringing a union together of our spending power and people, not based just on our melanin, but also our spending power, which brings in people who we have legal and biological relationships with in the United Kingdom. And sir, I just want to say, I've recently come across what you're doing, and I've always been aware of what you're doing, actually, hidden colors, that sort of thing. Tried to bring greater awareness to it. I'm also disappointed that I see the kind of Billenberg conference taking place, where when one looks up your website and tries to buy hidden colors, you get a kind of response saying, you're going to an unsecure site.
Man, you're breaking up, sir.
Yeah, it just went down the screen just then. But there's a notice that comes up. That says,
Okay, sir. Yeah, it is. Your phone. You're going in and out, so I don't know what's going on with your phone, sir. I'll try to get you back on in a sec. Yeah, there's a bad connection. I don't know. You were going in and out. So, all right. Okay, let's get X-rated pimp coins. Okay, what's up, pimp coins? Hop in, man. You've been raising your hand. Hop in, pimp coins. Yes, pimp coins. Hop in.
What up,
What's up?
hey, what up, Tariq? Hey man, I fuck with you, heavy player. What up with it?
What's going on, man? Where you from? The Bay?
Nah. I'm from LA neighborhood.
Okay.
Neighborhood.
I knew that was a West Coast accent. What's going on with you, player?
Hey, I wanted to tell you a little story. My boy, we used to work at Orkin Pest Control, and I don't want to say where he was living at, but he went there to take care of your problem, but he fucked your shit up. He actually trapped the ants inside your house. You was like, man, fuck Orkin. So my boy was telling me the story. Then we was looking at Hidden Colors about 5 years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And he like, oh, that's the dude right there. I'm like, Tariq Nasheed? He like, yeah. I'm like, bro, you fucked up Tariq Nasheed house, bro. We could have been chilling, eating barbecue and shit, reading books and shit, getting educated, and you fucked up Tariq house, man. So, man, I'm happy I got to talk to you, tell you that little story. I don't know if you remember that shit. It was a minute ago.
I don't remember. I don't remember somebody leaving ants in my crib. So I don't.
No, I just real quick, I just want to say, you gave me my first red pill with Hidden Colors. I appreciate everything you do. Whenever you ready to fuck with this crypto, holla at me. X-rated, pimping coins, fuck with me.
No doubt, brother. Be good, man. All right. All right. Let's raise your hand. Let's get Then I have a Seif. I had a Seif in here before. All right. All right. Let's raise your hand if you want to get in. Raise your hand if you want to get in. Let's get Cool Breeze Steve. Let's get Cool Breeze Steve in here. When it's getting late, damn, it's almost 3 o'clock out here in Atlanta. And y'all in here heavy. You guys in here heavy. All right, let's get Cool Breeze Steve in here.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, fam?
What's going on with Cool?
Doing pretty good. I appreciate you bringing me up on stage, man. And I got your book and everything, and got Hidden Colors and everything, man.
Much respect. Respect that. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, brother. And also, like on the side note, I like to try to do business with you. On the side note, I've started a private security company, so whenever you get a chance, I like to try to do some business with you.
All right, send me an email, brother. Okay, there you go. Send me an email. All right, I want to slow the conversation down. Send me an email for that. All right, much respect. I'm just trying to get the conversation flowing here. All right, let's get who else here? Let's get okay, some of these people I've seen before. Okay, let's get Jeremy Halassi, the brother. Jeremy, hop on, man. You got a do-rag on, so let's see what's going on with that. Hop on, Jeremy. The brother with the do-rag on. You taking a selfie in your bathroom with a do-rag. So what do you have on your mind, brother? Hey, turn your microphone on. All right, Jeremy. And look, if you want to get on, raise your hand, because there's people that's in the request queue. Raise your hand if you want to get on. If you want to get on, raise your hand. Let me get brother Ethan in here, because Jeremy is still fixing his do-rag. Let's get Ethan in here real quick, Ethan. All right, Ethan. All right, Ethan. I'm going to turn that microphone on, Ethan. Ethan, I'm giving you a chance. You didn't turn your microphone on. All right. Come on, man. Y'all get it together. I know it's late. Y'all probably got KY jelly on your fingers and it's slipping off the phone. So wipe your hands up before you handle the phone. All right. Let's try one more thing, because y'all over here slipping. All right, who is the baddest? All right, baddest Bantu. All right. This is the baddest Bantu. Let's get the baddest Bantu on here. Hey, baddest Bantu.
How you been?
I'm good, dear. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. It's late. I'm about to go to sleep, but I just had to stay up and listen to you because you be preaching.
Yes, and what city you in, dear?
I am in St. Louis.
Oh, cool. So what's on your mind?
I wanted to ask, I know someone mentioned it earlier, but I'm seeing a lot of rooms ran by non-FBA that are like purposely conflating FBA and ADOS and American freedmen, and they're all like putting them together and they're calling them hate groups. And I wanted to know,
Right.
did you think that this is done purposely? Because like
It is. I've seen that too. And they're talking about they're going to start reporting these groups to the FBI as hate groups and all that. Some of these non-FBA tethers are saying this. But look, Foundational Black American is not a group. It's not a group. There's no leader. There's no boardroom or meeting. And it's a lineage. You're either born FBA or you're not. So these people understand that, but they're trying to do these "I'm white and I say so" tactics, but it doesn't work because they're not white. And they're trying to do these desperate measures of complaining because they're upset that Foundational Black Americans are acknowledging our lineage and we are gatekeeping our lineage and not letting people hop in and disrespect it and try to remix what our lineage is. And we're holding up our lineage with respect, and we're showing honor to our lineage. And when you do that, that excludes a lot of people who are not a part of that lineage. So this is their way of protesting, just getting in these rooms and making up all types of lies. The great thing is they're powerless to do anything. All of that is them just being frustrated. They're not going to be able to stop us from acknowledging our lineage because this is about codification. You understand? Codification means you can do certain things that nobody can control or do anything about. That's the great thing. That's what power is. Power is being able to do something where people cannot affect you for doing what you're doing. What we're doing now, acknowledging our foundational Black American lineage, this is a powerful move. And so many people are complaining because they can't do anything about it. They can't stop us from simply acknowledging who we are. Because it's in your head. You don't have to go to a building. You don't have to meet up with nobody to understand what your lineage is. That's just being on code. And once a bunch of people get on code, on a psychological code, that's real power. You understand? See, that's why they want to compartmentalize us into just a group. See, if they say it's just a group, well, you can go holler at that person, that person, that person, that person who's going to meet over here at a geographic location. See, groups are easier to deal with, but you can't deal with a code. A code is power. And that's what we're on. We're on a code of empowerment, and we're acknowledging our birthright and our lineage and our heritage. And only thing they can do is respect that, because disrespecting it is not an option no more. That's been tonight's broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost 3:00 here in Atlanta. So much respect to you guys, man. Thank everybody for tuning in. Go to my YouTube channel, Tariq Radio. Tune into that and subscribe to that. Go to Amazon, get my book, Foundation of Black American Race Baiter. We've had a great conversation tonight. I think everything was very respectful. We kept everything very respectful tonight. And Americans by the thousands in this country signed up to go volunteer to go over there. It was Black people like John Robinson who learned how to build planes. He built a plane and went over there to Ethiopia to help the Ethiopians out. He taught the Ethiopians how to fly planes, sir. In the 19th
A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can rot in there. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin check. Guilty without no evidence check. All natural check. You know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all 9 ether powers. I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the wind again. Tell a friend, we going in. All skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They swear it's dead like funerals. Winning record like 2-0. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We on here lit. You know fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate sophistics like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon based thing, let freedom. I don't want 40 acres, I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you stranger danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online type, do me that favor. Everybody tribe up, had to be major. These G don't play with me, I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Beta is your fragrance, I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my lead G the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can rot in it. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody drive up, had to be major. There's 3,000, man. Right back at y'all, man. You know what it is. If you won't smoke, I am no park ranger. It is what it is. Let's get it.